The carriage struggles through a massive blizzard. The rugged mountain path causes the vehicle to bounce incessantly. Sitting inside, Avro is jolted until she slams into the carriage wall. She clutches her forehead and cries out, "Ugh, right now I am on the way to my own wedding. It is a long journey of nearly a month for a marriage arranged before I was even born." The recent impact leaves her on the verge of tears. Avro leans against the carriage, lost in thought, a specially designed dress and lace gloves. Although those around me treat me with respect, these things remain quite alien to me. In truth, I am someone unaccustomed to such treatment. My father abandoned us when I was young, and my mother, consumed by resentment for my father, drowned herself in wine. Those are my parents, and I was simply forgotten. However, I must be grateful for these things, because at least I was not completely cast away. But my mother always said she wanted to collapse, and she eventually broke down just as she desired. However, I have no time to wallow in such luxurious sorrow. I must live a life of responsibility for my mother. The web novel Taming the Male Lead helped me escape reality. Even for a moment, a warrior overcomes sorrow, meets the heroine of the novel, and ultimately everyone lives happily ever after. Like other novels, there are times when their love faces trials. The male lead's parents suddenly pass away, and he is forced into an arranged marriage from a young age to produce an heir. Acellus, the male lead of the novel. Thanks to his innate talent, he quickly reaches the rank of Grand Mage. His wife, Avin, is his partner in this arranged marriage. She struggles with magic. The closer she gets to magic, the weaker her body becomes. However, no one knows the cause of her illness. Meanwhile, Avin is pregnant with Acellus's child. Finally, she cannot withstand the weight of magic and dies along with her newborn. Acellus falls into madness once more over the loss of his family until he meets the heroine. Princess Andrea easily controls Acellus's erupting magical power. That moment makes his heart flutter. In this way, the two fall in love. Up to this point, it is just an ordinary romance novel, but the audience remains noisy. Unlike the late wife, Avro, the princess is bright and full of life. Unlike the former wife, Avro, the princess is truly wonderful. Unlike the wicked Avro, the princess is very kind. The problem is that poor Avro, who passed away, is constantly compared to Andrea. She reads through the comments and cannot help but feel indignant. Seriously, what on earth was Avro's fault? If that is the case, why did he not just divorce her from the start? She is merely a short-lived supporting character from beginning to end. Conversely, she is loved by everyone. Princess Andrea, Avro is unwelcome anywhere. Indeed, just like me, she only wanted to be happy. Avro, she only wanted. I fall asleep while thinking about this. Night begins to fall over the palace. Distant jasmine petals fall, making the castle appear even more exquisite. That morning, a dazed Avro is led to the carriage by servants. When I open my eyes, I suddenly find myself inside a carriage. She wonders, wait, am I inside Avro's body? Before she can recover, the carriage races down the road. Recalling everything now, Avro's mind is in chaos. I never thought I would experience transmigration. I am glad I remember the entire plot of this novel. First, I must organize everything so I do not forget. Avin's past was not revealed in the original work. However, Acellus's childhood was briefly mentioned. Therefore, what I need to do is comfort Acellus for the loss of his parents, too. For the first 2 nights, we will stay in separate rooms because we are both too young. 3, I must ensure I find the Grand Mage who awakened Acellus's magic. 4, the Ostal monarchy is extremely dangerous. 5, Avin's body is very weak, so I must preserve my health. This is a place where even lords die. Can I even survive? And finally, 6, maintain a friendship with Acellus. The plan is finished. Avro falls silent for a few seconds, then she heaves a weary sigh. She is a bit anxious. I do not even know Avin's original personality. And what about Acellus? I heard they were betrothed since before birth. Can I get through this without being discovered? The winter chill turns her breath into white mist. Avro can only tell herself, there is one thing I am not allowed to forget. Never, never, never am I allowed to have a child with the male lead. As she reminds herself, her gaze fills with determination. The dark palace looms ahead. That is the mansion. Looking up at the peak of the palace, Avro is somewhat stunned. If one looks at the flag bearing that symbol, there is no mistake. What I see on the road is the desolate territory of Ostel. A land once prosperous has now become like this. Likely because of that curse. The curse of the Ostel territory has existed since ancient times. The curse was cast by a grand mage who, in exchange, received a curse themselves. Later, the princess appeared and lifted the grand mage's curse. In this land of Ostel, golden snow falls with the warmth of the sun. All frozen areas melt away, an ending where everyone is happy, but that ending does not include me. Whatever the reason for this reincarnation, for me, I have a reason to return to this world. Therefore, I will bring a secret weapon. The maid beside her offers endless praise. My Lady Avro, you are truly beautiful. Watching the servants lined up in 2 long rows, bowing, she feels a bit awkward. I simply cannot adapt. The pressure is so great I cannot even lift my head. As soon as she lifts her eyes, she becomes tense. Is the male lead finally appearing? Acellus stands faintly behind the palace doors. His smile is like a fresh gale blowing past Avro, leaving her stunned for a moment. What is this? What was that feeling just now? His deep voice calls out. Avro, have you come to comfort me? I'm truly happy. She freezes and both cheeks turn red with embarrassment. What? Acellus suddenly embraces her, turning her to stone on the spot. My body cannot move. The heavy scent of chrysanthemums and the wicked smile on his lips begin to make Avro anxious and worried. Like a scene of mourning, his pitch-black eyes are devoid of life. He reaches out a hand and calls her affectionately. Come here. It makes her instinctively want to retreat, but she suddenly realizes her status and immediately places her hand in his. As they walk, Avro still cannot help but wonder. It is strange. Why is my body not moving according to my will? Furthermore, it seems everyone is terrified. At this moment, a butler approaches and introduces himself respectfully. Lady Avro, it has been a long time. I am Odon, the manager of the mansion. Her eyes widen as she thinks to herself, he truly looks like a butler, yet she still responds with a bright smile. A pleasure to meet you. Odon, he freezes for a moment upon hearing this, and the smile on his lips hardens. The awkward atmosphere confuses Avro. Is it not supposed to be like this? Should I have omitted the honorifics? Her legs feel stiff as she turns to him and says, Acellus, I feel a bit cold. He maintains his gentle demeanor and replies, I see, let us go inside. Avro follows obediently, still feeling uneasy in her heart. It is truly very strange. Although everyone welcomes me, this bizarre chill persists. Constantly, I suppose it is because of the death of the Marquis and his wife. I should not dwell on it. Acellus leads her to a delicately decorated room. This is the room where you will stay, Avro? Her eyes widen, filled with astonishment. Avro begins to feel dizzy. What is this? What is with this strange pink room? Oh, heavens, now is not the time for this, she calls out hesitantly. Acellus, thank you for receiving me like this, and regarding your parents. Before she can finish, Acellus coldly cuts her off. Enough, but Avro, why are you calling me Acellus? Avro is immediately speechless. What? He speaks with blunt anger. Because it is my parents' business. I must at least show you concern, but to me, you are merely a cursed being. The door between our rooms is locked, so do not even dream of entering my chamber. She is dazed, unable to understand what he is saying right now. He crosses his arms and flashes a friendly smile, saying, and I hate you. Keep that in mind. Each word is like a boulder falling onto Avro's head. Finished, Acellus leaves happily, not forgetting to say goodbye. So, good night, Avro, and do not linger near me. Her jaw drops as she watches the door close. No, does such a person truly exist? Avro clenches her fists, becoming annoyed. Does such a person truly exist? Now she must face another problem. No. But is this pink room for real? Is that my bed? Where am I supposed to sleep? Suddenly, she notices a stuffed doll. Avro looks at it and judges silently. This thing looks just like Acellus. Could it be that Avro was more than I thought? Perhaps she liked Acellus very much. Unfortunately, she died before receiving the love she desired. She picks up the doll, her mind still dazed. Even if I think about it, I cannot stand that temperament. Avro hurls the doll forcefully against the wall. Looking at it, she smiles with satisfaction. If next time he shows such a temperament again, I will throw him against the wall just like this doll. After that, she skips away. Suddenly the sound of the door opening startles her. Avro's voice timidly asks, "Who is it?" A maid enters and speaks politely. "I am R, the head maid. Does the young lady not remember me?" She feels a pang of guilt. Could she have been standing outside the door this whole time? To fix the situation, Avro quickly says, "I remember, please come in." She says yes, then she hastily shuts the door. Her mind is full of questions. Perhaps my actions differ from the original Avro. The woman speaks from outside. "The young lady told me never to step foot in this room because I am ugly and lowly." She tries to explain it was not entirely like that. She can only blame herself. "You are so childish, Avro." She steps forward and grabs R's hand. "Please come inside. It is very cold." Outside, Avro's action leaves her. Stunned, "My lady, you have truly grown much during the time we were apart." Not meeting each other. "I apologize, I am speaking nonsense." She waves the thought away. Not at all, she is deeply moved. She speaks, "Truly, the young lady's late uncle would be overjoyed to see you like this." Avro recalls the plot. The parents of Asilos were trapped in a mountain blizzard and perished. Their deaths were summarized in a single line: "Before I felt nothing. Now I think of them." The feeling is strange. She speaks with a voice of absolute sincerity. "I understand. I miss him dearly as well." Ril looks up in shock, her eyes brimming with tears. "Yes." Avro kindly hands her a handkerchief. Secretly, she guesses that Asilos must be enduring great sorrow. She declares with firm resolve, "From this moment forth, I shall change. None of you will ever have to cry again, I promise." Ril's emotions overflow. She bursts into tears and embraces her. "Young lady," Avro smiles and wonders to herself, "it is finally settled, is it not?" Cries until her eyes are swollen. When she stops, she manages to speak. "Young lady, I apologize. I have behaved improperly again." Avro hums in acknowledgement. "It is fine. However, my clothes are a bit wet. I will change." Avro clasps her hands, hesitating. "I am curious. Tell me, how did I act before? I will use it as a foundation to change myself." Ril responds with excitement. "I shall tell the young lady everything." Seeing Ril agree, Avro's eyes brighten. "Yes, tell me everything." Suddenly, Ril remembers something. "But if I tell the young lady, I might be expelled for the crime of disrespect." Avro forces herself to agree. There is no other way. She wonders just how terrible her past self truly was. Avro grants her permission. "You must be tired. Go and rest." Ril responds quickly. "Yes, young lady," when she leaves. The room falls silent. She is alone. Night falls. Avro sits upon the bed. She thinks to herself, "How exhausting. Still, I have learned much. Can I do well in the future?" Her gaze becomes dreamy. She reminds herself to write everything in her notebook. Tomorrow, 20 minutes ago, in a dream, Avro saw the moment Asilos said to her, "I loathe you." You likely knew this. Already, the fireplace in his room crackles. He leans back in his chair, lost in thought. This should be enough. Though I was a bit harsh, I must go this far to keep her quiet. A barrage of sounds rings in his ears, making Asilos restless. He thinks with irritation, so noisy. His ears can even hear the footsteps of animals outside the manor. This is common for knights with advanced physical abilities, but I despise it. Because of Avro's excessive love for me, I cannot escape it. I have warned her many times, but nothing changes. The rumbling sounds cause veins to bulge on his forehead. It begins again. Suddenly, he wonders in a daze. Why is it so quiet today? Is she ailing somewhere? Were it not for the final wishes of my parents, I would never have married a woman like her. Because marriage is essential to becoming the head of the clan, I cannot request an annulment. I cannot lose my parents' clan. To those relatives, his hands tighten instinctively. Asilos tells himself, "I only need to endure, only me, compared to losing the clan. This is easy if I ignore it." At that moment, Avro's voice rings in his ears, causing him to stop. "I understand. I miss him dearly as well. From this moment forth, I shall change." These words plunge him into silence, but then Asilos shows skepticism. What is she saying? Did I hear wrongly? From the room next door, Avro's voice rings out. "Again, none of you will ever have to cry again, I promise." Asilos stands frozen in the dark room, listening to Avro's words. "Go and rest, Ril." He cannot believe it. This is madness. Why am I focusing On Avro's words, he urges himself, I must not be deceived. Those disgusting people showed me that human nature never changes. Thus, Avro, Asilos's gaze, turns sharp and cold. He declares, I shall never trust you. Meanwhile, Avro sits at her desk, writing intently. Suddenly, she stops in a daze. Writing this much should be enough, right? But why do my ears itch? Is Asilos cursing me? A knock sounds from outside. She says, enter. A petite, radiant maid introduces herself. Greetings, madam. I am Sina, appointed to be your servant. Avro is confused. I have a servant who came with me. Sina informs her that person has returned to Robertchi. Avro is stunned. Returning by that road, impressive. Suddenly, she thinks, wait, a newcomer might be easier to deal with. People from the clan know too much about Avro. She responds kindly, Sina, is it? I look forward to your help. Looking at Avro, Sina is struck as if by Cupid's arrow. She steps forward excitedly. Yes, madam, I shall make you the most beautiful. Lord Asilos is waiting to have his first meal. With you, at the mention of him, Avro becomes stiff. She cannot believe it. Asilos is waiting for me. Avro was known for extravagance. If she is too beautiful, Asilos will surely hate it. She says to Sina, listen, something simple will do. Sina is surprised. Pardon, I understand. After the maid finishes, she begins to move. Entering the main hall, she notices the person before her. Avro immediately recognizes him as the estate manager, Odon. Though he maintains a professional smile, his face is dark and rigid. She wonders, what is this? Why does he look so annoyed? It reminds her of a job interview. Avro cannot help but imagine the scene. Estate manager. Odon has issued a challenge. She steps forward and speaks hesitantly. Greetings, Mr. Odon. He looks at her without a hint of emotion and responds. Yes, Avro's vision darkens. If this is an interview, I shall show the interviewer what they want. To me, the talent an interviewer wants is an unknown, annoying combat factor. High loyalty to Asilos is required, she understands and smirks. Odon, truth be told, you do not welcome me, do you? But my primary goal is to strengthen the position of the clan. She asserts to him, I shall no longer be childish or act spoiled as I did before. Therefore, I need your help. Internally, she is pleased that she expressed her thoughts clearly and confidently. Avro looks at him sincerely and continues, for I shall become an excellent madam of this manner. Odon stares at her deeply, his expression unreadable. Finally, he bows respectfully. Of course, seeing his attitude change, she is overjoyed. Very well. I am not yet called madam by all, but this is good. I shall build my position like this. As she sits at the table, Asilos speaks first. You have arrived, Avro. His gaze is cold and challenging. She thinks he is like a final boss. She gives a forced smile and nods. Good morning, Asilos. She knows Asilos surely heard her. Speaking with Odon, yet his hostility remains. She exhales and sits in the adjacent chair. She steals a glance at him, assessing his looks. Is this his true face? With such perfect beauty, suddenly Asilos turns his head. Their eyes meet. Avro quickly looks away and fakes a cough. Perhaps I stared too much. His deep voice rings out. Are you satisfied now, Avro? His fingers tap lightly on the table. She turns to look at him in surprise. His dark face is fixed on her. She wonders. What is he saying? Asilos's voice is low and somber. Are you satisfied now? You once said that no matter what happened, I must smile when I see you. If not, you would complain to my mother. But do you know why? My mother has passed away, yet I still smile at you. Avro's eyes widen in shock. What is this, my body cannot move? He places her hand on his lips and speaks without hesitation. Because I must marry you to receive my title. Her body is frozen. Only her mind is in turmoil. Her body reacts on its own. This is the real Avro's reaction. His voice is a warning. Your mere existence is enough. Live quietly. Avro sits silently. She understands why Asilos is like this, but her hands tighten. Anger surges in her heart. Why must he insult the words? She spoke to Odon, and in front of all the servants, Avro coldly retorts, a title alone, how could that be enough? He slams the table. What are you saying? She remains calm, raising an eyebrow as if she had just spoken. How could it be enough? You have another important goal. She knows the destiny passed down through the Ostal clan, to break the curse upon the territory. That destiny is also Asilos's purpose for continuing the lineage according to his parents' wishes. She leisurely enjoys her meal and says, I know how to break the territory's curse. He immediately demands, how could you know? The piece of steak she is about to eat stops. She cannot say she read it. Novel, Avro coughs lightly and gives a casual answer. I heard the elders say that once we are grown, someone will come to break it. Naturally, Asilos responds, nonsense. Hearing him say that, she understands, yes. Even I wouldn't believe it, but it is the truth. He turns his head arrogantly and says, it seems you want my attention. This way, her voice is full of ease. About that, if we find people we truly love, let us divorce. His expression immediately turns sour. In utter disbelief, Asilos asks hesitantly, are you sincere? She responds without a moment of hesitation, yes, therefore I hope there will be no talk of heirs. After speaking, Avro carefully observes his face to gauge his reaction, saying this much should be enough, right? When she turns, she is stunned. His face is flushed with embarrassment. His voice trembles as he replies, what heirs? It is far too early, Avro. She cannot understand his current attitude. She stalls, telling herself she went too far. Avro chooses her words to reassure him, I shall be more careful next time. The meal ends. She returns to her room. Sina immediately embraces her. Madam, you were so cool just now. Avro smiles awkwardly. Was I? Suddenly a voice sounds. Madam Avro, I am Odon. Could you come to the drawing room for a moment to prepare for the manor's management? Sina hears his voice and immediately pulls away. With teary eyes, she whispers, Madam, Mr. Odon is very frightening. Avro thinks, I am the master here. How scary can he be? Upon entering the study, Avro's dream is shattered. She points at the mountain of books and hesitates. Mr. Odon, he signals to her with excitement. This is a necessary process to become a perfect madam. Let us begin. Avro is forced to sit, though her heart is screaming. Why is there so much to do? It is late at night by the time she finishes the pile of books. She mumbles wearily, working from dawn until dusk without rest. Is this not just an office worker's overtime? When Odon speaks, she stops. That is enough for today. She immediately drops her pen. He looks at her, his attitude turning sincere. You have changed much. It is as if you are a different person, madam. Avro's eyes flicker at his words. Returning to her room, she collapses onto the bed and sighs in relief. Her voice is a soft complaint. I worked for so long, but being recognized is quite pleasant. Suddenly, Sina calls her. Madam, the master has come to see you. Avro tiredly climbs out of bed and responds flatly, understood, I am coming. She walks out and tilts her head. What brings you here? Asilos holds a stack of papers and speaks hesitantly. There are matters to discuss regarding the wedding ceremony. The atmosphere becomes awkward. Avro feels embarrassed about the earlier events. She takes the initiative and invites him. Standing outside is improper. Won't you come in? In her heart, she is indifferent. If he doesn't want to, then so be it. Avro crosses her arms. She thinks of what she realized earlier. She speaks gently. I will not do anything to you. Do not worry. But in her heart, she knows Asilos loathes her. Asilos' face is full of doubt. Avro, are you unwell? She makes up an excuse. Not at all. I simply do not wish to act like a child. Avro suddenly realizes. When she touches Asilos, her body stiffens. His hand. Avro's hand hovers in midair, unsure where to rest. It might be a reflex of her body. Asilos' voice drops low. Avro, I apologize for this afternoon. Her eyes widen in surprise. He gently brushes her hair and speaks with sincerity. I think I was a bit excessive. He looks at her again. The documents you organized are excellent. Thanks to you, the workload has lessened. Thank you, Ro. Avro's body stiffens. Again, it is just a simple touch to her hair, yet it affects her so. She finds herself unable to move. He hesitates, then continues. However, I can do that much as well. This is a logbook. If you wish to see it, then look. Asilos acts quickly. He thrusts the notebook into her hands and departs immediately. Avro can only give a hollow laugh. Perhaps he does not hate her that much after all. She returns to her room and talks to herself. Should I take a look at the dresses? They must be beautiful. The collection of wedding dresses inside makes her gasp. So beautiful, even a glance confirms these are high-quality treasures, and everything is exactly my taste. But what if they don't suit me? I haven't even had a proper look at myself. Even if I'm a side character, I don't expect much from my appearance. Standing before the mirror, Avro freezes. Wait, this is breathtaking. vibrant pink hair and refreshing green eyes. Her skin is as white and smooth as milk, and her plum-colored lips are flawless. If beauty is a crime, she is facing a death sentence. "I shall dress myself to the peak of perfection," she vows. Meanwhile, in the study, Asilos sits flipping through books. His mind wanders. When Odon said she only needed to approve things, he didn't believe it. Given Avro's usual extravagance, he expected bankruptcy. But those documents were so perfect they made him doubt if Avro actually did the work. Asilos recalls Odon's words, "Please be gentle with the madam. She must feel lonely in such a strange place." Suddenly, the memory of him kissing her hair flashes in his mind, turning his face crimson. He shakes the image away, his heart in disarray. He originally only intended to pat her head and offer praise. But for some reason, she avoided his hand. He thinks she should have liked it. Does she no longer like him? Suddenly, he hears Avro cry out that something is so beautiful. Asilos smirks with pride. Ah, what else could it be? She must be holding that doll. And making a strange face. Asilos imagines various scenes of her speaking with infatuation. "Look at this. Is Ale not adorable and cute?" Of course, Ale is 1,000 times more handsome than a doll. His heart swells. "Adorable and cute, I don't like those words at all. I am a man of the north. I must be powerful and elegant." Her next shout causes Asilos to freeze. "I shall dress myself to the peak of perfection," Avro shouts. He suddenly realizes, wait, she wasn't talking about me? He feels utterly disgraced. A new day begins and Avro is full of energy. Last night she chose a dress she liked and slept soundly. Looking at Asilos, his complexion is poor. She pouts and wonders, why is he like that? Forget it, I won't pay him any mind. Then he calls out, "Avro." Her heart remains calm. She just thought of ignoring him, yet he initiates a conversation. His lips tremble, then he says it is nothing. Avro begins to lose her patience, but she only dares to scold this brat in her heart. Odon has become friendlier. He approaches cheerfully and asks if she is well. "Madam," she responds with a radiant smile. "That's right today. I am very happy." However, Asilos' face does not look as happy as the two of them. Finally, he stands up and gives a cold excuse about having matters to handle in the morning. Avro watches him leave. She wonders if something upset him. But then again, when is he ever happy? Suddenly, he mentions needing to maintain MT Ikia, causing her to stop. MT Ikia is where Asilos first meets the great sage. She should follow him to find that person. Thinking this, she calls out, "Odon, I also." Before Avro can finish, Odon's voice turns cold. "That is not possible, madam." Rio brings over some items and whispers to her, "That's right, madam, you absolutely cannot go. That is where man-eating monsters live." Avro is stunned. "What? I see." But she does not give up in her heart. Although it isn't yet time for the sea monsters to appear, she must search quickly. Suddenly, the dining table trembles. Avro realizes it wasn't an illusion. The table really shook. A guard from outside shouts a panicked warning. "Urgent! There is an urgent report." Odon rushes out. "What is the emergency? Speak," the man gasps. "Head steward, there is a report from the eastern coast that a colossal creature has appeared." These words cause Avro to freeze. Her face turns pale as she listens to their conversation. The monster has already appeared. Rio, standing beside her, begins to tremble with fear. This news terrifies both her and all the servants inside. A look of shock flashes in Avro's eyes. Rio calls out desperately, "Madam, please stay conscious and take cover. Hurry." Only then does Avro remember. Right. Asilos is not the only master here. I am also the mistress. The guards outside shout frantically, "Run quickly." Avro decides she must protect them. She quickly regains her composure. "Everyone, protect your heads and duck under the dining table. If the table is full, use the large furniture." Suddenly, Asilos' voice calls out in a rush, "Avro." She hurriedly tries to stop him. "Asilos, it's dangerous, don't come here." His face is full of anxiety as he bellows, "Get out of the way." In an instant, she stands frozen in a daze. What? The chandelier on the ceiling begins to wobble. Avro only has time to look up, her mind blank. Asilos lunges forward, grabbing her and pulling her away. Shards of glass shatter and sparkle before her eyes. Avro is as still as a statue. She doesn't understand what is happening. "Did Asilos save me?" She stammers out a sentence. "Thank you, Asel." It seems the earthquake has stopped. Thank heavens, his voice is no longer stable as he screams. Blue veins bulge on his face and his shoulders tremble. Asilos's eyes are bloodshot. How can you say we are lucky? Why is the person who needs to hide the most out here commanding the servants? You could have died, let's go. He firmly grasps Avro's hand, ignoring the screaming. In her heart, don't get too close. She instinctively blurs out, you are so handsome. Now it is his turn to be stunned. What? Avro cannot control herself and blurts out, you are handsome even when you are angry. Suddenly she realizes what she just said and weeps internally. What am I saying? Avro tries to pull away, but Asilos gently holds her hand. Come here, Ro, her eyes sparkle. He reassures her gently. If you are afraid, hold my hand. It is safe now, so do not worry. In that moment, a bolt of light seems to flash through her heart. He wraps his cloak around her and promises softly, I will definitely protect you. Avro's heart begins to flutter. The strong scent of chamomile hits her nose. Asilos, did you just visit your parents? I should have visited them at least once since arriving. She lowers her head and speaks in a small voice. I am sorry. I apologize for being careless and mentioning your parents. He asks with concern, is that the issue now? If this happens again, I will not let it slide. Then he turns and scolds the others. All servants shall be punished. How dare you leave her there while you hid yourselves? Avro tries to explain that she ordered them to hide first, but he refuses to listen. She looks around the room, thinking it will take a long time to return things to how they were. The maids timidly approach and say, Madam, thank you for earlier. Even the guards affirm with excitement. Madam, we will surely protect you. Avro realizes that from that day on, the way they treat her has completely changed. They used to avoid her. It is entirely different from when she first arrived. Ale is establishing military discipline. At this time, Sina approaches. Seeing her, Avro asks gently, Sina, do you have something to say? Sina's face is heavy as she struggles to speak. She asks worriedly, what is wrong? Sina is so anxious she wrinkles her apron. What should we do, perhaps? The wedding cannot be held. This leaves Avro in deep thought for a few seconds. Avro remains calm and asks, what do you mean? Sina is worried to the point of tears. Madam, because of this earthquake, all the roads to Ostel are blocked. For a while there will be no ships bringing resources. Avro's voice is light. Is that so? We simply need to ensure enough food and resources during this isolation. First, we must send the marriage documents to the Imperial Palace. Sina freezes. Avro calculates. If the documents reach the palace and are confirmed, her inheritance rights for the clan will be secured. Thinking this, she turns away quickly. We also need to grasp the scale of the damage, so we must be fast. Sina asks with concern, you cannot hold the wedding anymore. Are you all right with that? Avro turns and smiles. How can I ignore those in need just to hold a wedding? Sina knows the madam must be the saddest, yet she thinks of the fief's people first. A large bouquet of roses is quickly thrust into her hands. Sina explains, this is a gift from the master to the madam. She gazes at the flowers. They are made of paper, adorned with beads all around. Avro's cheeks flush red and her heart grows warm. She can feel Ale's sincerity. It is a young husband's consolation for a young bride who cannot have her ceremony. If the situation improves, she will choose an even more beautiful dress. Inside the palace hall, Asilos paces anxiously. The situation is more serious than he thought, because of one monster. The entire kingdom is shaken. El is surrounded by the sea and has been isolated. Avro was happy thinking about her dress. For some reason, when he looks at Avro, her image overlaps with his parents. He reached out his hand without knowing, fearing he would lose the people close to him. He no longer feels the hatred he once did for her. He used to believe people could not change, but Avro's gentle smile constantly resurfaces in his mind. He tells himself, I will work as hard as she does. Avro tilts her head and asks, can Ale not eat with us today either? Sina smiles and bows. No, he can eat with you today. She adds awkwardly, Ale has been very busy lately. Sina gives a casual reply. The madam is the same. She thinks that as the mistress of the manor, Avro has much to manage, if not for Odon and Rio's help, things wouldn't be finished. Looking at the dress in the gift box, Avro's heart screams. So luxurious. To repay Ale, she used the beads from the paper flowers to make a gift, But what if he doesn't like it? I wonder if this difficult young master will be satisfied. But then again, this could replace a wedding ring. Avro hesitates. Maybe I shouldn't give it, but Sina encourages her. The madam made it herself while thinking of the master, surely. He will like it. Hearing this, she tells herself to try. Then Avro requests, Sina, I want to wear this today. In the dining room, a servant respectfully announces the arrival of the madam. Hearing this, joy fills Asilos's eyes. Ro is here. But when she appears, his eyes fill with amazement. Avro approaches, radiant in her exquisite dress. Good morning, Ale. I'm trying on the dress you gave me. How do I look? He turns away in embarrassment and stammers, it's not that beautiful. Inside, Asilos is screaming, I am going crazy. Why is Ro so beautiful today? She sits down and peeks at his expression. Her hands clasped together nervously. Does the dress not suit me? He won't even look at me or say a word. Suddenly, they both speak at once. She yields gently. You go first. Asilos lowers his head awkwardly. I apologize for not telling you sooner. You must have looked forward to the wedding, but it was canceled. Seeing his sad face, Avro wonders, is it that big of a deal? I am truly fine. I only want to say thank you for the gift. How can I convey my full sincerity? No words will come out. She stands up. Let's talk in the back garden later. He smiles slightly and quickly agrees. All right, she bows. Then I shall go first. Come when you are ready. Asilos instinctively flashes a radiant smile, but his heart has frozen. Why didn't she say anything about the wedding ceremony? Asilos imagines a scenario where she says, since the wedding is canceled, I am going home. The marriage papers are sent. Does she want to return to Robertchi? He imagines her indifferent face. Goodbye to this barren land. I am leaving. Asilos wonders. If his apology was not enough, Odun asks helplessly, are you going, master? He replies as if in a dream, of course. He departs, his mind racing. Is there something she cannot say at the dining table? Why am I so uneasy? Calm down. Although she has changed, she is still Avro. Right then, she turns back and speaks gently. You've arrived, Ale. Feels as if a fresh breeze has blown past him. Asilos shyly avoids her gaze. Yeah, what did you want to talk about? He realizes his judgment was wrong. He thought he knew her best, but it seems he was mistaken. At this moment, I know nothing at all. Avro looks at him with sincerity and speaks. You must be very busy. Thank you for gifting me the fruit. Ale cannot compare to your fruit, but I have crafted a ring. Aselis's lips tremble. Did she craft it with her own hands? She shyly admits it is merely a ring made of beads. Confusion fills her heart. Why does she tremble so? Is this simply a physical reaction of Avro's body? She innocently tells him that she took beads from a bouquet to serve as a replacement for a wedding ring. Before she can finish her sentence, he shouts in haste. I like it. I truly like it. She gazes intently at Aselis. Do you truly find it acceptable? He carefully opens the ring box. A faint crimson hue brushes his cheeks as he gazes at the pair of rings. Aselis's voice softens. Yes, it is truly beautiful, thank you. He turns back. His gaze reveals a hint of vulnerability. With great anticipation, he asks Avro, so we are truly married, correct? She feels a trace of hesitation. We. But he swiftly seizes her hand. Aselis's voice is devoid of deceit as he asks for her support. Her heart suddenly stirs. There is no magnificent gown, nor are there any guests to offer congratulations, yet they exchange rings and hold a small wedding for just the two of them. Returning to her room, Avro exhales a breath of relief. At least I have become friends with Ale, haven't I? Sina approaches with excitement. Madam, the master has come to seek you. This time, she answers with renewed vigor. I am coming. She steps out and speaks gently. Ale, let us depart. Outside, white snow blankets the pine forest. Avro reminds herself that she has officially inherited the Ostel clan. She must pay her respects. What does it feel like to visit the tomb of deceased parents? It is a grim thought, yet not one she has never considered. She also has a mother lying in a hospital. To experience such sorrow at such a young age. Aselis gazes at the tomb of his parents, his voice trembling. I shall live happily. I will complete everything you left unfinished. His words prompt her to pray as well. I shall do the same. I will take good care of Alis. I hope the two of you watch over us. He looks at Avro, lost in thought. Who is protecting whom? She nearly suffered injury out of concern for others. How foolish. Aselis calls out to her softly, let us return. They return to the palace. He asks with concern, "You must be exhausted. Why not return to your room and rest? Is there something else you wish to tell me?" She sips her tea and speaks in a low voice. "I feel I should not delay any longer." Her heart grows heavy. After visiting the tomb, she cannot stop thinking of the mother who was left alone. To return, the novel must reach its conclusion. She must find that person quickly. Avro speaks with determination. "Allow me to go to Manhwa. I shall go as the mistress of Ostel. I believe surveying the territory is necessary." Upon hearing this request, Asellus falls into deep thought. His gaze is inscrutable. After a moment, he speaks in a gentle, coaxing tone. "Avro, did you come here only to say that?" Anxiety rises within her. If he refuses, what excuse can she use? Asellus feels a hint of sadness. She only looks into his eyes when she speaks of such matters. He speaks softly. "We go tomorrow." Her eyes brighten. "Truly?" Suddenly realizing the distance between them is too close, she hastily retreats. "It is too close. That was nearly a disaster." His face turns betrayed. "I am only going because I have business there. Do not harbor excessive expectations. In exchange, promise me you will stay close by my side." Avro looks at him, impressed by the deep crimson of his face. "Can your face truly turn that red?" She asks with concern. "Ale, are you unwell? Your face is very red." These words cause him to freeze like a statue. Asellus hastily barks an order. "Go back to your room and sleep." Seeing the door slam shut, she feels helpless. What? What did I even do? Is this puberty? Regardless, I have taken a step forward. A long line of cavalry marches through the snow. They are jubilant, glad to reach Mount Ikea. Every face carries a bright smile. Standing between two rows of soldiers, Avro feels a hint of tension. Why are there so many knights? She recalls Ael's warning. He warned her that the mountain devours human flesh, so she must not approach it. However, to find the great sage, she must ascend. He likely cannot be found at the entrance. Is there another way? While she hesitates, a knight approaches. "Madam, surely you regret that this outing is not a date." Her cheeks flush red. She is momentarily speechless. Avro offers a gentle smile and explains, "We are merely friends. It is not as you think." The nearby knights freeze in place. "Pardon," they whisper among themselves. "Is that so?" But the master said. Suddenly, she notices how tall and imposing every knight is. While they hesitate, she speaks again. "With such powerful knights accompanying me, can I not ascend for a short while?" The line of knights can only offer awkward smiles as they refuse. "Not at all, madam. The master is stronger than all of us combined." Avro exclaims in surprise. She cannot believe it. A child so small and frail, this claim is beyond her imagination. They explain earnestly, "You may feel that way because the master is still in his growth phase, but as he continues to develop, he will surely grow into a handsome and powerful man." Doubt fills her face. "Ale, handsome and powerful. By then, madam, you will see a master different from the one now." Asellus appears behind her like a phantom. "I believe I heard my name." Seeing him, the knights immediately vanish. "In that case, we shall take our leave." She is left there alone, her face pale with fright. "Why did they leave?" Avro offers a forced reply. "I merely said that as long as you are with me, it is enough, it is nothing." He stammers shyly, "That is not bad, but I still do not feel at ease." She pouts inwardly. He still does not trust her and refuses to let her climb the mountain. Asellus continues, wrapping a thick cloak around her. He speaks with a hint of reproach. "It is so cold. Why are you dressed so thinly?" Seeing him yield his cloak to her, she feels a trace of worry. "But Ale, you will be cold as well." He avoids her gaze. "Foolish girl, I am fine. I am a powerful man of the north." She pouts and pleads. "But Ale, just for a little while. I want to go up Mount Yoja." He remains steadfast. "No, it is not permitted." She does not surrender, but Asellus continues to refuse firmly. "No." Even when she suggests bringing more knights, the answer remains the same. "It is forbidden. I told you that mountain devours human flesh." The carriage remains parked amidst the heavy, driving snow. Groups of carriages move along the road. Icelit watches silently from high above. Avro cannot hide her sorrow. In the end, there is no progress. Even he must be that cautious. Perhaps because she only read the novel, she underestimated the danger. How am I to meet the great sage now? She realizes she has yet to return his cloak. Ale is still out there riding his horse. She immediately looks out the window and speaks to the nearby knight. "Can you call Asellus for me?" The man replies, "The master is riding ahead. He is about to separate from us for maintenance duties." This news strikes Avro like a bolt of lightning, heightening her anxiety. "What should I do? Looking at it now, this cloak is quite worn. I want to take good care of him while I am still by his side." She decides, in that case, let us return to the town of tearful flowers. Under the freezing snowflakes, she gazes around with wide eyes. This is the shopping district of Ostel. She must seize the opportunity to purchase new clothes for Acelis. The shopkeeper greets her warmly. Welcome, Avro speaks softly. I wish to buy new clothes for my husband. Can you assist me? Upon seeing her, the shopkeeper is struck with shock. Is this not the Marchioness? Seeing how quickly he recognized her, she secretly guesses it is due to her unusual hair color. The shopkeeper begins his pitch. It is an honor to have you visit. Our shop has stood for 3 generations. The knight outside calls out hesitantly, Madam, it seems you have purchased far too much. She thinks to herself that Ale often ventures into dangerous places, so his clothing must be durable. The knight says helplessly, Allow me to carry these, madam. Avro hands them over happily. Thank you, drawing from her long experience working in a clothing shop. She selects only the most durable and warm garments. As she walks through the streets, she discovers that because the main route is blocked, finding fresh food is quite difficult. She has yet to find any trace of the great sage, but she will try to persevere for now. Suddenly, Avro freezes, while she stands dazed. Wondering about a strange sound, she realizes with amazement that a small black rabbit has leaped over a wall, startling her. A rabbit, how adorable! Its cuteness is so striking that it feels out of place. Avro wonders, but why? Is there a rabbit here? In the environment of Ostel, even magical beasts find it hard to survive. It is even more difficult for small animals. Suddenly, she recalls a passage from the novel, stating that the great sage often takes the form of a rabbit. She is not certain if this rabbit is the great sage, but seeing it run away, she immediately gives chase. Her servant warns her, Madam, running like that is dangerous. She runs, thinking to herself, if this is truly the one I think it is, if he is truly the great sage, then he can save this world. I might even be able to return home. The servant continues to chase after her. Madam, this way, Avro exclaims. She has finally found him. She followed a strange scent to this place. The rabbit suddenly vanishes, replaced by a man with a handsome face but eyes as cold as ice. He reaches out and seizes her throat. It seems you know who I am, the great sage. Islet, I have no ill intentions. You expect me to believe that you are not of this world. Quite interesting. What is the reason you chased me? Avro looks into his sharp eyes without hesitation. I beg for your assistance, Islet smirks. You are bolder than I imagined. She gazes at him with pleading eyes. I truly need your help. As the great sage, Islet knows much of the world. He is bored with predictable things, so she must impress him. Islet looks at her with interest. What can I gain? Avro speaks clearly. A home no less grand than Siam, delicious and balanced meals with high-quality hay and fresh vegetables and even sweet fruit snacks whenever you desire. Are you joking? He begins, but she cuts him off. And finally, I shall introduce you to a disciple of extraordinary talent. You require a disciple, do you not? The word disciple causes Islet's face to darken. How do you know this? She thinks to herself. The great sage was cursed for the crime of cursing humanity. This man is a complex character. It is unclear if he is an ally or an enemy. Since he is the one who cursed Ostel and is also Acelis's master, surely he won't eliminate me for knowing too much. This man is duty-bound to teach the one with the strongest magical potential so that magic may be bestowed upon mankind. Acelis is that person. Islet sneers. Interesting, both you and I are by that child's side. Do you understand? She replies, I am aware of my situation. Islet's face turns cold. Do you also know that I harbor a deep hatred for Ostel, and everything about him, the one who betrayed me? Avro is startled. Betrayal. She replies guiltily, I only know what I have just said. He laughs softly. That is why you seek my help currently. I lack the strength to instruct a disciple. Furthermore, I shall kill you. Even if you survive, it must be so for my curse to be broken. His words fill her with dread. Before the magnificent palace, she reaches a dead end and suddenly vanishes. Upon hearing this from his subordinates, Acelis is consumed by fury. What did you just say? A woman wearing a dress and dress shoes like Avro managed to distract you and vanish. The subordinates can only bow their heads and endure his wrath. We are truly sorry, Acelis is driven to madness. All of you shut your mouths. At that moment, a servant runs in, sobbing, "Master, madam, we have found the madam." Hearing those words, Acellus is moved to tears of relief. He rushes at his maximum speed to find his wife. He flings the door open and bellows, "Avro!" His action catches her completely off guard. Acellus rushes over and tightly embraces her legs, startling her. "You fool, I was so worried. I thought you had truly vanished." She thinks to herself, he must have been in a state of total panic when I suddenly disappeared. It was not intentional. But in Acellus's eyes now there is only her. Fortunately, she has returned safely. "You should rest, I shall take my leave." Her trembling hands reach out. "Wait, Ale." Avro catches the hem of his robe. She gently leans her head against him. "Forgive me for frightening you." Acellus takes her hand and slowly turns his head. "Avro, I truly do not wish to lose anyone else." This intimate action makes her marvel inwardly. It is too close. He sees this and can only say, "Rest well." With a lingering gaze, Acellus strides out of the room, leaving Avro sitting dazed upon the bed. "Ale," as soon as the door closes. He collapses to the floor, clutching his head. What were those emotions he felt when he heard she had vanished? And what did he feel upon seeing her again? Was it rage, resentment, regret, or perhaps relief and joy? But the feeling that caused him more agony than any other was the fear that he might never see her again. Yet why? Is it that a political marriage must be annulled once they grow up, a marriage without a shred of emotion? In that situation, to become the head of the clan, he had no choice but to marry. Acellus possesses fame, and Avro holds him in high regard. She is the ideal partner for marriage. This is why he acts so. When did the girl who was always childish finally change? Images of her in various states flash through his mind. "Because I will become the perfect matriarch, please. Let us be friends. In the future, you will no longer have to cry. Everyone, protect your heads and duck under the dining tables." Her mature and calm attitude is so sharp it makes others feel ashamed. Her image has completely transformed. In the past, she only knew how to receive love, never how to give it. Acellus suddenly reaches a realization. He speaks subconsciously. Is it because of him? Whether giving up her comforts or suddenly becoming the matriarch of the clan, if he is the cause of everything, his greatest fear is her resentment. He plunges into an infinite spiral of thought. Images of her flicker in his mind again and again. Ale, this is also the reason he refuses to lose her. Acellus stands and paces with heavy thoughts. Though he knows nothing for certain, one thing is clear to his current self. His heart cannot bear to lose her. He resolves to become a powerful, steadfast man. "I will definitely protect her." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Avro feels no better. Her mind is a tempest. "I have made Acellus angry again." She collapses onto the bed. The misunderstanding has likely deepened. Because he was too close, her entire body froze in shock. "How can I explain my magic resistance?" She blames Iceless for everything. If she loses the recently found Iceless, it will only cause Acellus more confusion. She must ask about the meaning of Iceless's words. Perhaps it followed her here. She must search the villa once she recovers her strength. Things hidden in the cold can be lured out with free carrots to quickly change their direction. The commoners wail in sorrow. The military is ablaze with spirit. 6 years pass, yet nothing improves. Earthquakes and constant avalanches block the roads to Ostal, making it impossible to find food from neighboring regions. Nations attempt to engage the sea monsters with military force, but none return alive. Acellus is now far more mature than before. He slams his hand onto the table in rage. "Damn it! If this territory were not cursed, we would have been able to procure food." Avro slowly opens the door and enters. Seeing her, Ale asks, "Is something the matter?" Noticing his hand is injured, she rushes over. "There is blood flowing from your hand." Avro uses a handkerchief to gently dab the blood from the wound. She does not forget to show concern. "You must be exhausted, but if it is you, you will surely overcome this, so please persevere." Her encouragement makes him too bashful to look her in the eye. "Yes, thank you." Then Acellus notices the handkerchief. "I have never seen that handkerchief before. Is it merchandise for sale?" The question makes her heart skip a beat. It is nothing. Hiding it only makes her more suspicious. "Regardless, I will also work hard, so let us strive together." Her words deeply move him. Asilos feels a surge of strength and responds with vigor. Very well. However, he later regrets accepting her comfort. If I knew her words would lead to this, I would never have accepted them. A gloomy atmosphere envelopes the manor. Asilos asks his subordinate in a cold voice. Where did Avro go? The subordinates respond hesitantly. The madam said she needed tree bark, so she went to Mount Ya. On the mountain, snow covers everything, forcing Avro to rub her hands for warmth. Hearing. The report, Alis's face darkens, but his eyes flicker with strange concern. What? On the mountain, Avro toils. For a long time before finally filling a sack with tree bark. Good. She ties it and rubs her cold hands. With this amount, the children at the villa can finally eat. She reminisces. Back then, R was filled with worry upon hearing her plan. What are you saying? The madam is going to find edible tree bark, Avro replied. Trees can be cooked into medicine and food. I asked the physician about edible species, but the maid remained worried for her safety. The mountain is perilous, to reassure her, Avro smiled. I will not climb high, I will stay at the foot of the mountain. As she descends, she thinks, I told R that, but I climbed up to gather more. If I descend carefully, I should be safe. Before she can finish, her foot slips. She tumbles down. Ugh, I slipped. Ahead lies a massive boulder. Terror grips her. A rock. Avro can only close her eyes and wait for the impact. What do I do? I am so scared. 1 second, 2 seconds. She feels no impact. She opens her eyes to find Asilos shielding her, his arms wrapped tightly around her against the rock. Ale, bashfully. She escapes his embrace. Thank you. Ale, torn between rage and affection, he roars, I told you Mount Ikea is dangerous. Even if there is no food, why act so recklessly? Avro lowers her gaze and whispers, I have a duty to the people here. I apologize for leaving without a word, but you have not eaten for days. She raises her voice. I did it to get you food. Her words stun Asilos. She continues, you cannot last long if you keep starving yourself. He turns his face away. What if you encountered a wild beast alone? Avro replies nonchalantly, I have a way to handle that, so it is fine. Still fuming, Asilos turns back. What way could you possibly have? Avro pulls from her bag a large carrot with a confident expression. He looks at her, helpless, caught between anger and love. I know what you are thinking, but it is not that. Avro speaks hesitantly. I cannot explain everything now, but nothing bad has happened when you followed my lead before. Asilos looks displeased. He watches silently as she thumps her chest and declares, when the time comes, I will tell you everything. Until then, please trust me. Of course, I will not go anywhere alone again, I promise. Suddenly, Avro pulls out a large sack. She says happily, since you are here, help me with something. Can you carry this? Asilos takes the bag. What is this? She replies, well, first, the wild beasts of Ostel. Perhaps they are edible. He looks at the bag with confusion and a hint of sadness. He responds, the beasts here are cursed. How can we eat diseased animals? You are right, Ale, but you have never tried them yourself. She smiles gently. Wait a moment. Asilos plunges into thought. Since some time ago, Avro has done incomprehensible things, like holding carrots in midair or talking to herself as if to another person. An ordinary man would think her mad, but he senses a strange aura. Wherever Avro looks, there is always something unsettling and eerie. For now, he does not know what it is, but if anyone dares to harm Avro, his thoughts are cut short by her clear voice. Hey, if we cook it thoroughly, it might be edible. If possible, can you hunt a few for me? This is what I intended to ask of you. He shrugs. Very well, it is not difficult. I only worry that you will face danger while I hunt. You cannot fight, and you have already used your carrot. She thinks to herself. In surprise, why doesn't he ask what I used the carrot for? Wait, why did the sea monster move after all? This time, suddenly Asilos' face turns pale. He shouts, reaching toward her, Avro, take my hand. Avro stands there dazed, beneath her feet. A bottomless abyss appears, dragging her down. Panicked, she loses her balance and falls, letting out a sharp cry. Asilos roars her name. Asilos successfully catches her hand. Out of nowhere, sharp branches lunge at them repeatedly. He is wounded beneath his eye. He winces in pain. Avro cries out in alarm, Ale! He digs his heels into the ground. Asilos uses every ounce of his strength to pull her up. Finally, she escapes the chasm, but a nameless fear takes root in her heart. There wasn't this much movement in the novel. Is the world being Erased, in the distance, the final rays of sun depart from the sky. Avro rushes to him. Are you? All right, my eye is fine, Asilos. Blocks her frantic, worried hands with his own. Avro looks at him, flustered. Ale calms her, his voice softening. It is only a small wound beneath the eye, hearing this. Her gaze softens in this situation, her body. I am sorry, Ale, this is my fault, but can you let go of my hand? His body stiffens momentarily. Asilos speaks. It is dark. It will be difficult to return. Let us find a place to warm our bodies first. The scene shifts. The two have found a small cave, a fire. Flickers within. Avro sits opposite him. So there was a cave here. How did you know, Ale? He answers casually. I often conduct reconnaissance, but we will not descend the mountain now, being on the mountain at night is perilous instead. You seem to be injured during the fall. Let me check. As he approaches, she avoids him. Her heart hammers against her ribs. Asilos asks blankly, What are you doing? Guilty, she mutters, an excuse. It is only a slight wrist sprain. It is nothing. He flares up. Then you must let me see it. There is no need. I know my own body best. Asilos scowls and bellows. Do you dislike my touch that much? Before you would recoil at the slightest contact, flustered she shouts back, It is not that. You must not be so handsome for me to not avoid you. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Avro instantly covers her mouth. She thinks to herself, Am I possessed by the original Avro? This is madness. Asilos appears more embarrassed than angry. He replies sheepishly, For that, I apologize. Since you can shout like that, you seem fine. An awkward silence falls between them. Avro speaks first. As soon as the sea route opens, I plan to seek aid from Rai. The damage there is minimal and the soil is fertile, so food is abundant. Asilos falls into a chaotic spiral of thought once more. If not for me, she could live a life of luxury in Rai. Her voice pulls him back to reality. You do not look well. Are you all right? He answers dismissively. I am fine. Avro asks again with worry. You do not look fine at all. Are you truly okay? Suddenly, Ale loses his patience and shouts, I said. I am fine, he startles himself with his own tone. He berates himself. I lost my temper with Avro. She did nothing wrong, truly. I am angry at myself. I must apologize to her. Avro continues, undeterred. They say sprouts that bloom in spring must endure the harsh sun until harvest. Would it not be a waste to give up now? The hardest time is right before the budding. From the commoners to you, everyone has endured well. You will surely overcome this. After a long silence, Asilos speaks. Thank you, and I am sorry. Avro smiles brightly. It is nothing. In times like these, we must encourage one another. Suddenly, he notices the cloth in her hand. Is that the handkerchief you hid before? Why did you hide it? She replies. Actually, 6 years ago when I disappeared in the district, I felt guilty for making you worry. I intended to give you a gift. I made this handkerchief myself so you wouldn't feel awkward receiving it. But it was so unsightly that I was embarrassed to let anyone see it. So I always kept it with me. Looking back, I was quite foolish. Asilos's face turns a vivid red. He tilts his head and whispers, You are indeed a fool. Now give it to me. It is mine. Avro hands it over reluctantly. But it is ugly and stained with blood. Do not tease me, he pouts. So what? Give it here quickly. Deep into the night, the world is blanketed by a silent darkness. Asilos watches the sleeping figure on the ground. Thanks to Avro, he remembers the goal he had long forgotten. The plan to break the curse of the hostile territory and bring greenery and warmth back to this land. When spring arrives, the frozen earth will thaw and the snow-covered roads will open. Then he must take Avro to Rai for an official greeting. We shall live for Ostel, and I will bring her happiness for surviving this winter. The next morning, Avro wakes up exhausted. My whole body is weary. Ale asks, Are you awake? She replies sleepily. How is the weather? He gazes at the sky and answers dismissively, It is not bad. She moves closer to him. Oh, truly. Asilos thinks to himself. He knows not why, but the aura surrounding Avro is even denser than yesterday. The two set off for home together. The road is slippery. Be careful. They fail to notice Issel standing silently behind them, observing everything. At the manor, Sina's voice rings out desperately. Madam, I thought something had happened to you. I was so worried. Standing in their midst, Avro can only give a perfunctory reply. I am. Sorry, Odin also welcomes them back. It is a blessing that you both returned safely. Avro suddenly speaks up. Everyone, look what I brought back. She opens her sack to reveal the wild beast hunted yesterday. Recalling the scene in the forest, she is still amazed. He hunted it in a mere heartbeat. Fortunately, they have food for now. Avro tells the servants, I will teach you how to cook it, so do not worry. After a tearful reunion, she finally returns to her room. Now I must record today's events. Her diary is complete with no missing days since she became Avro. Unlike the beginning where she recorded changes from the original plot, she now writes more about her daily life. Perhaps she has grown accustomed to this world. Or perhaps that is why she had such a dream. During the night they were isolated on the mountain, she had a strange dream, a dream of meeting her mother in the form of Avro. For the first time, her mother called out to her desperately, but she was too far away to hear anything. When was the last time Mother looked at me? She might have dreamed it out of longing, but it also makes her uneasy. It seems her mother is searching for her. Suddenly her eyes fall upon the calendar. Beside it, what is that mark? As if remembering something, she stands up abruptly. Heavens, Asilos's birthday is coming soon. Today is the day. Avro rushes to the meeting point. She waited every day for this, but nearly forgot due to the affairs of the territory. Finally arriving, she calls out loudly. Icelash, a faint light glows from the corner of the courtyard. Avro's expression softens significantly. 6 years ago, as predicted, Icelash arrived at the villa. I decided to wait until he regained his strength. We formed a contract that satisfied both parties, and we became close. And today is the day I promised Icelash. Right then, Asilos suddenly appears from behind. He calls out to Avro in a panic. He is immediately wary of this aura. A dark figure slowly reveals itself. Seeing the figure, she feels at ease. Icelash speaks. It is time. If she can awaken with Icelash's help, the food shortage and sea monsters will be resolved. Asilos's voice rings out sternly. Who are you? Reveal your identity. He steps forward and holds Avro tightly. Icelash remains unmoved by this action. As for Asilos, he maintains a state of high alert. Avro hastily intervenes. Ale, calm down and listen to me. Icelash finally speaks. HMPH, I acknowledge your aura, but pointing a sword at your master is quite arrogant. He uses magic to make the sword vanish instantly. Avro breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he is not angry at Ale's hostility. She introduces him. Asilos is stunned. This person will be your master, he asks blankly. What are you saying? This man who appeared out of nowhere is my master. She does not know how to explain, only stuttering. Yes. Asilos cannot accept it yet. He stands still, frowning. Avro thinks to herself, I thought he would understand once I explained, but he is more panicked than I expected. She calls him. Asilos, let's speak privately for a moment. He replies, I will wait in your room. She stands frozen. It wasn't intentional, but she caused a terrible first meeting. The scene shifts to Avro's room. Her voice rings out. I'm coming in, Asilos. Do you remember what I said before? That someone would come to break the curse of the O's territory. At that time, you ignored it, but it actually concerns that person. He knows magic. If you learn magic from him, you can break the curse. What if he doesn't believe me and thinks it's absurd? Asilos asks doubtfully, Are you speaking truthfully, Avro? She nods slowly. He continues, his voice sincere. That talk in our childhood about breaking the curse and wanting me to learn magic from him. Is it all true? Avro doesn't dare look him in the eye. She whispers, Yes, that's right. I should explain more. But Asilos quickly agrees. Fine. He slowly approaches her. I will do as you say. Until now, you have never been wrong. Asilos looks at the girl before him with gentle eyes. He continues, Besides, you are my most precious friend. I trust you. Avro's heart stings at the word friend, but she quickly recovers her composure. Thank you for trusting me. Work a little harder. If you learn magic, we can break the curse immediately. She looks at Asilos and feels a sense of unease. However, since everything follows the original plot, it should be fine. Asilos will defeat the sea monsters, and this famine will end. If I survive, the original story won't change, right? No matter how messy my words are, I always believe in myself. I must not forget the trust and friendship before me. This fate is meant for the princess. If I have no children and maintain a friendship with Asilos before leaving quietly, everything will be fine. I won't have any regrets. Her thoughts are interrupted when she sees Icelash staring at her from the doorway. She approaches him. Icelash, please help Asilos. He replies, of course. She leaves. Her figure fades into the distance. Only the two men remain in the room. Icelash speaks first. Why does this man like that girl who is about to die? Avro also hears this sentence. I asked, do you like that girl who is going to die? Asilos loses his patience and draws his sword. You are courting death. Avro hurries back to stop him. Ale, hearing her voice, he freezes. Asilos gnashes his teeth in frustration. She approaches to advise him. You promised me you will learn magic from Icelash and break the territory's curse. He replies indignantly, but he insulted you. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch? Icelash watches the drama unfold. He suddenly speaks. So the husband and wife are arguing. I didn't expect to see such a precious scene. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Avro continues. See, Ale is a bit mischievous, but he isn't bad. Nothing bad will happen. Just try it once, okay? Asilos responds with certainty. I believe your words. As for what that person said, I only let it go because you asked. Avro is momentarily stunned by these words. She purses her lips. Her heart is clearly heavy with many thoughts. Avro forces a gentle smile. Yes, thank you for trusting me, Ale. From that day, Ale begins training with Icelash. Thanks to her efforts in treating Icelash well, he shows respect to Asilos. However, perhaps the training is too grueling. Asilos always returns to the mansion looking exhausted. Upon returning, he goes straight to his room to rest. 2 years pass. One day, the sky is clear and white clouds cover the heavens. Avro is busy in the kitchen. She counts the ingredients. 5 crates of carrots, 2 crates of potatoes, and cabbage. This time, perhaps it will last longer. Before, it was hard to get seafood because of the sea monsters. She rolls up her sleeves. Time to start cooking. Ryu says timidly, Madam can order me to do these things. She replies with a smile, It's fine, I find cooking fun. Ryu looks like she's about to cry. She sniffs. Because I am incompetent, the madam has to wear an apron. Avro has to soothe her. It's not that, Ryu, I do this because I want to. Suddenly, a black rabbit's foot touches her toe. It is the great sage Icelash in rabbit form, sitting obediently. Is it time already? She gives him a carrot. Eat this carrot, it's delicious. At the end of every training session, Icelash sends his rabbit clone. Thanks to that, she can prepare Asilos' meal on time. Avro, wearing her apron, wanders around the mansion. She waits there, telling herself, It seems I came out too early. Her eyes land on the items on the ground. So magnificent. I'm worried because I'm dressed so simply. Thinking back, she hasn't been able to talk to Asilos since training began. What can one say to an exhausted person? Looking at the blue sky, Avro's heart is full of thoughts. Has it been 8 years since I arrived? Honestly, there is nothing she can do here. She can only help the male lead grow and endure hardships. Suddenly, a small snowflake falls on her hand. Ah, snow, everyone worked hard to prepare, so it's a pity, but I must go inside. Asilos' voice rings out from behind. Avro turns around. Asilos has appeared behind her without her noticing. Avro, why are you out here? It's snowing and you're still waiting out here, she replies immediately. The snow just started, so it's fine. I haven't eaten outside in a long time, so I wanted a change of pace, but I didn't expect it to snow. Because food is scarce in the territory, Asilos has been paying more attention to good meals lately. Furthermore, perhaps because her food is both delicious and nutritious, seeing Asilos grow strong day by day makes her feel satisfied. Avro suggests, Lately, you've only been eating bitter dishes made from herbs, right? Today, I plan something better. There is even seafood, though it might be a bit much for just 2 people. Her eyes fall on Icelash standing to the side. Icelash, do you want to join us? He replies arrogantly, The smell of herbs isn't good, so I don't like it. If you bring vegetables directly to my room, I will eat. Avro is speechless. She tells herself he's just making weird excuses. Ale suddenly calls her. She replies, Are you calling me? Ale, do you know what day it is today? Avro asks blankly. Today, Asilos' hand tightens slightly. He looks pitiful and aggrieved. Today is our wedding anniversary. Like a bolt from the blue, a storm erupts in Avro's heart. She completely forgot, but Asilos still remembers. She stutters a lie. Of course I remember. I plan to eat outside because of our anniversary. Inside, she apologizes. But Ale knows everything. He smiles gently at his wife. He comforts her softly. It's okay, Avro. How could I not know that you are always working for the territory? I just regret that I wanted to be by your side all day today, but I couldn't. Is that all? She replies awkwardly. She subconsciously steps back. Is that so? But we will be together when we eat. She takes a step back. He takes a step forward. That's not being together all day. I want to be by your side constantly. Something is disturbing the depths of my heart, a strange emotion. Perhaps it's because I'm too close to Ale. Must be it, her gaze becomes deep. Avro speaks first. Since it is an anniversary, I should have dressed up a bit more. She thinks to herself, even if their marriage is like a friendship, she was too careless. But Asilos's eyes are always gentle. He hesitates. Avro, actually, I specially ordered a cake for this anniversary, she asks in surprise. A cake? She wonders how he prepared such a precious item, something rare in this territory. He continues. This much is fine, don't worry. Not just our territory, but the situation elsewhere has improved. Look, we have rare seafood, and there haven't been any major earthquakes lately. He brings a piece of shrimp to her mouth, so there's no need to worry. Chewing the shrimp, Avro thinks he's right. According to the original story, the monsters will soon die, so there's no need to hoard food so intensely. Perhaps because her diet has been poor lately, her stomach isn't great, so she should be more careful than usual. But for some reason, the atmosphere around Asilos still feels off. Looking at his expression, she guesses something. Asilos, what's wrong? You don't look well. He forces a smile. It's nothing, Avro. The snow is heavy, so it's colder. Let's go inside and eat cake. They enter the mansion. Avro still feels something is wrong. Does Asilos have something to say? Should I ask? No, he's probably avoiding it because he doesn't want to speak. But her thoughts are cut short by a series of party poppers. The servants stand before them, shouting congratulations on their anniversary. Avro is stunned and thanks them happily. She thinks perhaps this is what he wanted to hide. If she had asked, he would have been embarrassed. She was right to wait. Suddenly, he calls her. She replies instinctively, "What is it?" Asilos says tensely, "I have something to tell you. Actually, I may have to leave the territory for a very long time. It seems it's time to exterminate the monsters completely, so I will have to leave for a while." Avro looks at him silently. Has time passed like that already? The story I am in begins with the defeat of the sea monsters. She looks at him and whispers, "Do you plan to leave so soon?" "I already said it. Asilos will surely do well, but in her heart she knows, Asilos, it is time for us to part." He tries to reassure Avro. "When it's over, I will return immediately." She understands, of course. "Ale, I will wait for your safe return. You will win the war against the monsters, and there you will meet a good person who can share sincere love with you." Her face darkens slightly as she continues. "The timing is a bit off, but you wanted to tell me before it was too late, right? I hope you will be happy." Asilos reaches out and takes her hand. He places a bracelet on her wrist and apologizes for suddenly grabbing her hand. Seeing the bracelet, she sighs in relief. Asilos says seriously, "I have placed protective magic on it." Icelash said he couldn't leave, so Avro understands. She thinks he's afraid the weird Icelash will do something to her. But he hasn't done anything lately. He is currently lying comfortably in his room. Icelash, who knows about her mana rejection syndrome, sometimes shows curiosity about how she will die. But she has no intention of dying and will return to her original world. Avro tilts her head and smiles. "Thank you, Asilos. I will wear it well." He looks at her, his heart racing. Yeah, 2 years have passed. During that time, they overcame hardships safely within their friendship. Perhaps in the future, feelings of love won't arise, but even if they aren't lovers, can she pray for his happiness, because they are friends? Scene change, Avro stands alone in front of the mansion. Icelash stands beside her. "How do you feel?" She replies nonchalantly. "I don't feel sad or troubled like you expected. Asilos will definitely return safely." Icelash laughs mockingly. "Such firm belief. Sometimes you speak like an old person who has experienced everything in the world. With that youthful shell, what is with that way of speaking?" Avro replies crossly, HMPH. Calling a young lady an old woman is rude. Suddenly, he changes his tone, curious. "What I want to say is, what is that?" Icelash's eyes stop on the shining bracelet. Suddenly, the bracelet emits a warm, golden light that covers the space. Avro closes her eyes to enjoy the sensation. So warm, so this is what protective magic feels like. Icelash, of course. He seizes the chance to speak. This magic is poison to you. Did that brat give you such a gift? She responds shyly. This much magic is likely. Harmless, besides, I will recover once I leave this place. Though she speaks these words, her heart harbors a different thought. Now she says, before that, you shall perish by my hand. He asks again, does that brat know you only wish to leave? Avro remains silent for a long time. She is unnervingly calm. She replies curtly, it matters not if he knows. He sneers. Ha ha, two fools perfectly matched. It is an amusing sight. Continue your foolishness then. Avro retorts, unwilling to submit. Who are you calling a fool? Icelet claims to loathe humans, yet he refuses to leave the villa. Deep down, she believes everything is fine. Even if Acellus learns of her magic resistance, he will forget her the moment he meets the princess. Icelet feigns indignation. I taught her well, yet she drives me away. Children these days are truly. Icelet is bound to this territory, his power stripped as the price of a curse. The territory of OSEL and all its living souls. Nearly 2 years have passed. He only eats the vegetables she provides. Since he senses no scent from her, he feels at ease. Has Icelet grown closer to her? If the princess breaks Icelet's curse as in the original story, will his intent to kill her change? Thinking this, Avro asks directly, Icelet, if someone could break your curse, would you? Spare me, he answers without hesitation. No such person exists. Kid, she presses further, but what if they do? Close your eyes and imagine it, Icelet, he sighs. Even if such a person exists, you will have already perished. You will be gone. Avro is clearly dissatisfied. She persists. If the one who breaks your curse appears before I die, then. What? He is left speechless. Awkwardly, he says, then I shall reconsider at that time. After Acellus departs the territory, news of his exploits arrives frequently. Reports come when he reaches the kingdom, when he sets sail, and even when he successfully slays a sea monster. He has become a hero of the kingdom. Now he returns to Avro's side. Currently, she sits in her room, focused on her writing. She meticulously records entries in the diary before her. She has noted every piece of news from the past 6 months, comparing them to the original work. Every event aligns perfectly. It seems her survival has no major impact on the original plot. Much has happened, but the goal is now within reach. 8 years of living here have left many traces. During the 6 months of Acellus's absence, she began her preparations to leave. A few sets of comfortable clothes, some jewelry for funds. Her small bag is neatly packed, sufficient for a journey. Before returning to her old world, should she check it one more time? Caution is better than facing trouble later. Her gaze suddenly lands on the Acellus doll atop the fireplace. Its expression remains unchanged, scowling at her. Looking at it, Avro recalls Acellus. Thinking back, Acellus became much gentler than when they first met. There was a time when he said nothing, only glaring like this doll. Just as he did yesterday. She carefully lifts the doll with both hands. Avro gives a bitter smile, whispering to herself, it seems we have grown. Quite close. By now, Acellus should have met the princess at the king's banquet. The exquisite princess and the hero who saves the world. Once their love begins like a beautiful painting, the story will follow the path I know, all except for me, a mere extra. No matter, by then I will be gone. A scream shatters her train of thought. Madam, the master, he is returning to the villa. Avro cannot believe it. She tries to confirm. What, you must have seen wrongly, Sina replies immediately. I have not, madam, look outside. Doubting, she looks out. Avro approaches the window. The clatter of carriage wheels echoes from below. Acellus returns. Majestically on horseback. It is true, yet strange. It is far too early to return from the banquet. Furthermore, there is no woman among his entourage. How can this be? No, perhaps the princess is hidden from view, instead of staying here. I should go out and check. Acellus's voice rings out, drawing her attention. He stands below, breathing heavily. Acellus calls out joyfully once more. Avro, she cannot hide her delight. You have returned, Acellus responds. We have not met for so long, yet your welcome is quite cold. He approaches her. The distance between them closes. The scene is incredibly romantic. Acellus speaks with a hint of grievance. Avro, I missed you dearly. With Acellus's return, a rift between the original work and reality begins to form. Acellus looks at her dotingly. Avro, I missed you dearly. In contrast, Avro is hesitant. Without another word, Acellus pulls her into a firm embrace. I truly missed you. Ael's magic is stronger than before. I feel nauseous. She struggles. Wait, Acellus cuts her off. Avro, I thought of you all day. I missed you to the point of madness. Do you not feel the same? Hearing these words, Avro falls silent, recalling the moments she missed him so much she could not eat or sleep. Her emotions finally erupt. You fool, why do you say such things? I was so worried you were injured that I could not eat or sleep. Acellus asks joyfully, truly, you worried for me? She whispers back, of course we are. Friends after all. His expression darkens. His hands tighten as he says bitterly, right. Friends. Avro senses something is wrong. She thinks, why is the atmosphere like this? I worried so much. Fortunately, my body is still listening. If I speak nonsense due to magic resistance, the mood will surely sour. Suddenly, he leans closer. Ael gazes at her intensely. Your face is turning red. At this distance, Avro sees his face clearly. He is too handsome. Ael takes the chance to tease her. Has it been so long that you find my face handsome again? Avro jolts backward. It is because of the cold. I have not fully recovered. Seeing her reaction, he moves even closer. Why do you hide? Does this make you uncomfortable? Avro replies bashfully. It is not that, but you are hugging your wife so boldly. What is the issue? We are husband and wife. She still tries to push him away. Friends like husband and wife. Acellus holds her tighter. Husband and wife like friends. She thinks, when did he become so cunning? His eyes suddenly catch an object on the ground. Acellus picks up the doll. It has been a long time since I saw this doll. Were you looking at this because I was not here? Avro denies it quickly. I was not. He moves the doll toward her, making her flinch. What is this, truly, taking the liberty to hug me and then shoving a doll at me? It is not that. I dislike it, but, he says happily, I'm very glad. She looks at him, confused. What? Seeing you hold that doll makes it feel as if our family has gained a new member. It is adorable. His words leave her stunned, frozen. To the spot, Avro reaches out to return the doll. What do you mean by that? Distracted, her hand slips and she drops it. The doll's face hits the ground hard. The two of them fall into an awkward silence. Avro's eyes well up with pain. I did not mean to drop it, but why bring up that topic? Acellus steps forward to pick up the doll. From the floor, Avro watches him hesitantly. He gently brushes the dust off its clothes. Ael places it back in its spot and asks with concern, Are you all right? Brill, you said you were cold. So it was. True, Avro responds awkwardly. Yes, I feel unwell, likely due to fatigue. Deep down, her mind is a mess. I flinched because he brought up the topic of children. Acellus did not mean anything by it, but since my transmigration, I have always thought I could not have children. My reaction was instinctive. She tries to fix the situation. If I knew you were returning, I would have prepared a meal. You are hungry, right? He replies, no, not very. But Avro knows the truth. She exposes his lie. You starved yourself just to return early, didn't you? Do you not want to eat? Avro's cooking after half a year. Acellus looks at her longingly. I want to eat, but you said you were unwell. She is delighted to hear this, so it was because of what she said. Not because of her personally. Avro grabs his sleeve. It is just because I ate too much. To help with digestion, I shall prepare a feast. This is my hobby, so do not stop me. Just wait, I will make the best meal right now. And then I am kicked out of the kitchen. Avro stands there dumbfounded. She thinks disappointedly, I only wanted to prepare many delicious dishes for Acellus, as we do not have many days left together. Sina catches the signal and smiles cunningly. So, Madam wants a special day? She approaches Acellus. Lord Master, let us handle your date. You should go prepare fine attire for the occasion. Naturally, we shall prepare the madam as well. He begins to imagine Avro in a beautiful dress. His face turns beet red. On the other side, Avro hears a call. Avro. I forgot I have urgent business. If we do not dine together, it will be a great trouble. I think I should go prepare. For dinner, see you later. The mischievous Sina urges her on. My, it seems. The master intends to dress up. Then our madam must do the same, shouldn't she? Forced into a corner, she stammers. Sina, before she can say more, Sina drags her away. Acellus has returned safely, and the sea monsters that caused such trouble are gone. Perhaps I can relax a little today. The two sit together at the grand dining table. Seeing Acellus so serious, she cannot help but ask, Is it good to eat a home-cooked meal after so long? Ael looks at her dotingly. He lowers his voice and replies, "The meal is delicious. It is also a joy to hear the details of your life while I was away. I was always worried something might happen." Avro replies shyly, "Truly, I am not a child. I can manage the territory alone." Ale smiles gently. "Furthermore, I am glad you have recovered." She awkwardly looks away. She had just said she felt unwell because she ate too much. "It is because I ate too much porridge. Our head chef is quite skilled." Despite her words, her mind is in turmoil. Why has he spoken for so long? Without mentioning the princess, sensing her gaze, Acela speaks up awkwardly. "Is there something on my face?" She hastily looks away. "No, it is nothing." Suddenly, a servant speaks. "Lord Master, an invitation to the royal palace banquet has arrived." A formal letter is presented, catching Avro's eye. She thinks, good, the story is still on track. Now Acela will attend the banquet, meet the princess, and the plot will follow the original work. Acela takes the letter and reads it seriously. She urges him, her eyes shining with anticipation. "An invitation from the royal palace? You must prepare to go, right?" Avro waits in silence, her expectation plain to see. Acela merely grunts. "Regrettably, I have no time for banquets, so do not worry." Hearing this, the smile on her face freezes. "Eh?" Acelas's tone shifts, overflowing with irritation and disgust. "It is annoying enough to make a busy man travel back and forth, but now they wish to introduce a princess to a married man?" Avro looks at the pile of ash that was once a high-grade invitation on the floor. She cannot help but marvel it did not warrant burning, so he returned immediately just for me? Acela has not met the princess yet, that is all. He simply hasn't had the chance to fall in love at first sight. This small change is fine. The pale yellow light highlights the beauty of the garden. She summons her courage and says, "Ale, you should try attending the royal palace banquet. You are the hero who defeated the sea monsters. Perhaps you will meet someone good who can help you. If I do not speak of this now, I might regret it later. And do you still remember our old promise that when we each find someone we like, we will divorce?" She hesitates, waiting for his reaction. Internally, she reminds herself the promise is still valid. His voice turns low. "Do you have someone you like already?" Avro laughs it off. What are you saying? I only mentioned it in case you forgot." He cuts her off. "Today you are very beautiful." Avro looks at him, confused. Acela continues to drone on. "You were beautiful in the past, and you are beautiful today." Is it because we haven't met for half a year? In my eyes, you have never been anything but beautiful." Being praised repeatedly makes her shy. Why compliment her so suddenly? She speaks politely. "Having not seen you for so long, you have become even more handsome as well. Of course, you were always handsome." Then the two fall back into silence. She peeks at Acelas's reaction. Finally, Avro must find an excuse to leave. "Is the wind blowing into the greenhouse? It is a bit cold, isn't it? I will go inside first." Acela stands up, his voice grave. "Avro, is it because I spoke of children?" Panic-stricken, she tries to clarify. "It is not that." He is so angry his fists clench. "Then why did you flinch when I gave you the doll? Now you speak of divorce. Did I do something wrong?" Seeing Acela in such a state, Avro panics as well. "No, Ale, you did nothing wrong," he replies curtly. "Then tell me, why do you say such unsettling words?" Her heart is a tangled mess. Her fingers tighten in stress. How should she answer? She was trying to avoid that topic. How can she avoid it when he is so direct? Though she feels guilty, she tries to say that no one knows the future. "We are just friends. How can friends have children? That is why I said that." He looks at her with deep sorrow. "Avro, we are also husband and wife. I thought children were a natural topic of conversation between a couple, so I spoke without hidden intent. I apologize. I did not realize you would feel such pressure. I will not speak of children again. I am still young, so there is no need to discuss an heir. I hope you do not worry about this anymore. Even in the future, I will never pressure you about it. Your thoughts are more important than anything else." Acela reaches out and grasps her hand. Avro awkwardly withdraws her hand. Thank you for saying that. I am very cold. Let us stop here." He forces a smile. "All right, let us go inside." Avro turns and leaves, constantly blaming herself. "Forgive me, Acela. There will never be a child between us." After all, you are destined to be with the princess. I am leaving because I must return to my mother. Her heart grows heavy, the image of the eatery where she worked so hard surfaces in her mind. Avro stands still for a moment. She thinks of her mother again, even so. I must return. Winter arrives in an instant. Snow covers the sky. Avro speaks. Has Ale not returned from the palace yet? Sina looks troubled and hesitates. Well, there is work to do, so his departure is delayed. Avro does not want to make things difficult for Sina. She gives a forced smile. There is no other choice. Is it a crime to have such a capable husband? Asilos is frequently summoned to the imperial palace. Even when he intends to return to the mansion, the palace sends knights to urge him back. Still, I kept my promise to stay here. Thinking back, asterisk. Summer is almost here. In the novel, summer is when Asilos and the princess officially begin dating. I see. Now everything is slowly returning to normal. He spends more and more time in the palace. That is enough. The daily newspapers have long been filled with stories about the princess and Asilos. I must remove those articles containing rumors. I feel that everything is fine now. Why does no one believe me when I say I am fine? There is no need to worry about those stairs anymore. She has survived. After much effort, she avoided a tragic end. From now on, she has no reason to fear being near Asilos. The reason to avoid him has vanished. Once everything returns to its proper place, her parents will understand that things were difficult. I am glad Asilos just stay happy like this beside the princess. Sina's sudden call shatters her train of thought. My lady, she cries out in a panic. You were startled, weren't you? Forgive me. You did not answer no matter how I called. She replies, it is fine. Why are you calling me? Sina says excitedly. My lady, the master of the house is returning. Avro remains silent. If he is coming back at such an important time, he must want to go public with his relationship with the princess, right? So please prepare to dress up beautifully. Ignoring Sina's words, Avro cuts her off. No, there is no need. And Sina, you will not need to do this anymore, when you see. Asilos start by congratulating him. Then I will return to my room, take the things I have prepared, and say goodbye to those I love. The day she returns to where she belongs is today. Asilos, her eyes widen in shock at what she sees. Avro stands stunned when he sees her. Asilos involuntarily blushes. He looks delighted and asks with a smile, Vro, did you come to meet me? She asks impatiently. What about the princess? Where is she? Why are you alone? Why? I only see Asilos. He is confused. He tilts his head and asks, where is the princess? Saying this, Asilos places his hand on her cheek and says affectionately, my princess is right here. Avro panics at this action and clumsily corrects him. Ah, that is not what I meant. I am talking about the real wife you will marry. He asks suspiciously, what, are you saying I am a fake husband? She says quickly, no, I did not mean that. Did you not say you had important business? Asilos' expression softens slightly. He replies, I did say that, but I promised Vro I would return today. It is Avro's turn to be dazed. She can only let out a gasp. Avro is completely stunned. Is this not too disrespectful? Ale ignored the imperial palace's orders for such a reason. If this is known, the palace will no longer respect him. Asilos leans in close, his voice pouting like a child. Ro, I am a bit sad. To return as soon as possible, I followed all the king's requests and stayed up all night. So, while I was away, did Ro find a real husband? Is that why you only consider me a friend? Her heart beats faster. In her panic, she shouts, what? Why would you say that? He continues, is that why you do not want children? Before Avro can react, he lifts her up into his arms. Asilos says awkwardly, but it is all right, Vro, even if you do not feel it yet, everyone considers me a hero. No matter the opponent, I do not think I will lose. Avro's face is now as red as a tomato. She says tremblingly, Asel, my stomach feels uneasy. It must be my magic resistance. I feel very dizzy. Asilos continues speaking, unaware of her discomfort as he draws closer. But Vro, I am certain I will make you the happiest person in the world. Asilos gazes at her infatuatedly. When I was a child, there was only one thing I truly desired. It was not a grand castle or a beautiful doll. It was just this, to live a peaceful life with loving parents. Can such life happen with Asilos? Even if the story has changed slightly, even if the princess never appeared at this moment. Avro finally speaks. Asilos, suddenly her eyes grow dim, blood flows from her mouth. She does not look well at all. Asilos's eyes widen in surprise at this sight. She dazedly clutches her face and groans. Immediately after, her vision goes dark. She only hears Ro's frantic scream. If only such a thing could happen, it would be wonderful. The weather becomes gloomier. A group of people stands before Asilos, facing him in fear. What did you all just say? They quickly justify themselves. We apologize, but there is no problem with the madam's physical condition. We cannot find the reason why she will not wake up. He loses patience and cuts them off. Enough, you may leave. Since that day, Avro fell into a deep sleep. Thus, the enormous palace is submerged in sorrow. Many people came to examine her, but they all said the same thing. We cannot determine the cause. This is the first time this has happened. The reason why the Marchioness will not wake is unclear. We are sorry, my lord. That day, her door opens on time. Asilos walks in gently. He looks at her affectionately. Good morning, Avro. She lies there, unable to respond. Asilos continues. The territory is peaceful today. I have applied all the rules you set, and now keeping things organized is easier. Asilos takes her small hand. Rose. The clock ticks steadily in the silent space. He sits there, silently watching. The girl on the bed, she still shows no reaction. His eyes well with tears as he tightly holds her hand. It is all my fault. Please open your eyes. It is because I brought up the subject of children. That shocked Ro and caused her to become like this. Avro had repeatedly expressed that she did not want them, but I only thought of my own feelings and kept forcing her to understand them. It is clear that Ro has changed for the better, but I could not keep up with her. That is why she is either bored of me or too tired of being with me. Her belongings were neatly packed under the table, minimalist and organized. Clearly, she was ready to leave. At any moment, I know well how selfish I am. I also know she wanted to leave because she was so tired of me. But please do not leave, Ro. Icelet's cold voice suddenly rings out. How can the girl wake up if you stay by her side all day? He suddenly appears in the corner of the room. Asilos warns him in a cold voice. If you came here to say such nonsense, then leave. Icelet places a hand on his shoulder and mocks him. How can you speak to your master like that? Asilos's expression becomes more sullen than ever. He growls a warning. Stop it, Icelet says nonchalantly. If you do not want that child to be caught up in all this, you had better do nothing. Asilos asks with a dark face. Is that you're doing? Icelet merely shrugs and answers calmly. Is that so? Do you really think I am such a fool as to do this when I made a promise to her? Only then does Asilos calm down. A promise? Icelet glances at him with amusement as if watching a play. He reaches out to stroke Avro's long hair. You really know nothing about this child, do you? I suppose I must give you a clue since you are my disciple. Stay away from her for about a week. You must not go near her bedroom, and you must not touch anything this child eats or wears. If you do exactly as I say, something interesting will happen. After an unknown amount of time in Avro's pink room, she is still not awakened. Mrs. R is by her side, preparing things. She brings a spoon over and says slowly, My lady, the medicine is a bit bitter. But please drink it all. You must be uncomfortable because you have not fully awakened. I will try to feed you bit by bit. Suddenly, Avro speaks, causing her to freeze. The spoon in her hand falls. Mrs. R screams loudly. Heavens, my lady has awakened. Soon, Avro's room is filled with voices and laughter. My lady, look at me. Are you hurt anywhere? Do you want to eat anything? Oh, thank goodness. Avro has just woken up. She holds her head and says tiredly, Hey, wait, can everyone speak slowly? My head still hurts a bit. But have I really been unconscious for 10 days? The two of them act as if they haven't heard, continuing to speak frantically. The doctor will arrive soon, so please lie down and rest comfortably. That's right, the gods have blessed us. Seeing them so worried, Avro can only smile wryly and wave her hand. She steps out of bed and thinks, 10 days. I have been lying there for 10 days. Moreover, I do not understand why I suddenly collapsed. She stumbles, trying to keep her balance. Her whole body is stiff. Still, this situation seems all right. Suddenly, remembers something and lets out an "oh." She thinks suspiciously, could it be because we were too close at that time? From Asilos's perspective, perhaps he was too excited because he hadn't seen me in a long time, but my body couldn't help but react. By the way, where is Asilos? While I was unconscious, did his relationship with the princess progress well? Regardless, he should at least visit a sick person once. Staying in this room too long makes me uncomfortable. I must open the hallway window. Avro approaches the window. She is momentarily startled as she stares outside. Huh. Asilos has been standing there this whole time. Hearing her call his name, Asilos answers hesitantly, not daring to look her in the eye. "You are awake, Rose." She remains unaware and replies with a smile. "It has been 10 days, hasn't it? It has been so long, you must be surprised, right?" He answers cautiously, "Yes." "Long time no see." She continues speaking, causing him to freeze for a few beats. "It is cold. Why are you standing outside the window? Is it because there is someone you want to meet?" Asilos' eyes look at her sadly. "Yes." Avro also becomes awkward. "Then why not use magic to go see them?" In her heart, she thinks that if he uses magic, it will only take 3 days to reach the palace to see them. But she doesn't understand why a corner of her heart feels anxious. Asilos looks at her more deeply and asks in a low voice, "Then may I go see them?" She replies innocently, "Of course, Ale. Even though I am his wife, I have never been to the palace while sick." Indeed, Ale misses the princess very much. Even so, he should at least visit the sick. Once, Asilos reaches out to open the door. Avro looks at him dazed. Their eyes meet. Asilos says seriously, "Vro. The person I want to meet is..." Before he can finish his sentence, she cuts him off. "Is it because you came here due to the rumors?" "If it is because of the rumors, I do not mind. That is fine." He asks back suspiciously, "What do you mean by that?" "What rumors?" Avro sees this reaction and cannot help but wonder. Why do you look like you know nothing? Rumors of you and the princess dating are spreading everywhere so widely that many newspapers are full of it. Why does the person involved know nothing about rumors that have spread all the way to the north?" Asilos looks at her, puzzled, and asks, "Vro, are you talking about rumors about me?" Hearing this, Avro begins to get angry. "What is going on? Do you think I have another husband? While you can date the princess, why can't I have a romantic relationship? Of course, I don't have a real husband and..." "There are no rumors." She pouts. She turns away. "I am so tired, I am going inside." Asilos wants to approach, worried. "Then close the window and go inside," she shouts angrily. "Who gave you the right to interfere in my business and order me like that? I don't like it. Whether I open or close the window is my right." He tries to soften his voice. "It is cold. I will close the window and..." "Vro will go inside. We will talk later. Why are you so stubborn?" The two continue to struggle. "I will decide everything, so go meet the person you truly want to see." Asilos finally has to yield in frustration. He directly uses magic to close the door. Avro looks on, still indignant. How dare he use magic to close the door? That is unfair. "Fine, I will go to my room." Asilos still stands outside the window, confirming that she has gone inside. Avro leans against the wall and sighs. She looks at the bracelet on her hand, still a bit reluctant. Asilos' magic is getting stronger, so this bracelet will also become dangerous. I should ask someone to help me remove it. In her heart, she is conflicted. Her apprehension is clear on her face. My emotions are strange. On this side, Asilos still reaches his hand toward her with lingering affection. He is loath to leave. Asilos constantly blames himself. His recent behavior was truly childish. He feels his recovery was accidental yet fortunate, but because of the rumors he was truly enraged at that moment. Thinking back, he is now fully awake. Although it took a week longer than Islet predicted, his cultivation has recovered. Did she really faint because of him? How does Islet know that information? Can he still stay by Avro's side? In this situation, everything is a question mark. Suddenly, a dark premonition rises in his mind. Perhaps Avro already realized the cruelty hidden deep within his heart. Truthfully, one cannot call Islet's training methods normal. It is because Islet himself pushed Asilos to the very brink of death. His sword was lost long ago when space distorted to the point where directions vanished. Vicious monsters relentlessly attacked the young man. Does Asilos want to live? "I must survive at all costs. I must fulfill the final wishes of my deceased parents. My destiny and Avro's depend solely on me. You have completed the training I assigned and now wait for my return." He uses chaotic magic to annihilate the horde of monsters. It is no surprise his body is shattered. The shocking part is that Islet does not lift a finger. He leisurely watches Asilos' body be mangled, piece by piece, right until the moment his breath stops, he snaps his fingers. With a simple flick, he reverses time to the instant right before death. Islet's face shows not a shred of pity, only mockery and ridicule. There is no sign the training will ever end. Every day he struggles in agony, hovering near death. Finally, Xylos understands, to avoid destruction, he must be the one to strike first. In that moment, Xylos comprehends the killing skill. The training concludes. The flashback ends. Xylos still stands outside the mansion. Does Rose realize? Even the sea monsters burst into laughter, throwing everything into chaos. Avro, do you know? Thinking this, he hesitates and withdraws his hand. No, she knows nothing. But why does he have an uneasy feeling that she will find out? A girl should only be surrounded by beautiful things like flowers. He knows well that a man like him is unworthy of her. Therefore, he must hide his nature even more carefully. So he can remain standing beside her. The scene shifts to Avro. She speaks lazily. Islet, if you sit there, won't the railing collapse? He replies indifferently. If I sit here, it will really collapse. Don't you actually weigh more than you look? She snaps back in annoyance. Indeed, it is a miracle the railing holds while Islet sits there. I haven't even seen your face yet, and seeing it now only makes me hate you more. Hearing this, he finally notices her. Islet sneers. Where have you been? Don't you know I was the one by your side most while you were ill? Avro asks blankly, oh, really? He looks at her thoughtfully. It is good to see the heirs of Ostel so close. The closer he gets to this child, the more he cherishes her. He doesn't even notice the worsening side effects. Avro continues to ramble to herself, oblivious to his gaze. Islet remembers how in the past he heard countless pleas for mercy. Lord Islet, save me. Lord Islet, it hurts. He never intended to show mercy to such people. Suddenly, Avro cries out, cutting off his thoughts. Ah, it turns out you're afraid the vegetable cart will disappear. If I die, you'll have a hard time eating well, right? Islet is speechless. He sneers along, quite clever. Avro's mood improves. She smiles and waves. That's right, then I shall take my leave. Islet quickly grabs her, his face turning serious. Wait, your condition has worsened. Your life chi has reached a dangerous level. Avro feels skeptical. Life chi. This time I woke up, my mind feels clearer. He sneers. What good is a clear mind? Hasn't your mood been more erratic lately? Before, just seeing Xylos made you blush. Now that is gone, your life chi is depleting, your complexion grows paler by the day. She reflects and realizes he is right. She tells herself that she thought the blushing was just dizziness. Leaving this place was the right decision. Seeing Avro's reaction, Islet laughs heartily. He tilts his head teasingly. Why are you two so foolish? Looking at this makes me shiver with delight. Avro feels unnatural and averts her eyes. Suddenly, her gaze falls upon Xylos. Xylos stands below the villa. Hearing her voice, he looks up. She innocently waves to him. Excel, why are you standing there like a statue? They lock eyes. Xylos freezes for a moment then. He directly turns his head away, ignoring her words. Her face darkens. What? Still angry? Islet suggests. Why don't you try going down to your husband? She immediately retorts. This floor is too high. Do you know where Excel is going? He answers lazily. Of course. I am no ordinary man. How can I help? Saying so, he reaches out his hand. Avro has no time to react. She feels her body become light. Her entire frame falls before she can process it. She lets out a gasp. Islet looks at her indifferently. Tell me, what is your secret? He is pressuring her. Speak, tell me your secret. As Avro falls, someone screams. Brill, at that exact moment, a hand stretches out from nowhere. Xylos successfully catches her safely. He asks with extreme worry, Brill, are you all right? Avro slowly regains her senses and speaks. Thank you for catching me. Meanwhile, Islet watches from above and exclaims, You caught her. Xylos growls in a fit of rage. I will kill that detestable man. She sees this and hurries to intervene. Wait, you can't. Xylos is dissatisfied with her reaction. Even in this situation, you still want to defend that wretched man. Brill hurriedly explains that Islet simply loves to tease people. After speaking, Avro secretly thinks that even if she wanted to defend him, she truly couldn't. Xylos grinds his teeth in fury. Brill, is it me or Islet who is your real husband? She is stunned by his words. Avro feels a bit helpless. He is still rambling about the real husband thing. Why does he like to pick pointless fights? Only Islet is enjoying this. How hateful. She quickly reassures him. Calm down. Ah, my real husband is none other than you. Besides, if you two fight, I'll be the one in a difficult spot. I don't want to see the mansion destroyed. His hand gradually tightens into a fist. Are you speaking the truth? Avro immediately confirms it to Exelos. Of course. He does not stop there but continues to question. Then why don't you blush when you look at me anymore? Previously, you said you avoided me because I was too handsome. You always spoke your feelings honestly to me. Do you know, Brill, ever since I defeated the sea monster, you have changed strangely. Now it is as if you are hiding something from me. After saying those words, Exelos leaves the mansion. Although she worries where he is going in the middle of the night, she wonders if she is even in a position to ask. She truly did not expect Exelos to be thinking such things. Not even blushing when seeing Exelos is the reason her emotional fluctuations have slowed down compared to before. Because her life force is exhausted. At this moment, Avro focuses her thoughts. Although she made excuses to him saying she has just matured, he likely realized it was a lie. Because he looked at her with such eyes. Her heart feels suffocated. She doesn't know what to do anymore. After that, she walks out to the balcony and calls out softly. Exelos looks up. Avro appears, her eyes filled with curiosity. Why are you not asleep? Exelos asks. She quickly offers an explanation. I simply cannot sleep, and you? Exelos frankly admits that he feels no sleepiness at all. Avro, if you do not mind, may I enter your room for a moment? Avro immediately grants his request. Of course, enter. Once inside the room, she pours tea while observing him. Magic is truly convenient. With a mere thought, the tea set teleports here. She asks curiously, by the way, what brings you to my room? Exelos reveals his reason. I must depart tomorrow. She seems to have anticipated his destination. To the Imperial Palace, travel safely and return soon. Being summoned to the palace is nothing unusual these days. Suddenly, he makes a proposal. However, this time I want you to come with me. Avro asks in disbelief. I am to go as well. Exelos provides a logical reason. Since our marriage, you have never seen the capital. Only then does Avro realize he is right. He continues to speak fervently. Rorella is very warm right now. It will surely please you. Of course, it is not just about Rabucci. Rorella, if they go to the capital, they might meet the king. If she requests a divorce from the king, the matter will be settled quickly. However, the man who rejected the princess would lose face, to preserve his dignity. Exelos suggests with some hesitation, how about we stop by Rabucci on the way? Avro smiles and refuses immediately. No need for Rabucci. I will go to the capital, but first I have a task to complete. His expression shifts instantly. She does not know how to explain the matter. She tells herself she can no longer hesitate. Alice called her today to give a final answer regarding the state of her body. She ponders for a moment, then speaks. I do not know what you will think, but Avro has made her decision. She cannot stay in this place any longer. Therefore, she takes the initiative to speak. Let us divorce. Exelos is completely blindsided by her words. What? Exelos asks again in disbelief. Divorce. I will explain everything calmly. Avro sits there with an indifferent air. In truth, I know you have someone else you love. I will show you this. If I show you the scandal reports I have gathered, this conversation will be much easier. He is momentarily stunned as he looks at the papers before him. She explains with a hint of sadness. These are the reports I have collected until now, the scandals. Concerning you and the princess. Exelos reads the papers in disbelief. Are these all my scandals? Next, his entire body freezes. The clippings detail exactly when, where, and how the two met. This should help you understand the situation better. Avro speaks seriously. I support your new marriage. After all, ours was merely a political union for your position as family head. Neither the marriage nor the divorce was your choice. I do not want you to feel guilty. She quickly notices his face turning pale. Are you embarrassed because I spoke the truth? Avro cannot help but ask. Are you all right? She sees Exelos incinerate the papers with a surge of energy. Enough. Say no more, Avro. She questions him in shock. What are you doing? I spent so much effort organizing those. He replies with a dark expression. Then you have wasted your time. In the next breath. Exelos unexpectedly seizes Avro's hand. Being pulled toward him, she panics. What? Avro is stunned as he pulls her into a tight embrace. She does not understand his actions and calls his name softly. He speaks with joy. What a relief. It is not because you have another man. You only wanted a divorce for that reason. Avro, I swear I do not even know who that woman is. Avro is shell-shocked. What did you say? According to the original plot, the scandal should have spread nationwide. Everything matches her knowledge. Why does Asilos claim he doesn't know the princess? Her voice trembles slightly. Then what were those scandals? Avro is overwhelmed, unable to believe it. Is Asilos lying? He stares at her, realization dawning on him. Asilos speaks frankly. I wondered what Rizella was plotting, so it was this. The king kept making strange offers which he refused, so the king resorted to this trickery. Do not worry, Avro. I will eliminate everything that troubles you. If you wish, I can slaughter both the king and the princess. She is terrified by his reaction. What is this? I have never seen such a terrifying smile on Asilos. He grips her hand tighter. If I do that, no one will doubt me again, right? She realizes the gravity of the situation. The magical pressure erupting from him makes it hard to breathe. Avro forcefully pushes him away. Stop, get away from me. He is stunned by her reaction. Avro, did my grip hurt you, or is it? The words catch in his throat. He voices his suspicion. Do you hate me now? Alice told her to be honest about her secret. But the truth would only cause Asilos pain. Should she speak of her illness? Meanwhile, Asilos is filled with sorrow. I fear the original plot will change because of me. Perhaps Asilos. After a long silence, she finally speaks. Can I ask a favor? Can you remove this bracelet you gave me? Perhaps he has more affection for her than in the original story. Unexpectedly, he refuses coldly. No. Avro continues to persuade him. If you remove it, I will tell you a secret. Even if it is gone, I will never run away. You can rest assured. Asilos grinds his teeth in hesitation. Finally, he reaches out to touch the bracelet on her wrist. Quickly, the bracelet is removed. Her eyes are now brimming with sadness. Avro slowly. Avro closes her eyes. Asilos, truth be told, I have an illness. It is a disease called mana resistance. They say it is an incurable affliction with no known cure. It seems there are people in this world who cannot exist near mana, just like me. Therefore, I cannot stay by your side for long, Avro says. Asilos suddenly recalls the past. Is that why you collapsed before? Was it because of that illness? She nods slightly, confirming his suspicion. Asilos continues to press for answers. Even when we spoke through the window and the reason you told me not to approach you in the cave, Avro admits frankly, yes, that is correct. Asilos finally realizes the gravity of the situation. Then, did the bracelet I gave you also cause you constant discomfort? She rushes to reassure him. It was not your fault, I was the one who hid it. Upon learning the truth, his fury erupts. Why did you hide this from me? Avro is taken aback by his reaction. Why? Because I intended to leave before you learned of my illness. After all, you have a destiny of happiness with the princess. In this world, my existence is merely a burden to you. She harbors her own secret suffering. How could she have spoken of it? Suddenly he asks with deep concern, is this all right? Avro startles as she realizes her own condition. Huh, is my body recovering? She is utterly shocked. She feels lighter and more invigorated than ever before. She asks in disbelief, how can this be? She sees Asilos cough slightly and grows anxious. She observes his expression. Asilos's condition has suddenly turned strange. Avro's face pales as she rushes forward to warn him. Stop, Asilos. Sealing your mana will not change anything. However, he remains stubborn. No, this is the right path. She cannot believe her ears. What did you say? He looks at Avro with tenderness. A rosy hue has returned to your cheeks. She stands dazed by his words. His voice carries a hint of reproach. If you had not endured this alone and simply spoken up, things could have changed. You would not have had to suffer like this. Even if I am an unreliable husband, this concerns your health. You should have told me. His care causes her heart to flutter. She instinctively buries her face in his shoulder. Would it have made a difference? It is not as if I cannot seal my mana. He stares at her and whispers, why would it not work? As I grow stronger, the duration of the seal will increase. Beyond this method, if there is any other way to keep you safe, I will find it. So you only need to worry about your own health. Hearing his words, I am left speechless. Not long after Acellus leaves, a loud explosion and great chaos erupt from Alice's room. I hear the maids whispering that Alice's silhouette has vanished into the sky. The next day, Avro stares blankly at a pile of items before her. What is the meaning of this? Odon immediately reports, "These are gifts from the house head for the madam, clothes, shoes, and accessories to wear when we arrive at the capital." She is horrified. "What? Why spend so wastefully?" Sina quickly adds, "Madam, these are necessary. I shall handle everything. You must take better care of yourself. We must find the most exquisite combinations that suit you." Madam, please look at this." Avro is piqued by her curiosity. "What is it?" Sina pulls out an outfit and praises it. "Is it not beautiful? I was planning to pre-order a dress for you from this shop, yet this one is perfectly suited to you and fits your measurements exactly." Sina cannot help but exclaim, "Indeed, only the househead knows the madam's size best." Avro feels incredibly embarrassed. "Wait, I know you are both misunderstanding something, but it is not like that." She blames her own lack of tact. "Please put the gifts away." Seeing Odon cough slightly, she grows flustered. In the dining hall, a feast of delicacies is spread out. She chews her food gloomily, thinking of Sina's misunderstanding. Where did he get this money? Even for a reward for slaying a sea beast, this is far too much. Furthermore, she thought Alice would use the curse as an excuse to return, but a day has passed with no sign of her. Acellus notices her daze. "What are you thinking about?" Avro snaps back to reality. I'm not thinking of anything. I was just thinking of you. Just kidding. I was thinking about the clothes you gave me." He asks tentatively, "Do you like them?" She immediately praises them. They are truly beautiful." Acellus sighs in relief. He says with some embarrassment, "That is good. I did not know what you liked, so I prepared everything carefully. I even came up with a design just for you." Avro listens to his explanation and finally understands. "So that's how it is. No wonder." He asks in confusion, "What is it? What did you say?" Avro does not respond, thinking to herself. With this, she cannot scold him for wasting money. She must be honest. She speaks frankly, "They suit my taste much better than anything I have worn before. Thank you, truly." Silence fills the room, making Avro wonder, "Why are you not saying anything?" She cannot help but turn and call his name. She is startled by the sight before her. Acellus's face is beet red. She asks in a panic, "What happened? Are you all right?" His voice trembles slightly. "No, do not come closer, Avro." Avro obeys and stays back. He cannot help but let out a faint smile. Acellus admits honestly, "Whenever I feel such wonderful emotions, it is hard to suppress the sudden eruption of mana. Just seeing you healthy makes me so happy. Sitting across from you like this, we look just like a normal married couple. I feel so happy that I cannot control my mana." She is deeply moved. She asks in surprise, "Did my words make you that happy?" He blurts out a confirmation. Though he is joyful, a sharp pang of guilt strikes his heart. Avro warns herself not to let the atmosphere grow heavy. She recalls another matter. "By the way, how did you know my body measurements?" Acellus answers calmly, I just knew, because I am always looking at you." "I just knew, there is no mistake." Avro thinks of the future. Acellus is supposed to fall in love with the princess at first sight. Even if not, she must still leave. She must survive safely and return to where she belongs. The moment Acellus and the princess meet, the kingdom will be filled with joy and mana. At that time, this body will be exhausted. She does not want to die. Suddenly, he reaches out his hand. He touches her cheek and gently lifts her chin. Acellus instructs, "It is late. You must sleep. I will walk with you." She snaps back to her senses. "Oh yes, let's go. No need to see me off. I am going to bed now." Soon, Avro returns to her room. She sits on her chair, dazed, her face still flushed red. She feels incredibly shy. "I actually thought he was going to kiss me. How foolish." Outside, white snow blankets the land. Rill carefully warns her, "Do not skip meals just because you have no appetite." "Understood," Sina adds. "Once you reach the capital, enjoy all the luxuries you have never tried. You live too simply. If you continue, my heart will break." Avro hugs her to reassure her. "Do not worry, I will live well. I will miss you both." Rill bursts into tears. "Oh heavens, why do you act like you are leaving forever?" Sina agrees. "Indeed, we shall meet again in a few days." Avro smiles. "No, I just wanted to say that. Odon, stay strong as well. I shall return safely." Suddenly, someone calls out to her. "Madam, Thanks to you, this cold place has come back to life. We will miss you and wait for you here. Please take care and return safely. She smiles with deep gratitude. Thank you, Sir Odon. I am not such a great person. The princess will arrive soon and make this place even more lively. Though our fate ends here, I will remember everyone. Acellus asks, are the greetings finished? Avro is dazed as he approaches. He reaches out his hand to her, he smiles and suggests, then shall we set out? Avro immediately follows his lead. The easiest way to the capital is magic, yet Acellus chose a carriage. I can only appreciate his thoughtfulness. Sitting in the carriage, she wonders aloud, when will we reach the imperial palace? I heard the road is very long. Acellus answers, in 10 days, lodging will be arranged at the castles we pass. She is shocked. What, does it not usually take half a month? How? He speaks nonchalantly, I have cleared everything that was in the way. Avro does not understand. Cleared everything, he explains, things like mountains, trees, and rocks. I went out early this morning. She exclaims in disbelief, what? Seeing her expression, he chuckles. I am joking, your reaction is quite funny. She recovers and asks, then what did you do early this morning? Acellus looks at her in surprise. He asks in disbelief, practice. She tells herself, this practice is very suspicious. This is his territory after all. In case anything happened, I must check for any collapsed debris. Acellus decides to remain silent. If he tells the truth, that he really did clear the path, she will be angry. He acts naturally. 10 days later, he softly calls her name. Avro. Avro wakes up with a small cry. He notices and asks, Avro, are you unwell? We are almost there. You seemed uncomfortable. She quickly denies it. I am fine. I drank tea along the way, so I feel better. Acellus is relieved. That is good. Next time I will prepare better. Avro feels a bit helpless. How could he? He shortened a 15-day journey to only 10 days. At that moment, Acellus calls out, Look, Avro. She gazes blankly at the scene before her. Finally, she realizes this is Rutella. After a while, the carriage comes to a halt. The people around them look at the carriage in wonder. Then everyone shouts in excitement. They loudly welcome the hero. The hero who defeated the sea beast has visited Rutella. Avro observes the reaction of the crowd. It seems everyone has gathered to welcome Acellus. Just then, someone approaches to greet them. Long time no see. She is stunned to see Jabari appearing before them. The woman smiles and addresses her as Lady Avro. Avro ponders. Everyone knows she is married to Acellus, so why Lady? Furthermore, the woman ignored Acellus and greeted her first. She must be an old acquaintance. What if she realizes I am not the real Avro? She wonders about their previous relationship. If they weren't close, why would she smile so brightly? Jabori shouts, Avro, did you lose all your memories after leaving the south? Grace, standing nearby, is flustered. Jabori, Jabori. Avro is still in shock. Jabori rushes forward and hugs her, whispering, I truly missed you. Avro focuses on analyzing the situation. If this is Jabori, then she is Avro's best friend and the future villain mentioned in the novel. In the novel, she thought Avro was living well, but in reality, Avro died after conceiving Acellus's child. When she came to Aostel, she witnessed Acellus forgetting Avro and remarrying the princess. Enraged, Jabori plotted to poison the princess, but the princess turned the situation against her. In the end, Jabori was imprisoned in the castle until her death. Avro thinks it is only natural for Jabori to be angry. If so, the man standing over there is Grace, who loves Avro one-sidedly. He carefully cautions Jabori from behind. Avro is startled. According to the original plot, as soon as he heard Jabori was imprisoned, he became a knight to guard the castle. When I read the original work, I had hoped those two would end up together. Regardless, meeting someone on her side makes her feel more comfortable. Jabori snaps, do not interfere with a girl's reunion for no reason. Grace tries to advise her. He then asks Avro with concern, Avro, are you all right? Your complexion looks poor. She hides behind Acellus's back. He shields her from them. You have kept this weary person standing for too long. Since we have just arrived, Avro needs to rest. Only now does Grace regain her composure. I was too careless, she mutters. Meanwhile, Asilos asks Avro with concern, Avro, are you all right? Avro lets out a soft sound, confirming she is fine. He receives. her confirmation and immediately makes a suggestion. Then let us head to the castle, he says, but suddenly. Someone interrupts. Hey, hero, why do you wound our Grace's soul? Do you think she still likes Avro? Grace's face turns ashen as she calls out to Robori. Jabori continues to ramble incessantly. A happy marriage is all well and good, but Avro is our best friend. Asilos speaks coldly. Jabari, that is enough. She grows even more furious and screams, Good heavens, Avro, does Asilos refuse to let you meet? Grace, quickly, speak with your husband. Avro is stunned to be dragged into this sudden confrontation. Jabori steps forward to question her. Avro has the right to go out with friends. Asilos bluntly points out that Grace is the exception. You know that, he says. Avro stands in the middle, letting out a bewildered cry. Currently, Avro does not know what to do. Then let us meet at the victory banquet, she says. Grace finishes her words and whispers to herself. I am already married, so I must be careful. Besides, I plan to ship Robori and Grace as a side couple. Jabori cries out in shock. What? When I heard Avro was acting like a proper lady, I thought it was a lie. Asilos, what did you do to her? Asilos glances at her and replies, Nothing. She is extremely excited. Avro has grown up. Time flies. Is this the power of love? Enough power to level 2 mountains. Love that can level mountains is terrifying. Avro catches a key phrase, 2 mountains. Just then he urges her, let us go. She continues to question him. Is that true? Asilos nonchalantly suggests they move quickly. Let's go, Avro. Jabori watches this scene and sighs, still so childish. The scene shifts to a vast mansion, currently. Avro cannot help but exclaim, Good heavens, this architecture is magnificent. Acela sees her reaction and explains, Actually, this is our mansion. Do you like it? Avro shares her thoughts. I like it very much, but it still doesn't have a name, does it? He stares at her and replies, Actually, I have thought of 2 names. I will tell you when we reach the top. Avro thinks to herself, if this is a magic tower, then it should be called ASC. In the ancient language, it means magic. The name itself contains magic power. She analyzes the situation in her heart. If the name of the magic tower is ASC, then perhaps it was built so that even ordinary people can use magic. Meanwhile, Asilos opens a door and says, Here is the room, Avro. Avro is momentarily dazed by the sight before her. She cannot help but let out a soft exclamation. The room is decorated beautifully, an indoor garden filled with pink hydrangeas. It is slightly different from the flower gardens in the magic towers she knows. That garden was in the center of a tower larger than any castle. But as she walks up the black brick walls of the spiral staircase, it resembles the magic tower she remembers. Then this place must be ASC, she thinks. He speaks up to explain. The name of this place is Blue, Avro. Blue means seal. Avro is startled by this information. What? She asks hesitantly. What do you mean by seal, Your Excellency? Asilos explains slowly with an affectionate tone. To prevent magic from spreading throughout this tower, I have filled it with ancient language magic. It will surely be effective. Her eyes immediately radiate shock. He is using a place that should be a magic tower to seal magic. She expresses doubt about this method. Is such a thing possible? He smiles and confirms, It is possible as long as it remains here. This tower is an extremely special place. That answer leaves Avro's heart feeling restless. Of course, this place was originally meant to be a magic tower. If it is sealed at will, unlike the original story, magic will no longer be easily accessible to commoners. Leola will no longer rise as a magic kingdom. This cannot end simply because the original plot has changed so drastically. The news of a mage appearing in Leola has likely spread to other kingdoms. Asilos cannot stop the coming threats alone. If other mages do not stand up to support Asilos, Leola will turn into a sea of fire in an instant. The tragic vision of the future appears before her eyes, and Avro cannot help but blame herself. This is likely all my fault. The cracks in the original plot exist because I am still alive. Asilos notices her face turning pale and asks with concern, Avro, are you all right? You suddenly look pale. Avro immediately snaps out of her thoughts and reassures him. I am fine. I am likely just tired from the journey. She gives a forced smile, but unease lingers in her heart. It would be strange to ask him to change the name now. She is probably just worrying about the distant future. For now, she will wait and see. Furthermore, who knows what will happen if he meets the princess? After trying to pull herself out of her pessimistic thoughts, Avro changes the subject. By the way, my room isn't on the top floor, is it? I don't have the confidence to walk all the way up there. Asilos laughs at her unusual concern. Of course not, our room is on the 3rd floor. She grows even more hesitant as she observes the hallway. You are talking about those rooms? They aren't like the connected suites at the old house, right? He acts bashfully and lowers his voice. I left the threshold open. Avro is speechless and exclaims, "Is that a good idea?" Asilos suddenly declares with a very gentle voice, "I am not joking." His sincere appearance causes her heart to skip a beat. Avro shyly turns her face away to change the subject. The weather is beautiful, it is warm, and the air is so clear. Asilos, you should also, before she can finish her sentence, she falls into Asilos's warm embrace. The sudden hug leaves Avro stunned. Her senses sharpen instantly. I can sense Asilos's scent right at the tip of my nose. He smells just like me. I suddenly realize that 9 years together, as husband and wife, is long enough for our scents to become the same. My heart is beating very fast. Countless overlapping sounds echo through the vast, luxurious hall. A woman's golden hair glides through the air, ignoring the gossip. Andrea radiates her usual elegant and brilliant aura, but her cold face reveals her irritation. Today is another day of nagging. The Emperor growls with dissatisfaction. Are you listening to me? Andrea flashes a bright smile. Yes, father. He continues to ramble with urgency. Andrea, you must marry the Marquis. You are lovely, but you cannot take this matter lightly. Look at the Marquis and his wife. Even after that scandal, they remain unshaken. She offers no reply, only maintaining her smile. However, Andrea's eyes radiate a cold chill. He wants her to drive away a perfectly suitable wife and take her place. How ridiculous that his only plan to stop Marquis Ostel from seizing power is through marriage. The novel I transmigrated into, Taming the Hero, is a love story about a female lead comforting a wounded male lead. I inhabit the body of the female lead, an abandoned, illegitimate princess who suffers at the hands of villains until she meets the male lead. Life was hard at first, but with my knowledge of the original plot, I have made it this far. Everything up to the point where the king needs me matches the original story. But for some reason, Avro, the character who should be dead, is still alive. The plot I know is beginning to diverge. After recalling the plot, Andrea speaks to reassure him. Do not worry, I will personally look into the Marchioness. This promise makes the Emperor shout with eagerness. Do you have a good plan? She declares confidently. I am thinking of meeting the Marchioness in person. I am curious to see what kind of person she is. The Emperor praises her without a shred of shame. Since when did my daughter become so mature? As your father, I am very proud, Andrea. Andrea hears this and laments in her heart. Before, you didn't even know I existed and ignored me completely. Now you act as if you care so much. Personally, meeting Avro is a good idea to see if I've missed anything. If I can successfully marry him, I will be like a princess of the El territory and enjoy a comfortable life. Meanwhile, as soon as news that the youngest child of the Rai clan and the hero's wife has arrived in Leola, hundreds of invitations are sent to the villa. People also send dresses from shops known to be difficult to book, along with shoes and accessories that suit Avro. The noblewomen continuously probe for information. Do you know what the Marchioness likes? Eventually, even the maids from the Marquis's castle are bribed to ask about Avro's preferences. It is understandable why people are willing to go so far to please her. Avro is the daughter of the Rai clan, one of the most prominent families in high society. Even during the era of the sea monsters, the Rai family had as much stored grain as the royal family. Furthermore, since the Rai family continues to operate their mines, regaining their former glory is only a matter of time. If that weren't enough, the husband of their youngest daughter is none other than Marquis Ostel, the first mage of Leola and the hero who defeated the sea monsters. Although he was involved in some scandals, everyone knows those scandals were plots by the royal family, who desired the Marquis for themselves. At high society tea parties, whispers among noblewomen and young ladies never cease. The Marchioness is not the type to let go of her husband easily, right? Of course, can you imagine how close those two must be after overcoming such difficult times together? And even if we are talking about the king, forcing a divorce is impossible. Indeed, wanting to turn the kingdom's princess into the Marchioness is too absurd. A fiery conflict is about to erupt between the princess and the Marchioness. Many bets and stories revolve around the princess, the Marquis, and his wife. However, everyone's predictions turn out to be completely wrong. People assume Avro will immediately participate in major public events, but she hasn't left the mansion since arriving in Leola. Surprisingly, the first event she finally appears at is a secret tea party hosted by the Princess of Leola, Andrea. The host personally welcomes Avro with great warmth. "You must be the wife of Marquis Ostel." Avro performs a bow. "It is an honor to finally meet you. I am Avro Ostel." Not long before this, Avro was pensively fingering the letter in her hand, the invitation from the princess. "I don't know why she sent me this invitation. Does she want to speak with me directly about that scandal?" Asilos, standing beside her, advises anxiously, "Avro, if you do not want to go, you don't have to. I can handle these invitations myself." Touched by his concern, Avro comforts him with a smile. "I cannot ignore an invitation from the princess, and besides, I want to meet her." However, he is still worried. "Would it be better if I went with you?" She decisively rejects the idea. "Why would you come along when I am the only one invited?" Asilos stammers an explanation. "Because I am your husband." Avro softens her voice to coax him, her movements extremely gentle. "Do not worry, I am only going to a normal tea party, if you are that worried. I will wear the bracelet you took off last time." Asilos's brows remain tightly knitted. "I will put it on with the least amount of magic possible." "Sleep well, Avro, although it is late at night." Asilos sits motionless on the bed, lost in thought. He cannot believe she is going to meet the princess alone. In the past, Avro would use rumors to ensure that anyone she considered a rival could not enter the political circle. But now she is completely different from before, so he is no longer worried about that aspect. But why would she do something that benefits the princess? Could it be that she is preparing to leave me again? "But you must know that I will not let you go so easily." "Exactly what are you thinking, Avro?" The next morning, Avro is carefully helped by Asilos as he puts the jewelry bracelet on her. Before stepping into the carriage, she expresses her gratitude and a promise. "Thank you, Asilos. I will return soon." He sends her off cheerfully. "Travel safely, Avro." Though reluctant, Asilos remains behind to watch her leave. As he watches the carriage vanish from sight, he cannot help but remember his own anxieties and clenches his fist. Meanwhile, Avro finally arrives before a magnificent mansion. The poetic scenery upon entering creates a strong first impression on her. There are so many flowers. I remember reading in the novel that this is due to the princess's special relationship with magic. She feels uncomfortable around artificial things. Just as Avro is staring blankly at her surroundings, Andrea's voice suddenly rings out. "The weather today is very beautiful." Avro startles, realizing the identity of the person before her. This must be the princess of the Kingdom of Leola, the true female lead of this novel. Andrea greets her in a friendly manner. "You must be the Marchioness." Avro immediately regains her composure and bows respectfully. "It is an honor to finally meet you. I am Avro Ostel." Andrea quickly scans her opponent with her eyes. Then she shifts her gaze without a trace and speaks. "Let us sit down first. After all, I invited you here for a reason. Not just for pleasantries." The two women sit opposite each other at a tea table prepared in the garden. The atmosphere is suffocatingly silent. Amidst the heavy air, Andrea leisurely takes a sip of tea. She goes straight to the point. "I assume you have heard the rumors that the Marquis loves the princess." Avro responds quietly. "Yes, I have heard them. I also understand their origin. If this is your desire, I intend to step aside without resistance." Avro's fierce and determined gaze causes Andrea, who usually holds the initiative, to pause for half a beat. Andrea watches her warily. Avro calmly gives a standard answer. "I am merely a mediocre noble." Andrea suddenly cuts her off. "I do not believe that is the only reason. I know well that you have loved the Marquis for a long time." "What is the real reason?" After a long hesitation, Avro chooses to reveal the truth. "My health is failing. It is difficult for me to remain by his side in the long term." This revelation causes Andrea to lower her gaze in awkwardness. I see. Andrea falls into a pained reminiscence. She remembers that in the original text, the character Avro suffered from magic intolerance. Andrea speaks politely. I know this may be rude, but do you know why your health is declining? The question makes Avro nervous. She fidgets with her fingers. Yes, I know, Andrea tentatively offers a guess. Could it be that you are currently carrying the Marquis's child? Hearing this, Avro rushes to deny it. No, we have been busy dealing with sea beasts. We have never considered such things. Andrea breathes a secret sigh of relief. Since she is not pregnant, Avro likely will not die. She expresses her regret. First, I apologize for that scandal. I am not a person without shame. Avro utters in confusion, Forgive me. Andrea slowly explains the misunderstanding. Regardless of how my father wishes for me to marry the Marquis, I have no intention of stealing him from you. You are young, and your health is not yet critical. Please find a proper cure and forget the scandal. Avro emphasizes the issue with urgency. You may not know, but my illness is more serious than you think. It is incurable. There is no solution, Andrea speaks frankly. It may be hard to believe, but I know your illness well. Just as magic appearing in this world is a miracle, I am certain there is a cure for your condition. Nothing is impossible. However, Andrea's strange attitude only heightens Avro's unease. How can the female lead be this strong? Even with the story changing so much, Avro feels she could never say such things. Seeing Avro's lack of enthusiasm, Andrea probes further. Or do you truly wish to divorce? I am curious. Would you stay with your husband if your health allowed it? Avro has no strength left to answer. Her mind is a chaotic mess. I do not know. I always thought the princess should be with Asilos, so I prepared for the end. But if I can cure this magic intolerance, is it okay? If I stay with him, it is because I have changed the original fate too much. Andrea observes the trembling woman with concern. She reassures her softly. I am not interrogating you, Marchioness. Do not be so tense around me. Realizing her rudeness, Avro speaks with tearful eyes. I apologize. Andrea cuts her off and gently rubs her hand. What are you apologizing for? Truthfully, I understand your feelings. Look over there, Marchioness. Avro instinctively follows her gaze and freezes in shock. A figure fills her vision. Asilos looks at her with a pained, sorrowful gaze. A few seconds later, he turns to give a brief greeting. Your Highness, I was worried for my wife, hence my rude behavior. Andrea smiles with interest. It is fine. I am happy to see you two so close. You should visit often to show me this wonderful relationship. Under Avro's watchful eye, Asilos nods. I will consider it. Andrea presses her advantage, whispering a tease into Avro's ear. What should we do? It seems I have heard all of the Marchioness's secrets. Asilos enters a state of high alert. Your Highness heard everything. She plays along excitedly. Indeed, the harmonious dialogue between them makes Avro's head spin in confusion. Before she can process it, Asilos grabs her hand and pulls her up. The two of them depart in haste, leaving her in a daze. Wait, Asilos. Avro follows him with a restless heart. What should she do? He clearly heard everything. She said she wanted to leave him. Asilos is clearly furious. Suddenly, he stops and she bumps into his firm back. Despite the sharp pain, she tries to explain. Asilos, But he interrupts. I am sorry, she asks in confusion. What? He lowers his voice. I did not intend to eavesdrop. I only came because I was worried. This fuels Avro's anxiety even more. He really heard it all. The original plot is in complete shambles. However, he misinterprets her silence. Are you very angry? Avro's hair is a mess. Asilos reaches out to adjust her locks. He speaks guiltily. I promise I will not eavesdrop again. I swear it. Avro feigns a threat. If you do it again, I will not look at your face. Asilos quickly catches her wrist tightly, as if afraid she will follow through. He affirms firmly, Fine, I promise. The tense meeting ends, leaving Avro in disbelief. She thought meeting the princess would bring relief, but she only feels more confused. A sunlit room, a knock at the door wakes Avro. Madam, there is a letter for you. She sits up. Leave it, I will read it later. Sina exclaims in surprise. Oh my, you are already awake. Avro smiles. Yes, the bed is so soft I slept well. In truth, she is embarrassed. Asilos gave her wild strawberry sponge cake early this morning. She couldn't sleep because she couldn't digest it. She remembers his puppy-like eyes when he offered it. It looked delicious, so she couldn't refuse. Thank you, Asilos. Sina hesitates. Madam, you should read this now. Avro tilts her head. What is it? A letter from the princess? Sina corrects her. No, it is from Lady Rochai. Avro is equally shocked. What, my mother? Sina urges her to hurry. Before reading, Avro frowns at the scribbled handwriting. Her hands tremble as she skims the first lines. As expected, the content leaves her speechless. Avro, though you did not greet us at the palace, I heard the first thing you did was meet the princess. Whatever the reason, you do not suit that girl. She is the one who hindered your marriage with Asilos. You must be careful. I will see you soon. Sina wails beside her while Avro's expression shifts. Her mother heard about the meeting and rushed to write this. The handwriting is messy and the tone arrogant, but she can feel the sincere desire to protect her daughter. To change the mood, Sina announces, "Oh, and there is a guest for you." Avro asks, "A guest?" Sina thinks for a moment. "They said it is the daughter of the Jabori clan." Avro's eyes widen. The Jabori clan? Unexpected variables continue to surge, yet the weather remains beautiful and calm. A steady knock sounds, followed by a cautious voice. "Princess, it is Asilos." Andrea sits in her room, holding her familiar fan. "Enter, Marquis." Asilos enters with a steady gait. She hides her expression behind the fan, her sharp eyes evaluating him. He matches the novel's description. Cold and suspicious. However, his handsome face masks his personality. There is one difference. Instead of falling for the princess at first sight, his gaze is abnormal. However, his magic is stable. It is likely because Avro is still alive, so Asilos' rage has not erupted. After calculating, Andrea opens warmly. "I do not know why the Marquis seeks me." Asilos mentions the business with annoyance. "I am here to discuss the scandal regarding our relationship." She shrugs innocently. "If you are here for that, I have nothing to say. I did not cause that scandal." His suppressed anger flares up. "Your silence means consent." Andrea dismisses her involvement. "The Marquis has found the wrong person. As you see, I am but a helpless princess. The scandal will not be retracted unless the king changes his mind, and your beloved wife will continue to be attacked. So why not join forces with me? Is being allies not more effective than being enemies?" Asilos closes his eyes to consider. A moment later, he answers firmly, "I refuse." This decisiveness makes Andrea lean on her hand. "I cannot understand you. You are a master mage, but your social skills are average. I can see through everything. Your state is merely suppressed before the explosion. You do not seem to realize how your magic affects your wife." Andrea's deep insight makes Asilos wary. "What do you want?" Andrea displays her eloquence. "My control over magic flow is excellent. I can extract the excess magic stagnating in your body. I will ensure the extracted magic assists your research. You only need to promise me one thing, my personal safety." Asilos purses his lips in thought. An illegitimate princess holds little power, but that power can be a useful card. Having gained sudden influence, Asilos, who lacks a foundation, is in a precarious position. If she is no longer useful, he can simply discard her. Andrea reads his calculations from his eyes. That is likely what he is thinking. He breaks the tension. "I have one condition." "What is it?" Asilos demands directly. "End the rumors spreading through the kingdom. It is most effective if the person involved ends it." But Andrea disagrees. "I think it is better to delay. Nothing deceives the king better than that." Asilos struggles to state his true goal. "My wife is being targeted for no reason. At least let me protect her." Andrea remains unmoved. "I understand your feelings, but small sacrifices are necessary for the greater good. It is best to backstab the king only after full preparation." This rebuttal reaches Asilos' limit. He grinds his teeth in frustration and declares coldly, "Then I must refuse. If our intentions differ, it is best not to cooperate. Excuse me." He leaves. Andrea sits alone in the large room, watching him depart. She compares him to the novel's version. The book described him as a rational man who makes cold, calculated decisions after weighing profit and loss. But the Asilos before her is different. He looks like the type who will act without hesitation if it is for Avro. Andrea mutters to herself, "I guess this means I must befriended the Marchioness." The scales in her heart tilt. If she must choose an ally, she will choose Avro, the spring breeze, over Asilos, the cold steel. Especially since Asilos will sacrifice himself if Avro commands it. Andrea's mood improves as she envisions the future. Mentioning Avro, she is unexpectedly cute like a small rabbit. The story grows interesting. Meanwhile, at Avro's manor, an enthusiastic guest arrives, Jabori. Avro, she cries out in delight. Thank you for traveling so far, Job. However, Avro weeps secretly in her heart. Why did you come so suddenly? Did you come to speak of memories I do not possess? Jabori glances around restlessly. She praises the place without restraint. This villa looks unique. What is its name? Avro helplessly corrects her and changes the subject. It is blue. Let us go to the indoor garden. The two walk through rows of flowers. Jabori chats happily. Actually, I came to invite you to a banquet I am hosting. Avro forces a professional smile. I shall certainly attend. Jabori whispers in her ear. Leave that husband of yours behind when you come, do you not find? Grace pitiful? To be honest, Grace is just an excuse. Many knights will attend that day. If Acellus comes, it will be rather troublesome. Avro asks innocently, why is that? Her oblivious look makes Jabori exclaim. Heavens, what is with that naive gaze? Usually you are the one most interested in such things. I intentionally invited a crowd. Avro grows more confused. What do knights have to do with Acellus? Jabori tries to explain again. I am saying that. Suddenly a sight catches her eye. She stops mid-sentence. The sudden silence makes Avro tilt her head. Jabori, is something wrong? At that moment, a mysterious voice rings out from behind her. Marchioness Ostel. Avro jumps and turns around. She recognizes this voice. It is the uninvited guest. Princess, why have you come all this way? It has been a long time. Andrea smiles without guilt. Marchioness, greetings, and to the young lady beside you as well. I just met Marquis Ostel. It seems we have important matters to discuss. After a period of silence, Jabori speaks up. Her voice seethes with anger. You know exactly what rumors are spreading through the kingdom. Why do you come to see Avro when she has done nothing? Are you someone who enjoys scandals, Your Highness? Facing this hateful insolence, Andrea's lips curl into a provocative sneer. Of course not. I am simply accepting the Marquis's request for a consultation. Avro senses the scent of gunpowder between them. She moves to intervene and stop Jabori. However, a resentful Jabori pulls her away. Come with me for a moment, Avro. Avro is flustered and tries to resist. Jabori immediately expresses her irritation and reproach. Avro, what are you thinking? Are you truly the Avro I know? Avro tries to calm her agitated mood. Jabori, calm down and listen to me. But Jabori is overwhelmed by indignation for her friend. She raises her voice. That woman is your enemy. Do you truly not understand why she spread such rumors? She is trying to steal Acellus from you, Avro explains quietly. It is fine, Jabori. The princess promised me a few things regarding that matter. I need her right now. Will you trust me? I will surely bring the princess to my side. Jabori's face twists in internal conflict. Then a thought strikes her. She cries out in excitement. I see, you plan to use that woman. Yes, that is exactly what my friend would do. I shall congratulate you then. I will not stand in your way anymore. Despite the misunderstanding, Avro plays along. Fine, thank you, Jabori. The meeting finally ends. A new realization takes root in Avro's heart. I did not think Jabori would react so strongly. I thought the real Avro was unloved like me. But in truth, those around her love her dearly. She is far from what I imagined. I begin to feel foolish for pitying her. Moments later, Avro returns to the garden to continue the meeting with her other guest. Princess, apologies for the delay. I have kept you waiting. Andrea denies it happily. It is no matter, Marchioness. I am the one who arrived without notice. Avro inquires about her motive. May I ask the reason for your visit? Andrea smiles with an intimate gaze. She speaks honestly. There is a matter I must discuss with you urgently. This unexpected development leaves Avro stunned. There is, Andrea nods slightly, acting mysterious. Yes, but Avro catches the signal. She fears Acellus might eavesdrop. She offers an assurance with a smile. Do not worry, Excel will not hear. Having shared goals, Avro relaxes. Good. I also have things to ask her. Outwardly, she proposes, Your Highness, have you considered studying magic? If you are interested, I can speak to him on your behalf. Andrea expresses her gratitude with excitement. Oh, thank you very much, Avro replies with polite social grace. I am sure Acellus will agree. Andrea disagrees and asks hesitantly. Lord Ostel will surely be displeased. Are you certain you are okay with this? I mean, your husband will be the one teaching me. Avro unconsciously clenches her hands and whispers. But you have talent. You felt the magic power before. You even recognized the power of the bracelet. This overwhelming kindness leaves Andrea stunned. A sense of guilt surges within her. You are so sincere that I feel quite guilty. The murmur is too quiet. Avro asks again. What was that? Andrea recovers her usual smiling facade. She heaps praise upon her. Oh, it is nothing. I was just thinking how adorable you are. I truly appreciate you mentioning this first. Avro shifts her body bashfully. Thank you. Andrea speaks even more enthusiastically. Your surprised expression is truly cute. The more I look at you, young lady, the harder it is to look away. This unabashed friendliness leaves Avro confused. What has suddenly come over her? Andrea speaks warmly. Regardless, it seems I have taken too much of your time. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Avro regains her etiquette. Thank you for visiting, Your Highness. The blue sky begins to turn gold. The corridors of the manor are lit with lamps. Avro walks unconsciously, her mind beset by worries. Yes, a person like her can surely be entrusted with Acellus. Unlike me, the princess is certainly more suitable for him. At that moment, Acellus's familiar voice rings out. Avro. Avro turns and offers her usual gentle smile. Ale, you have returned. Is everything well? Acellus answers casually. It is fine, nothing too serious, so I returned quickly. But you look pensive. What are you thinking? Avro hastily avoids his caress and denies it. It is nothing. You always refuse banquet invitations. I am worried about how to invite you to a party I wish to attend. Is there a special reason you always refuse? Acellus looks lonely despite himself. Many knights attend these celebrations. They would likely feel uncomfortable if I participated. After all, I am their superior. Avro recognizes his pitiful act and asks back. That is not the only reason, is it? He clears his throat guiltily. Well, the knights fear me. She wonders why. Acellus does not hide the truth. My power is unusual and terrifying. His resignation is magnified through Avro's lens, so Ale chooses solitude. And here I thought he was simply tired of parties. She advises him in a low voice. Ale, if you keep avoiding everyone, nothing will ever change. Avro takes Acellus's hand sincerely. She bravely voices her invitation. Please, come with me to Jabori's banquet. You are a kind person. I am sure you can make friends with everyone. Acellus's gaze softens. I am kind. Avro finds the question baffling. Of course, immediately after. He takes the initiative. He releases her warm grasp and easily lifts Avro up to his eye level. This sudden action flusters her. What? What is wrong with you? Put me down. On the contrary, he stubbornly buries his head against her. I cannot stop. I like you very much, Avro, unless you do not like me doing this. This blunt confession makes Avro's heart waver. She averts her gaze. It is not like that. But a second later, she looks down at him. She sees Acellus coquettishly pressing his cheek against her body. I truly thought I would grow bored looking at his face all the time. But every time I see Ale's features, he only grows more adorable. What am I thinking? Just moments ago, I believed the princess was more suitable for him. They maintain this intimate posture until Avro speaks shyly. Ale, I am a bit tired. Can we go rest? Acellus is ready to satisfy her every request. Of course. When everyone begins to rest, a hand moves incessantly across thick books on a shelf. Acellus carefully skims each page, searching for a solution to his problem. Magic formulas and artifacts lie scattered everywhere. They have been here since I first discovered this tower. No one in the imperial family understood their meaning when they owned it. The value of this tower exceeds imagination. Yet those fools, ignorant of its true worth, sold it cheaply. I took it without hesitation. The reason is simple, to find a cure for Avro's condition. Every human possesses their own amount of mana. Compatibility and resistance are defined by how we use it. Those with high compatibility can grant humanity enlightenment. They feel the invisible, touch the intangible, and lead humanity toward faith in a supreme entity. Conversely, those with strong resistance to magic cannot use mana properly. This is the only existing explanation for magic intolerance. No other sources detail the symptoms or provide further explanation. Ultimately, the core of this book seems to show humanity a problem without a solution, spreading fear to bolster faith in divine existence. No matter how much one prays to prevent disaster, there is never an answer. How exhausting. all I desire, in this world overflowing with magic, is to live happily by your side. Sina arrives to give a morning greeting. Young lady, you are awake. Avro replies with a bright smile. Yes, today is the day of the banquet. I must wake early to prepare. Sina is excited to show her something. I have a dress for you to see. How is it? Is it not beautiful? She spreads her arms to reveal a light pink gown, billowing and cute. Avro is silent for a moment. It is certainly beautiful, but I do not recall buying this. Sina smiles broadly. I knew it would suit your taste. Avro is still confused. Wait, Sina, I said I never bought that dress. Tell the truth. Who bought it? Sina looks away fearfully. It is a gift from Lord Acellus. Avro feels helpless. What, he bought something for me again? She scolds Acellus adorably. Truly, I have told him repeatedly not to spend money recklessly. Sina laughs. But it is already here and it suits you well. Please wear it, young lady. After Sina finishes the preparations, she cannot help but praise her work. Perfect. You will leave everyone at the banquet. Speechless, Avro is shy in her beautiful dress. That is a bit much, Sina, in her mind. She thinks Sina's praise is always a bit too enthusiastic. Sina guarantees happily, let me prove it to you. Give me 1 minute. Avro is worried, not knowing what she is planning. What is she doing now? Avro looks down at her dress, her eyelashes drooping with thought. This is the first time I have dressed like this for a party. It is so bright and beautiful. Her train of thought is interrupted as Sina peeks through the door. Young lady, you may come out now, she hesitates. You are not planning to play with me again, are you? Sina assures her, I am an adult now. Young lady, as she is pulled along, Avro thinks to herself that she cannot quite trust her. Upon stepping outside, she sees a tall figure at the door in luxurious attire. Oh, Excel. Acellus's face is flushed as he approaches. Avro notices his outfit matches her color scheme. She is surprised. A couple's outfit, I like it. Very much. But does Acellus feel the same? Regardless, I was the one who insisted we attend together, at this point. She speaks up. Good morning, Excel. I heard you chose this outfit. Do you like it? Seeing his red face and silence, Avro grows slightly annoyed. Why do you say nothing, does it not? Suit me, she thinks to herself. What is this reaction? He seems displeased. Avro expected him to find her adorably heart-melting. She feigns a touch of anger. I wore this because you chose it. Since you say nothing, I will change into another set. Hearing this, he finally snaps out of his daze and hurriedly catches her hand. It is not like that, Avro, I mean. Avro looks at his embarrassed face and twinkling eyes. After a moment, she understands. She turns around and whispers to Sina. Sina was right. Sina nods in agreement. Yes, it seems someone lacks the courage to even look straight at you. The two of them burst into happy laughter at his adorable reaction. Feeling the awkward and clumsy atmosphere, he makes an excuse. Actually, I will go check if the carriage is ready. Sina whispers, see, milady, I was right, I win. Avro lifts her shoulder and raises her voice. Really, he still seems unable to look straight at me. At this moment, he has already walked to a deserted place. His face is flush red as he lowers his head in thought. Since many people are attending this banquet, he chose matching outfits to show they are a harmonious couple. He wants everyone to realize the scandals involving him and the princess are merely baseless rumors, but as he thinks, he clutches his heart. Why must she be so beautiful? If only she were slightly less radiant. Suddenly, he remembers something that fills him with bitter resentment. Jabori mentioned many knights would attend. Should he just expel them all? At this moment, Avro calls out to Acellus. He offers a warm smile. I am here, Avro. Shall we depart? You look magnificent today. She responds with a gentle smile. Enough praise. Based on your reaction, you clearly like it very much. He extends his hand, offering to lead her precisely. How did I react? Let us go. Avro looks at the extended hand. His ears are crimson from embarrassment. Hold on tight, Avro, seeing this reaction. She dazes for a moment then smiles happily, of course. Acellus, at least in this moment, we believe without a doubt that we will enjoy the banquet. They arrive at a place of magnificent palaces. The brilliant weather earns Avro's praise. The weather is truly beautiful. It is a splendid manor with sparkling fountains and a winding garden maze. They prepare snacks and various drinks in the garden. Suddenly, someone calls her name. Avro responds with joy. Jabori, Grace. Grace stands nearby, acting somewhat hesitant. It has been a long time. Avro claps her hands with excitement. She remains unaware that Acellus is silently nodding behind her, signaling something. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Jabori Grace, the banquet is truly alluring. Jabori holds a hand fan and laughs happily. Of course, look who organized it. By the way, I heard the soaring knight is here today. She responds, ah, right, that is how it turned out. Jabori continues to chatter. Not to mention, Avro, since the news leaked that you would attend, all sorts of people have. Suddenly, Acellus takes her hand and kisses the back of it, leaving her stunned. He whispers, the reporters are already here, how fast? Avro does not hear clearly and wants to ask again. Huh, what? Unexpectedly, he gently kisses her forehead. She freezes in place. The noble ladies standing nearby witness this. They giggle with shy delight and offer their congratulations. Oh, look over there. Is that not Lord Acellus and Lady Avro? They are such a perfect match. Reporters lurk behind trees to document this happiness. Continuous whispers erupt from the nobles. Good heavens, they truly suit each other. I told you those rumors were meaningless, didn't I? I knew it. How could such a lovely couple be involved in a scandal? Avro seems to understand everything everyone did. To help her, Acellus chose matching outfits to extinguish the rumors. By wearing the same clothes and publicly displaying affection, people will quickly realize the rumors are false. The reason they attend together is that Jabori, who is friendly with her, is the host. Suddenly, she notices a surge of magic power. She thinks to herself, his magic is erupting, it must be difficult for Acellus to restrain his power right now. Worried for him, she asks softly, Acellus, do you want to rest? For a bit, you look too tense. He acts like a loyal hound, yet looks weary. I am fine, it has been a long time since we joined a party. I am truly fine. Avro still feels uneasy. Staying by my side like this is not very fun. Why don't you join Jabori's group and enjoy the party? Acellus points in another direction. No, I would rather go over there. She looks and sees couples dancing together. She thinks, over there where the guests are gathering to dance. Avro speaks with a hint of hesitation. Very well, let us go, in her mind. She still feels anxious, fearing she is not perfect enough. Can I dance well enough? I secretly practiced for occasions like this, but for some reason everyone seems to be watching us. Sorry, Jabori. Jabori stands nearby, watching with excitement and support. When the music begins, he places his hand on her and the two begin to flow with the melody. Contrary to her previous anxiety, she is surprised to find her body moving on its own. Ah, Avro's body remembers how to dance. It turns out the reason her heart raced for Acellus was merely the reaction of Avro's body. How fortunate, I can surely let go of Acellus without regret. She speaks with a bit of awkwardness. Dancing for so long has warmed me up. He smiles gently. I will go get some drinks, please wait. Suddenly, someone startles her from behind. It is Jabori. You still dance as beautifully as ever. Avro is surprised. Jabori. Jabori gives her a tight hug. Should you not set your husband aside for a moment to play with me? Avro feels a bit shy. Of course I should. While listening to Jabori, she accidentally notices the men behind them wearing terrified and gloomy expressions. What is this, Avro? Avro ignores Jabori's words, thinking to herself, I don't understand why those knights look so fearful. She continues without paying attention. My friend wants to speak with you very much. Avro thinks of something. Oh, no way could it be. They are afraid of Acellus. Jabori is delighted. If possible, will you come with me to meet the other ladies? Avro agrees and responds. What, certainly, let us do that. She responds with excitement. Really? Great, come. Let's go quickly. Although Avro looks happy on the outside, she has her own thoughts. Well, I am sure everything will be fine. A short-haired girl with black hair, a brown-haired girl, and a red-haired girl cheer in unison. Lady Ostel, it is an honor. Finally, we meet. I have wanted to see you for a long time. Avro, you remember me. Right, it has been too long. Avro shyly waves hello. Greetings, everyone. One girl leans in and asks Avro, how is married life? You married so early after all. The brown-haired girl nods in agreement. That's right. She responds bashfully, it is truly wonderful. My husband is very good to me. She is eager and curious. Really? Heavens, he must be gentler than he looks. There are a few more things we are curious about. Jabori walks over with a wine glass to join the group. When did you two first kiss? She blushes with shame as Jabori leisurely sips her wine. The brown-haired girl shouts, Jabori, you cannot ask so abruptly. the short-haired girl exclaims with excitement. Oh my, come on, this is exactly what we want to know. This kind of talk is just between us ladies. The red-haired girl follows eagerly. I am completely ready to hear this story. Her face turns flush red from embarrassment. That, 3 pairs of eyes glitter with anticipation. Avro shyly recounts, we have not even kissed yet. Every single person is shocked by her answer. Even Jabori is so stunned she spits out all the wine she just drank. She loses her composure and stands up to question her. What? After being married for so long? The blonde girl's eyes widen in amazement. No way, Lord Acellus couldn't possibly be that kind of person. At times like this, Avro can only put on a confident smile, but her heart is in turmoil. After all, she planned to leave after Acellus defeated the sea beast. Since everyone is here, perhaps she can find a way to ask the question she has always wondered about. She speaks up to change the subject. Have you all heard the rumors about Acellus? The red-haired girl continues the conversation. Rumors, if it is those rumors. The blonde girl speaks in an admiring tone. You must already know, right, milady? People say Lord Acellus is like a monster when he fights that beast. Avro's face darkens as she asks, a monster? She thinks anxiously, this is bad, he is already so lonely, I did not expect there would be such rumors surrounding him. The blonde girl quickly notices Avro's poor expression. Oh my, forgive me, milady, perhaps you did not know, she softly replies. It is fine, thank you for telling me, however. I suddenly remembered something I need to handle. Excuse me. After speaking, Avro leaves with troubled thoughts. I can no longer control my expression, leaving him alone while those rumors spread even just a little feels truly wrong. Jabori runs after her, calling out, Avro, are you very upset? I apologize to you on her behalf. That young lady was a bit insensitive. She stops in her tracks. I am not angry, I just need to see Acellus right now. The tea table is laid out with many drinks, but no one is sitting there. Acellus sets his wine glass on the table. Avro has always liked sweet drinks. Grace walks over to greet Lord Ostel. He turns his head to look at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Acellus greets Grace. Grace bows respectfully. It has been a long time. It is difficult to meet you. Please forgive my intrusion, but I have something to say. He decisively cuts him off. I have nothing worth discussing, he tries to persist. It will not be long, my lord, regarding that expedition. Everything was my fault, Acellus appears indifferent. You are speaking of something I do not recall. Grace is flustered as he takes the blame. It is because of me that those rumors exist. I still clearly remember that day. Despite your order to stay behind, I stubbornly insisted on commanding my ship. But unexpectedly, the monster attacked my ship first. It forced you to, he coldly interrupts. Enough! He is once again immersed in his thoughts. Human bows and weapons could not pierce the thick hide of that sea beast. The more arrows they fired, the angrier the beast became, reflecting the arrows and wounding their own troops. When the cries of despair rang out and the ship began to sink, the sky turned pitch black. Then he appeared. He summoned an army of extraordinary beasts. They tore the sea beast to pieces. Grace's eyes widen with tension as the whispers replay in his mind. The knights witnessed a terrifying sight, Acellus commanding hundreds of creatures even more bizarre than the sea beast. Those monsters only grew stronger as they absorbed the sea beast. Fear was scorched into their minds. It is too late to change anything now. It is all in the past. Do not dwell on it, just ensure Avro never knows. Grace lowers himself and stammers, yes, please. Forgive me. His gaze shifts elsewhere. Grace notices Avro in the crowd behind Acellus. He takes the hint and asks to leave. Then I shall take my leave. The sun is at its zenith. He sips his wine while listening to the surrounding whispers. Do you see? Grace actually spoke with the monster Marquis. Heavens, why did Lord Ostel come here? Does he know nothing? Truly, what knight would not be terrified by that monstrous Marquis? Only Grace could do it because he is very brave. I wonder how Lady Ostel lives with him. Is she not afraid? She is of the Rachi family. They are arrogant nobles who married only for his status. Acellus frowns with anger as he looks around. They can say whatever nonsense they want about me, But if she hears these rumors, if she wants to leave me, nothing could be more terrifying. I know Avro does not want me to silence them because she is gentle and kind to everyone. But even so, I cannot stand idly by and watch them insult her. Anything but that. Acellus growls with determination. Anyone who dares to insult Avro, I will exterminate them to the last man. Avro's voice suddenly rings out from behind. Forgive me, Sir Knight, he freezes, and turns his head toward the voice. She crosses her arms and seriously questions the knights. I wonder who this monstrous marquis you speak of is. Could it be my husband? They stammer in fearful denial. We did not mean it like that. Avro raises her voice. If not that, then what exactly is it? Answer me clearly. Was it not my husband who defeated the sea beast alone? Without him, every person standing before me might have been prey for the monster by now, right? Instead of expressing gratitude to the man you owe your lives to, you insult him behind his back. You should be ashamed. Is this the only pride the Leola knights have? Look me in the eye and answer me. Lord Ostel defeated the monster alone, yet these knights go about boasting of their achievements in battle. Oh, how shameful. They have been full of lies all this time. The two knights turn red with shame and bow repeatedly. We are truly sorry, Lady Ostel. It was our mistake to speak so. Avro frowns and speaks in a stern voice. Please, speak no more of this. I am not certain I can accept your apology. You should seek forgiveness from my husband. He stands right behind you. The two knights startle in terror. They realize he has been standing there for some time. Lord Ostel, how long have you been there? Avro steps forward. She links her arm with Acellus. She declares firmly, I married my husband because I love him. How could anyone not love such a handsome face? However, I doubt trash like you could understand. Your lack of charm makes your faces offensive to me. Please vanish from my sight. Hearing her words, the other noble ladies blush with admiration. The two knights flee in panic. Yes, we apologize. Let us leave quickly. Avro asks with concern, Acellus, are you all right? Her eyes widen in a daze as Acellus suddenly pulls her into his embrace. Avro blushes, stunned. Acellus speaks with deep emotion. You heard it all, didn't you, Av? She responds in a low voice. Yes, all of it. Acellus speaks gently. I hoped you would never have to hear such things. Avro speaks softly. I am sorry. He frowns in worry. Avro, do you perhaps feel pity for me? She shakes her head. No, I simply feel as though it is my fault. Avro sinks into thought. In the original plot, Acellus was forced to learn magic, but only after her death. Now, he learns it much earlier than intended. It is all because she survived in this world. She survived to prevent her own tragic, early death. In the end, she is the one who forces Acellus into loneliness. She is the one who urged him to learn magic. She speaks with a voice full of guilt. If I had not brought eyes here, you would not have faced such humiliation. He comforts her gently. It is fine. You are always watching over me, standing up for me in my stead. Avro becomes flustered and embarrassed. That is true, but Acellus places his hand over his heart. That is enough. Thank you, Avro. She blushes at his smile. Avro trembles with embarrassment. How can you still smile at a time like this? I am truly angry. Acellus places his hand on his chest. But I cannot help but feel happy. Her eyes widen as he wraps his arms around her waist. He lifts Avro high into the air. He gazes into her eyes and confesses. If you are by my side, I do not care even if the world turns its back on me. I love you, Avro, more than anything in existence. The scene shifts to the interior of the magnificent palace. The butler reports respectfully, it is said the Marquis and his wife are inseparable. Their bond is exceptionally strong. The Emperor listens in silence. Andrea enters. He questions her immediately. Andrea, why do you think I granted you a royal title? She replies instantly, to play the role of the king's daughter, father. The Emperor praises her. Good, you understand, yet you show no effort. You did not even attend Lady Jabori's banquet. Andrea frowns, judging him inwardly. This old man knows nothing. How could a woman of my stature be so incompetent? Outwardly, she replies respectfully. How could I attend simply because of an invitation? Lady Jobai and Lady Ostel are best friends. Those who attended clearly support the Ostel couple. If I participated, not only I, but the entire royal family would become targets of gossip. The prestige of the throne would suffer a direct blow. Hearing this, the emperor roars in anger. Is that so? Then we just leave that hostile fellow as he is. You know well that I worry about more than just your marriage. Andrea remains calm. There is no guarantee the Marquis is not plotting rebellion. The emperor loses his composure and screams louder. How do you know? No one has eyes that can see into the hearts of others. She sighs inwardly. He only fears the rise of the aristocratic factions, even though the royal power is already a joke. Andrea falls into silence. For 9 years, sea beasts ravaged the kingdom. To the king's misfortune, the hero who emerged from the chaos was Lord Ostel. Because the Ostel tradition aligns with the nobles, the hero's appearance weakened the throne overnight. Now, in his desperation, her father wants her to marry into the very family he once abandoned. Father, will you listen to me? At this rate, we can never drive a wedge between Lord Ostel and his wife. The emperor listens intently to her plan. I have a fine idea. I will personally ask Lord Ostel to teach me magic. The emperor's eyes widen in surprise. Magic. Andrea places her hand on her chest. Correct. In truth, I have already passed Lord Ostel's evaluation. The emperor's eyes sparkle with joy. Is that truly the case? She sneers inwardly. Of course it is a lie. Andrea continues, I have arranged everything. I will stay at his mansion. In exchange, you must keep my absence a secret to suppress any scandals. The emperor coughs to regain his dignity. Very well, do as you wish. It is a pity the scandal will fade, but it is for a greater purpose. She bows. Please trust me, your majesty, I shall take my leave. Andrea thinks, finally I have regained my freedom. She wonders what the spring-like Avro is doing. The scene returns to the banquet grounds. Avro whispers shyly, Acel, aren't you? Standing a bit too close, Asilos holds her tightly and asks, Am I? Avro lowers her head in embarrassment. He follows her everywhere under the guise of affection. His public displays and physical contact have become much bolder. Thanks to this, they are called the perfect couple. However, she is unsure if this is her body's reaction or if she truly feels shy. She speaks in confusion. Asilos, perhaps we should head inside. Andrea suddenly appears. Avro startles and separates from him. Your Highness! Andrea appears disheveled. Avro blushes. Oh my, I have shown you a shameful sight. I apologize. Andrea laughs. It is fine. What is the matter? Andrea explains, I am truly sorry for intruding like this. If possible, could you convey my request to Lord Ostel? It is quite urgent. Avro sinks into thought. She should have told Acel earlier, but she forgot while preparing for the party. It is a bit late now, but she is certain Asilos will understand if she explains properly. Seeing Asilos' sour expression, she explains, Actually, Asilos, there is something I wish to ask of you. It concerns the princess. He questions coldly, Why are you here? Avro turns pale. Andrea speaks the truth. It is only natural, for Lady Avro invited me. Asilos growls, Stop your nonsense. Do you think I don't know you wish to manipulate my innocent wife? Avro tries to intervene. It is not like that, Asilos. Andrea deliberately grabs Avro's hand and acts pitiful. I understand you are sensitive to scandals, my lord. But Lady Avro and I are now friends. To grow closer to her, I personally requested the emperor to suppress the rumors. Asilos growls. Another lie, surely. Andrea looks at Avro with a bright smile. Look at this innocent face. Asilos says irritably, Do not believe her, Avro. Avro coughs and clarifies, Actually, the princess wants to learn magic from you, so if you are okay with it. He is infuriated. Absolutely not. Avro stammers, I know it is a sudden request, but... Asilos speaks seriously. I said no, Avro. Andrea laughs. I am sorry for coming and going so suddenly, but I must leave now. Can you tell me your final decision after you both discuss it? Please help me with this. Asilos roars. Wait, who permitted you to call her Avro? Do not act so familiar. Andrea ignores him and winks at Avro. You are obstructing our friendship, Lord Ostel. I will become close to her regardless. Farewell, Avro. Andrea departs, leaving the two of them in a state of confusion. Asilos states firmly, Avro, I have absolutely no intention of teaching magic to the princess. She tries to explain, Asilos. He gnashes his teeth in anger. Before, you used her to demand a divorce. Now you want me to teach her magic. You may not see it, but she is extremely calculating. Avro looks up. Acel, even so, we truly need the princess. Inwardly, she is worried. She knows it is shameless to ask this without explaining, but the princess is surely preparing for the future based on the original story. Asilos' lips curl into a smile. He agrees and makes a demand. Fine, then promise me one thing. Avro is puzzled. A promise? What kind of promise? Asilos thinks, I am a powerful mage, but my magical compatibility is flawed. I do not know how useful the princess is, but she is Avro's enemy. She distorts everything to serve her own ends. Even knowing this obstacle, Asilos speaks. I have been waiting for you to speak on this matter. She responds guiltily. I am sorry for not explaining sooner. He cuts her off. That is not what I meant, Avro. Asilos lifts her chin. I have waited until I was worn out for the day you would cancel your request. To divorce me. If you want me to teach the princess, then promise me this first. She blushes shyly. What is it? Asilos kisses her forehead. Our promise to divorce when we find someone we like, discard it. That is all I truly desire. After being together for so long, it is only natural for feelings to bloom. His gaze is always fixed on her. He has never abandoned her. His joys and sorrows revolve around her. No matter how much she tries to ignore it, she knows his actions transcend simple affection, and she knows the truth. Asilos needs an heir. With her magic intolerance, she cannot bear his child. A noble family without an heir is a joke. Avro stammers, Asilos, you already know. Asilos affirms once more. I love you. Avro, I cannot imagine life without you. Memories of her past life's pain flood her mind. In the past, she witnessed only scenes of emotions being disregarded, full of indignation and rage. Love, does such a feeling truly exist? Avro is uncertain. Love might be a temporary feeling clouding his eyes now. But in 10 or 20 years, will he still be able to say he loves her? In the end, he will want someone who can give him an heir. And then what will become of her? Someone who lives only for his love. Must she live like her mother in the end? She retreats and speaks softly. I am sorry, I simply cannot. Avro always harbors negative thoughts. She swore never to love anyone, for she did not want to live like her mother. She clenches her fists tightly. Avro looks up and speaks honestly. Asilos, I hope you do not love me. I cannot break your curse, nor can I make you truly happy. Only the princess can lift the hostile curse, so please go to her, Asilos. And please forget me. She feels pathetic and foolish for wanting to stay by his side a moment longer. Though she wishes for his happiness, all she does is crave a status she does not deserve. She only causes him pain. I did not wish to mention the princess so suddenly. I am sorry, I am so sorry. She returns to her room and slams the door open. Avro hurriedly packs her luggage. It is not too late. She can take her prepared bags and leave. His heart might ache for a short time, but the pain will soon fade. She trembles as she writes a letter to him. Please forget me and live happily. Avro leaves only a few words. Forgive me for desiring a place by your side. Where I do not belong, Asilos quickly pursues her. He turns pale, shocked by the sight inside the room. His pupils dilate in horror. Avro startles when she hears him call her name. Avro, wait, I cannot understand. If you do not tell me. What troubles you? When you protected me at that banquet and everything happened at the manor, I thought we shared the same feelings. Even if your heart does not fully belong to me, I believed that if I tried harder, things would improve. Avro hardens her heart and picks up her suitcase. I am sorry, Asilos. Asilos stands in a daze, his mind in turmoil. Is my confession such a great burden to you? He stands frozen to the spot, watching her. Avro leaves coldly. Asilos snaps out of his trance as she brushes past him. She leaves one final message. I hope you live well. Asilos' face darkens. Cold sweat pours down his skin as fear takes hold. Asilos cannot accept this reality. No, do not abandon me, Avro. Why do you keep trying to leave me? You have made it so I cannot live without you. Why do you keep thinking of departing? It does not matter if you do not love me yet. If I persevere, you will eventually look at me. But if you go, that chance vanishes instantly. I cannot accept this. I refuse to let it end this way. Do not leave me, Avro. Do not abandon me. His desperate thoughts seem to manifest into reality. Acellus panics as he sees Avro collapse. Avro, he rushes forward, catching her before she hits the ground. He trembles with terror. It is because I cannot control my magic properly. From now on, I will be more careful. It will not happen again. He pleads silently, please do not leave me. Moments later, she opens her eyes. Avro sits up dazed. Did I faint? Acellus realizes she remembers nothing of her attempt to leave. He nods slowly. Yes, but only for a moment. She covers her mouth and yawns. What happened? He quickly shifts the blame to Princess Andrea, claiming her awakening magic caused the strain. You are exhausted, right? Rest for a while, you will feel much better. Avro lets out a soft, empty laugh. I do feel a bit sleepy. Acellus speaks in a low, guilt-ridden voice. I am sorry, Avro. She looks up and smiles. What are you sorry for? It was unavoidable. It is because of my magic intolerance. Besides, I was the one who asked you to teach magic to the princess. Acellus's eyes brim with tears as he takes the blame. I am sorry, I am truly sorry, Avro. Avro is bewildered by his strange attitude. What is this about? He cannot stop magic intolerance. Why apologize so much? She feels a surge of worry. Ale, are you crying? It is not your fault I fainted. You do not need to apologize. Avro makes a guess. Do not tell me you are sad because I am tired, she says, reaching out to touch his cheek to comfort him. I am truly fine. Hold me for a moment. The fresh air will surely make me feel better. You never cried as a child, but you have become quite the crybaby now. Do not worry, Ale. In time, everything will be fine. Acellus lifts Avro into his arms and carries her outside. She chooses to change the subject. By the way, about Blue, let's change the name later. Blue means seal, right? When we finally go home, that name will no longer be appropriate. He still does not dare to meet Avro's eyes. We will visit Leola occasionally. You aren't thinking of leaving, are you? She stammers in confusion. No, of course not. Anyway, please consider my proposal. Acellus nods in agreement. Very well, I will consider it. However, a dark possessiveness rises in his heart. This time I will let it pass. But if you try to abandon me again, I truly do not know what I will do. Avro. Avro looks at her clothes. Her dress feels loose. She remembers Sina saying she lost weight lately, but she ignored it. She adjusts her sleeves. The magic intolerance is clearly making her waste away. She hopes the princess visits today. She prays the princess won't notice her ill health. She has many questions. She is likely waiting in the drawing room. I must hurry. A moment later, Avro timidly peeks from behind the door. Forgive me for making you wait, Your Highness. Princess Andrea looks up, her face lighting up with joy. My spring breeze, it has been too long. Avro maintains her etiquette and greets her. Have you been well since we last met? Andrea tilts her head, her expression saddening. I am well, but you have grown thinner, Avro. Avro flinches. She noticed. Externally, she merely smiles dismissively. The doctor says it is just fatigue. It is nothing serious, so please do not worry. Princess Andrea remains uneasy. If that is so, then it is a relief. But are you eating properly? Avro reassures her. Of course, Your Highness, please be at ease. Avro realizes something. Is this why Acellus has become so overprotective? Ever since I fainted, he even added more guards. It is excessive. She watches in silence, deep in thought. The one who can break the Osel curse, the hero of this world. If it is the princess, then Acellus and this entire world can be safely entrusted to her. Avro speaks up immediately. Your Highness, this may be sudden, but may I ask a favor? Princess Andrea turns, eager to help. A favor, of course, speak freely. Avro reaches out and touches the princess's hand, a silent hope in her heart. If it is her, she can help rename Blue. She must establish the magic tower and turn the kingdom into a land of sorcery, just like the original story. She will surely help me. A flash of melancholy crosses Avro's face as she makes her request. Your Highness, if I must leave, can I rely on you to help? Princess Andrea is stunned. She freezes in place. Andrea senses the weight of the words. She forces a smile. If it is only a short trip, surely your husband can help. Avro denies it instantly. It might be a journey I cannot tell him about. She looks as if she is about to burst into tears. If that happens, I want you to keep it a secret. Princess Andrea realizes Avro has already prepared to depart. She believes she cannot fulfill this wish. How can I help with such a thing? Your husband cares for you so deeply. Avro knows this, yet she has no choice. There is no cure for her magic intolerance. I do not plan to leave immediately, but my future plans. Suddenly, a threatening voice erupts from behind them. Who gave you permission to do that? Avro turns her head in terror. Acellus stands there. He heard the entire conversation. His sudden appearance causes her to panic. Wait, that is not what I meant. Acellus's gaze turns cold and heavy. Avro, even without your memories, you still harbor those thoughts. He turns to the guest. Your Highness, please take your leave for now. Princess Andrea understands the situation and agrees immediately. Of course, I shall excuse myself. The moment they are alone, Acellus confronts her. Avro, let me be clear. If you try to abandon me again, I cannot guarantee what will happen. Even if I do not intend it, my magic will spiral out of control. Who knows what that chaotic power will do to the world you love? Is it not time you told me the truth? How do you, with your magic intolerance, know of Icelet? Why did you ask me to teach the princess? Avro's face turns pale. She hangs her head low. She raises her head to explain. Acellus, that matter. He cuts her off and snorts coldly. You truly know nothing about me. All this time by your side, I have listened to your every word. After I promised to stop eavesdropping, I tried to stop using magic to listen. But you forget. My physical senses far surpass any mortal. Avro is stunned. She previously thought, I am determined to change from now on. Hearing Acellus's words, she realizes the terrifying truth. He heard everything I just said. He suddenly grabs Avro's hand. He asks Avro, is my question so difficult to answer? She avoids Acellos's gaze and explains, well, it is because I had a prophetic dream. However, he completely denies it. You lie. Only those blessed by the gods receive prophetic dreams. With your magic intolerance, it is impossible. Avro does not respond. She looks down at her hands. She is speechless. What should she do now? Acellos's expression turns sorrowful and pained. He speaks suddenly. Even so, I believe you, Avro. Hearing this, she is naturally startled. Accellos walks toward Avro step by step. Whether your dream is real or not is not important to me. Because to me, everything you say is the truth. He carefully pulls her into his embrace to express his feelings. Avro remains dazed. She did not expect things to turn out like this. She gradually feels her heart beating wildly. She feels guilt and regret toward Acell. And then she separates herself from Accellos. She says, let me go, Accellos. Avro's face flushes slightly as she thinks of an excuse. Due to her body's uncontrollable reaction, all her hidden emotions seem to erupt. These must be Avro's feelings, otherwise. She still seems determined to follow her own will. I need to go, so? Accellos seems to understand why Avro is acting this way. Are you flustered because I admitted to hearing your private thoughts? She admits it. Yes, that is it. Now I am too embarrassed to look at your face. He knew she lied, yet he still stepped forward. How can she refuse someone who trusts her so completely? He reaches toward Avro and laughs. I promise never to eavesdrop again. She asserts herself. Of course, in the future you better not. But Acellos's sudden kiss prevents her from finishing her sentence. Avro is completely stunned and fails to react. He makes a slightly bashful request. If you want to leave again, do not leave in secret. Just go with me. No one can protect you better than I can. That statement causes her entire face to turn bright red. Alone in his study, Accellos buries his face in his hands. He remembers the moment. Why did he do that? He feels regret for his actions, even if it was a mistake. My magic could be dangerous to Avro. I must be more careful, yet I selfishly kissed her. Acell blames himself helplessly. Am I truly beyond cure? He touches his lips, recalling the moment they kissed. Whenever he is near Avro, his heart flutters uncontrollably. I love you. I am sorry. Even if I spend the whole night expressing my feelings to you, Avro, a single lifetime is not enough. Even if I pretend to smile like a gentle, caring husband, or become a brilliant man whom anyone would be proud to know, it does not change the fact that my magic is dangerous to you. Accellos thinks anxiously. I know you would be healthy if you left me, but without you, what is the point of living in this world? He maintains that dark mood, standing dazed by his desk. He cannot cure the illness of the woman he loves. He knows that if he does not find a solution, he will eventually have no choice but to let her go. How can people call me a hero? How can they say I am great? Accellos cannot help but click his tongue. He picks up a piece of paper left on the desk. After reading the contents, Accellos seems to have made a decision. I tried to ignore it, but it seems there is no choice but to use that method. As Avro said, if they rename the tower, mages will quickly appear throughout Leola, turning it into a magical nation. Even though the tower is currently sealed, mages are already beginning to appear. Except for Andrea, who has high magic compatibility, I have sealed all other mages. He stares at the paper. He no longer hesitates and steels his resolve. Even if this draws criticism or harms my own body, it does not matter. If the seal is opened, Avro will collapse just by meeting an external magic user. Asilos does not delay. He strides toward the door. I know it is selfish, but I can still control it. The tower is assisting in controlling and concentrating magic power. He will continue his research. He reaches out and opens the door. Asilos quickly leaves the room to execute his plan. To keep Avro by my side, I am willing to pay any price. I will even use Blue's sealing power to strip all magic from Lola. Elsewhere, Avro seems to be observing and reflecting on something. Piles of gift boxes are stacked on the table. Beside them are invitation cards. She wonders, are these people made of money? Avro asks with a slight headache. People say the economy in this territory is poor. Then what is all this, Sina? Sina points at the heaps of goods and explains happily. My lady, your words are so hurtful. These are all new items purchased within the strict budget you allocated. She truly does not seem to understand. What does that mean? Sina explains excitedly. The visiting merchant group sold them at a very low price. Avro remembers and confirms. Are you talking about that rude merchant guild that crowded the mansion last time? Sina confirms and speculates. Yes, that is right. Our mansion was not the only place they visited. They visited other houses too. They are from the Emperor Empire. It must be their culture. They produce in mass quantities, making expensive goods affordable. They even delivered them to our mansion. Hearing the familiar name, Avro adds, the Emperor Empire is famous for trade, but mass production sounds a bit unusual. However, she does not think much of it. At first, I found them suspicious, but it is clearly a tactic to eliminate price inflation from other Emperor merchants. They asked me if I could help balance the market, and I happily agreed. Sina recalls this with great interest. Furthermore, I finally bought that beautiful silk ribbon at a low price. I wanted a lace ribbon. The situation looks extremely suspicious. Avro ponders the matter seriously after hearing the report. No matter how she looks at it, this is fishy. They sell goods below the cost of materials and force a new trend. Looking closer, the quality is strangely poor. Sina still does not fully understand the situation. She suddenly speaks, "Wait, young mistress, are you going to take a rest?" Avro quickly puts on an outfit that denies that thought. No, I intend to head into town myself. She shifts the topic with an eager expression. Do you wish to have a date with Lord Acelus in town? I will go inform him immediately. Avro gives a serious reminder. I am going alone. Ale is currently busy with research. Even so, Sina remains very active in giving suggestions. This is a good opportunity for Lord Acelus to breathe some fresh air. Avro affirms her stance once more. Ale is busy. She does not wish to disturb him. Avro still feels a bit embarrassed when recalling the time they kissed. Furthermore, facing him after that incident is truly awkward. If she goes dressed as a noble, she cannot uncover the true intentions of that wicked merchant guild. She feels the clothes she chose now are very suitable for the circumstances. Before leaving, Avro gives one more careful instruction. Anyway, I am going out with Sina today. No need to tell Ale. Sina's face looks somewhat unwilling as she listens. Just as she prepares to step out the door, Acelus suddenly appears. He asks, "Where are you going?" This causes Avro to freeze. Ale appears ready to head out. Acelus speaks with a look of grievance. You intend to go without me? He stands blocking the door, asking with a pitiful gaze, Do you truly intend to go without me? Avro desperately searches for a random excuse. I only intend to go see the town with Sina. Acelus exposes her like a discarded puppy. From what I heard, it seems you are planning to sneak out secretly. She has to explain. She simply does not want to disturb his research, but Acelus does not feel that way. Avro, you never disturb me. Avro adds, furthermore, reporting to you every time I go out feels strange. I only want to investigate that famous merchant guild. He quickly understands her meaning. You mean the wicked merchant guild of the Empire, Acelus suggests. Actually, I also find that guild suspicious. Let us go together. Avro seems unconvinced and tries to persuade him. Really, if you are going just for my sake, then it is not necessary. But he immediately denies it. That is not it. This investigation is necessary anyway. With Acellus coming along, there will be no danger. They dress as commoners, so they do not yet know how the guild and passers-by will react. She imagines the worst-case scenario, being caught by the guild's people. Why are you investigating our guild? Finally, Avro makes a decision. All right, but dress like a commoner. Acellus naturally agrees. Is that fine? Of course. Sina excitedly reminds them, don't forget to buy me a gift. Avro has no problem with this request. I will buy you something even more beautiful than the previous ribbon prize. Sina is moved and praises her. Young mistress, you are number one. Acellus watches them talk and feels at ease, but he quickly regains his seriousness to ponder. The Empire is one of the threats that the kingdom watches closely. If this is part of an invasion plan against the kingdom, he needs to know. On the other side, the two of them are still chatting happily. Acellus observes them. It would be best if he goes alone to keep Avro safe in the manor, but doing so would only make her unhappy. He will avoid doing what she dislikes if possible. When alone, Avro secretly thinks she should have left immediately after meeting Alice. Even if the Empire plays a major role in invading the kingdom, it usually is not a massive threat. She recalls everything. At this point in time, magic tools should have been common among the public. Aile's student Lola should have matured, and this should have been a magic kingdom. But that future was ruined. Instead of researching magic tools, Acellus was busy investigating her illness and the magic tower. The power that should have amplified the kingdom's mana was sealed to protect her. Avro seems to have predicted the upcoming situation. Acellus has no intention of leaving her. Even if they are separated, things would not turn out exactly as she thought. Now that it has come to this, she must do what she can by staying by Acellus's side. She will help fix the events and return them to the original path. Just then a voice rings out. Avro, I am ready. She looks toward the sound. Are you finished? Aile has arrived. Avro's jaw drops in shock when she sees him. She asks, when did you prepare all of this? Acellus wears an outfit no different from hers. He answers happily, it is nothing special. I always use magic for these things. He explains further, I am still wearing the same clothes as before, but to others I look completely different. It only uses environmental mana, so it will not harm you. Avro laughs upon hearing this. She suggests happily, good, then let us go. The carriage departs, wheels rolling on the road. While sitting inside, Avro is questioned. By the way, Avro, are your prophetic dreams real? She affirms immediately, of course. Acellus asks with curiosity, then have you seen anything about the future? Avro's hand resting on her thigh freezes slightly. She searches for a reason to deflect. I have not dreamt that far yet, but I do not think anything unusual will happen. He seems reassured by this answer. Really? That is fortunate. I was worried something bad might happen. Avro falls silent, lost in thought. Even though he knows she is magic intolerant and cannot have prophetic dreams, does he truly believe her? At that moment, the carriage stops. Acellus steps down and introduces the place to her. We have arrived. This is the merchant market. A nearby shop is cheerfully inviting customers. Cheap goods, very cheap. Buy the best fabrics from the Empire for only 1 silver coin. On the other side, another is enthusiastically drawing in guests. We even give buttons as gifts. Avro looks at him and comments, there are many imperial merchants right at the entrance. Acellus suggests he will go ask if there are any dresses that can be bought with silver coins. Avro does not object. She reminds him carefully, be careful not to get caught. Aile goes to a nearby clothing shop to inquire. Excuse me, my wife heard there is a place selling noble-style dresses very cheaply. I only have about 10 silver coins. The shop owner joyfully welcomes Acellus. That is plenty. I see you are interested in our goods. With the Empire's technology, we can easily make a beautiful dress for only 10 silver coins. He adds, even Princess Andrea recently bought a dress from our guild. Avro acts helpless, not quite believing it. Is that so? The owner brings out several outfits to showcase. Does that not prove our guild's reputation? Come, choose any you like. She pretends to be surprised. Oh my, how is this possible? The fabric alone costs more than that. He feels this is normal, all thanks to the Empire's techniques. The people of Lael are simply being overcharged. Everyone on the continent buys at this price. Avro still wants more information. Have you always traded with Leela? The shop owner explains and then realizes something. Thanks to Lord OS opening the trade route, we can sell even cheaper, but you aren't really interested in these dresses, are you, madam? She quickly denies it. No, that is not it. Just then, Acela speaks up. It is hard to go higher than that. He is trying to help Avro. I only saved that much. You see, I know you are excited because it has been a long time since you went out, but please choose one quickly. She understands Acelus's intent. He is indirectly telling me not to dig any deeper. Avro speaks with a bored face, but I think Andy already chose the prettier one. He expresses sincerely, to me, whichever dress you choose is the most beautiful. She picks up a yellow one. Really? The shop owner enthusiastically agrees. Exactly, that yellow dress is perfect for you. Avro lingers no longer and settles it. Fine, we will take this. He laughs heartily. Thank you very much, madam. The two leave the shop. The owner waves enthusiastically. Come again next time? She looks at the paper bag in her hand, thinking of how he gave her the neatly folded dress. Avro remains vigilant and ponders carefully. His manner seems honest, but this guild was only recently granted a permit to trade in Leela. The prices are extremely low. Even if they say it is due to imperial production, it is still highly suspicious. She evaluates that the price is lower than the wages of a normal worker. Acela also notices the abnormality. For merchants to pursue a profit lower than the cost is illogical. Avro fully agrees. Exactly, it is all nonsensical. He considers it would be best to investigate their backer. She seems not to understand. A backer, Acela explains in detail. They are likely colluding with high-ranking imperial officials, or they could be spies wanting to infiltrate the kingdom. Avro feels a bit uneasy. Thinking carefully, merchants can indeed easily access information. But who and why? To sell goods that cheaply requires a massive financial backer. Only one person could do such a thing. The crown prince of the empire, the one who declared war on Letella when it emerged as a magic nation. Although that person would surely vanish once Acela acts, and his appearance was not clearly described, he was portrayed as a ruthless man who would do anything to achieve his goals. She cannot quite remember, only that his hair was described as red as blood. Avro asks, Acela, who is currently the crown prince of the empire. Acela tells her briefly, Hun. He was recently elevated to crown prince. He works very aggressively to consolidate his power. Hearing this, she is startled and immediately denies it. No way. Avro's footsteps suddenly stop. Ale, it is just my suspicion, but Crown Prince Hun is very likely the one behind all of this. She says this, but she seems very certain. Acela appears a bit surprised. Crown Prince Hun? He does not think so and prepares to counter. Even if he is aggressive and powerful, has the Empire really extended its influence to Leela? Avro, on the contrary, is very confident in her own ability. You know I have prophetic dreams, right? Recently, I dreamt that a war broke out. She says what she knows. In the future, Blue was renamed ASC and Leela became a magic nation. Acela understands. So that is why you suggested the name change. Avro hurriedly admits it. That is right. Acela does not hesitate and proposes immediately. I see, then we should prepare in advance. This leaves her stunned. She did not think he would believe her so easily. Avro asks hesitantly, do you really believe me? It is not usually that easy to accept. He, on the contrary, finds it very normal. Those are your words. Why would I not believe you easily? She feels a bit helpless. What? Acela ignores it and shifts the topic. Give me that bag, I will carry it. Avro feels it is unnecessary, but she still hands him the bag. It is just a dress. How heavy can it be? She muses. Anyone else would think this is nonsensical. How foolish. Acela actually trusts what I say. To be unable to be honest with someone who trusts me absolutely like this. It is truly painful. The two of them then return to the manor. On the table is a carefully made cake. Avro looks at it with delight and praises it. Is the side dish today waffles? It looks so delicious. Sina enthusiastically welcomes them back. Yes, young mistress, welcome back. She proudly introduces it to Acela. I know the best way to eat waffles. Wait a moment. He sees that Avro likes it and suggests, if you like this dish that much, I will give you my portion. But she refuses. No, you should try eating it like this. Acela looks at the cake before him with slight emotion. You like sweets so much, yet you made this for me. But Avro does not care much. It is no big deal, just try it. Her eyes sparkle with anticipation for his reaction. That is a combination she used to love back when she worked part-time in Korea. After tasting it, Acellus exclaims. It is truly delicious. Avro seems very satisfied with this answer. There, I told you it was delicious. She suddenly reaches out and touches his face. You have cream here? Ale, Avro laughs innocently and teases him. Sometimes you are just like a child. Acellus blushes slightly, thinking to himself. Avro seems much happier since she found the clue. That is fortunate. But he asks the doubt he has held in his heart for a long time. Avro, sometimes I wonder, do you see me as a man? She still does not seem to understand why Acellus suddenly asks that. He adds, you are comfortably close, touching my face so normally. Avro reaches out to take the teacup on the table. What is the big deal? It is just the two of us. However, Acellus's next sentence makes her blush and nearly choke in surprise. We already kissed after all. Avro cries out in embarrassment. Ale, he leans his face close to her and asks, did you not like it when I kissed you? Avro hurriedly reminds him, I managed to forget it and now you bring it up again. Acellus asks once more, was it so unpleasant that you want to forget it? She quickly denies it. It is not unpleasant, it is just, I am the only one. And then Avro. Avro stops abruptly as if realizing something. She spots the two maidservants, Sina and R, standing there with gossiping expressions. She wonders to herself, since when were they there? Seeing Avro lose her focus, Acellus calls out. Avro, where are you looking? I am right here. He leans in closer, pressing her with questions. What were you about to say? It isn't uncomfortable. And then? This closeness causes her to cry out in embarrassment. His face is far too near. Her face flushes crimson. Her head spins in a daze. He seems to realize that she has a soft spot for that face. Acellus smiles gently and offers a suggestion. Perhaps if we do it again, you will realize your feelings. Avro panics and refuses immediately. No, I am fine, really. Just then, Odun rushes through the door to deliver a report. My lord, my lady. The merchant guild has arrived just outside the estate. She hurriedly pushes him away and issues an order. The merchant guild, let them in. However, Odun adds that this is the same guild from the Emperor Empire that visited last time, and the atmosphere is quite tense. Hearing this, the two of them are startled and quickly regain their composure. Avro rushes toward the door to confirm. The Imperial merchants have returned, Odun affirms. Yes, it is strange they returned so soon since their last visit. She calms herself after grasping the situation. It is not unusual for merchants to visit the estate, but Odun is a veteran head butler. He surely senses something suspicious. If the guild arriving is Delchai, things will be troublesome. Suddenly, the head butler's voice echoes from outside. The merchants have already swarmed through the gates. Someone outside grumbles aggressively. How dare they be so impudent? Her expression turns grave. That guild is personally operated by the Crown Prince. The man waiting outside possesses a head of fiery red hair. After observing the surroundings, he lets out a low chuckle. So this is the place, Crown Prince Hemin asks with a mocking tone, the home of the esteemed hero. Odun does not hesitate to offer a stern reminder. Did I not give clear instructions to wait outside the gate? Do you not realize this behavior is impertinence in Leola? The man shows no anger as he explains. I do not understand how merchants coming to sell goods can be considered impudent. Our vicious merchant guild has many high-quality wares. Surely even the esteemed hero will be satisfied with our stock. Avro listens to their conversation with worry. To approach so aggressively and rudely, what exactly are their intentions? Suddenly, a voice startles her. Acellus takes the initiative. I will handle this. Can you wait in the room for a moment? Avro hesitates. But Ale, he explains further, if your prophetic dream is correct, they are our enemies. As the head of the house, I have a duty to protect you and our family. Acellus reaches his hand out toward her. Above all else, your safety is my top priority. He gently and carefully touches Avro's face. Crown Prince Hun and Acellus stand face to face. The prince glances at Avro standing behind. So that is the rumored Marchioness. Acellus notices the Crown Prince's gaze and snaps. Who are you looking at? The prince finds a random excuse. My apologies, I am merely a guard unaccustomed to noble etiquette. Acellus does not care for small talk and asks directly. Enough, state your reason for intruding upon my estate. Crown Prince Hun acts as if he disagrees. Intruding, we are merely merchants promoting our goods. We are the vicious merchant guild from the Emperor Empire. Facing fierce competition in Emperor, we have come to establish friendly relations with Leola. Asilos's face displays clear boredom and a total lack of trust. Hemen ignores his expression and continues. Among the families here, we wish to establish ties with the most influential one, the House of Os. I hope to form a good relationship with the Marquis. Crown Prince Hun focuses his target on Asilos. Asilos clearly shows his unwelcome dissatisfaction. You speak too boldly for an uninvited guest. I have no reason to accept negotiations from someone I cannot trust. Crown Prince Hemen offers a condition without hesitation. 10 years. If you accept trade with us, we will provide goods at minimum prices for 10 years. Yet Asilos remains firm. We have enough supplies even without your discounts. Therefore, we have no reason to trade with you. Surprisingly, the prince is not offended and casually changes the subject. What a pity. By the way, if I may ask, Crown Prince Hemen looks upward. This invisible energy surrounding this estate, people rumor it is magic. Asilos reaches out to touch those magical particles. I have only heard of exceptionally sharp knights being able to sense mana. Such an ability seems a bit much for a mere merchant guard. He evaluates the prince with meaningful hidden intent. Crown Prince Hun does not answer but bows politely. I will take that as a compliment. Please reconsider our proposal. Asilos gives the same answer as before. My decision will not change. Begone. Crown Prince Hemen acts disappointed. Truly a great shame. His gaze carries a hint of a threat. You will come to regret this choice. Regardless, it was an honor to meet your lordship. He says nothing, simply standing still as he watches Crown Prince Hun depart. The door slams shut in front of Asilos. Inside the room, a servant speaks up, kindly asking, Young Lady Han, are you all right? You must have been frightened. Avro quickly replies to reassure them. No, I am fine. Thank you for worrying about me. Sina offers, I will bring some hot tea to help you calm down. Unsettled, she cannot help but recall the image of Crown Prince Hun. She mutters to herself, that man is certainly no ordinary guard. The aura around him is far more powerful than a merchant's escort. Even the guild master seemed intimidated by him. Hair as red as blood. An image suddenly flashes through her mind. Avro is startled as if she has just realized the truth. Could it be? Meanwhile, Crown Prince Hun has left the estate. A member of the guild speaks up cautiously. Pardon me, how did things go? Despite being rejected, Crown Prince Hun's mood is not bad. He wonders cheerfully, what now? He suddenly remembers Avro's frightened face when she saw him. The memory brings a smirk to his face. Crown Prince Hun laughs with amusement and gives the order. Let us return. I will consider the next move. The carriage begins to roll away. Hun has always struggled to erase his label as the son of a barbarian mother, constantly threatened because of his bloodline. He achieved many great feats before finally becoming the Crown Prince. But even as Crown Prince, his position is unstable. To consolidate power, he intends to control everything. But then Asilos appeared, a hero with extraordinary power known as magic. Since Asilos is now considered a hero in Leola, Hemen decided to tame Asilos himself, which is why he visited the estate. Crown Prince Hun suddenly asks, You said Leola is very festive right now? The guild member quickly confirms. Yes, Your Highness. He evaluates the current situation. Preparing the Delore merchant ships to visit under the guise of establishing trade should be enough. The man suggests, then shall we leave the representative position vacant? But Crown Prince Hemen disagrees. No, I will continue to act as a guard for the time being. The guild member accepts the order. Understood, I will report it immediately. He softly repeats the name Leola. Unlike the Emperla Desert, this place is warm, with flowers and fruits in full bloom. Crown Prince Hemen observes the scenery outside. He recalls his mother's homeland that she always wanted to visit. Though he didn't expect to visit like this, it feels as if he has already arrived. Avro's image flashes in his mind again. Unfortunately, the hero Asilos seems difficult to control. But isn't there a woman who is the personification of spring in Leola? Crown Prince Hun is extremely pleased with himself for deducing a secret. That woman is the hero's weakness. Meanwhile, at Asilos' estate, he is still deep in thought. The suspicious visit, their hidden motives, the merchants swarming the estate, and that mysterious guard. Avro's warning keeps surfacing in his mind. He cannot sleep. Asilos recalls how Avro carefully reminded him. It is best to investigate those backing them, perhaps someone from the Emperor nobility. This makes him feel anxious. She was surely talking about her dream of war. Emperor intends to weaken Leola and has likely planted spies here already. Asilos turns and asks, "What is it?" Sina reports, "My lord, your disciple has arrived." He is slightly surprised. "What?" Asilos finds it difficult to understand. "At this hour." Princess Andrea speaks politely. "I apologize for disturbing you so late." The Marquis frowns, suspicious of her sudden appearance. "What brings the princess here at such a time?" Princess Andrea sighs, feeling tired of his oversuspicious attitude. "While reviewing secret documents regarding magic intolerance, I found this. You need to see it immediately. Are you not being a bit too guarded? Can you come with me to the Imperial Library right now?" Asilos hurriedly questions her. "Could it be you found a clue?" She smiles triumphantly. "Naturally, you understand me well. However, my skills in ancient languages are limited. I cannot fully interpret the contents. It is best you read and judge for yourself." He feels joy in his heart as if he has finally grasped destiny. He has found a clue. Asilos acts with haste. "Then we go at once." They quickly activate a magic circle, emitting brilliant and dazzling gold light that envelops the luxurious library. Princess Andrea hands him the book to begin the work. "Can you check this book?" She opens the page. Princess Andrea radiates a calm and intellectual aura. Her amber eyes stare intently at the page. We interpret the aura surrounding this heart as mana. The heart on the left, surrounded by aura, represents high magic compatibility. The barren heart on the right represents magic intolerance. Asilos points curiously. "Then what does the phrase 500 years later mean?" She speaks like a professor. "According to other books I have read, priests often recorded their impressions immediately after receiving a prophecy next to the symbolic images. Those notes are valuable clues to interpreting the prophecy. Perhaps 500 years later means it can only be interpreted now." The atmosphere seems to freeze as the truth is revealed. He looks unusually solemn. "According to that logic, our current discovery of mana matches the prophecy." Princess Andrea points to a painting of a tree in the book. "However, I do not understand the next part. Since mana originates from the heart, interpreting that aura as magic seems logical. But what do this dagger and sacrificial bowl mean? Literally, it means gouging out the heart for an offering. But there must be another implication. Perhaps if we ask the great sage for help, there will be a different interpretation." The atmosphere grows quiet once more at Asilos' question. "So you know of the great sage?" He is incredibly suspicious. He never mentioned the sage to her. She looks away and explains awkwardly, "Well, that is recorded in the Imperial Library, and Avro mentioned it too." Asilos feels a hint of jealousy. "The two of you seem closer than I thought." Princess Andrea is proud. "Avro and I are good friends." He is grateful for the cooperation. "In any case, thank you. Next time I will teach you the proper way to use telepathy." Her eyes sparkle as she flatters him. "You rarely agree to teach such things so easily." He acts cold and suspicious, but in reality he is soft-hearted. "I am your teacher after all." Asilos feels annoyed and begins to plot. "I don't like the way the princess clings to Avro, and this sudden visit might cause Avro to misunderstand. I must cut this short." He quickly teleports back to his room. Asilos walks with heavy footsteps. "Islet should be at the peak of Mount Ikea." He raises his hand, exuding a regal aura that is both haughty and breathtakingly alluring. "The hidden space where I trained with Islet. After training ended, I never intended to reopen it, yet now I must open it again." In the hazy space, the sound of decisive footsteps rings out against the classical pattern tiles. The footsteps draw closer to the door, signaling an arrival. The door opens. It is Avro. She hurriedly approaches. "Ale, I am sorry it is so late. Can we talk for a moment?" A blinding blizzard envelops the mountainside, covering the pines and desolate cliffs in freezing white. Asilos pants in the cold. "It has been a long time since I came to Ikea. This place is still covered in eternal snow. Fresh snow on old snow makes the mountain prone to avalanches." "The rabbit hole?" "Yes, the only small creature that can survive here must be Islet. Exactly what are you doing here?" On the rough cliff scarred with cracks, Islet pricks up his ears. "HMPH, does it make sense for one who abandoned his teacher to come seek me for a chat?" Asilos kneels in shock. "Are you that disappointed?" Icelet brushes it off as if it's natural. It's whatever. I know you wouldn't seek me out without a reason. Why have you come? He is forced to endure and ask for a favor, which makes Icelet laugh with disdain. Ah, about the ancient prophecy. How ironic. You kick me aside, and then when you need me, you come running back. Asilos sighs wearily. I admit I was at fault back then. Asilos admits his fault. He offers the best terms. If your excellency returns to the manor, this one guarantees the highest respect. Icelet remains indifferent to those words. He delivers a piercing question. Is that little girl still doing well? Asilos grows irritated. If not for Avro, he would never. Seek him out, Icelet sneers. Naturally, if you have seen the prophecy, then you already know. You know what your ancestors did. Asilos bows his head slightly. Now I understand clearly. According to the secret letter and documents provided by the princess, the Osul clan are traitors. The first king exiled the traitor Ostel to the peak of Ya. Consequently, the northern lands suffer under a curse. Asilos bows his head with a melancholy expression. Since then, only descendants of the O's clan can rule the north. The king has no choice but to grant them control. The king suspects Ostel is the mastermind behind the curse. He remains vigilant against the O's clan until his final breath. However, he believes the opposite is true. If the first O's patriarch truly cursed the north, the clan would not continue passing down the mission to break it. Clearly, someone else cast the curse. Icelet intently analyzes the documents. The prophecy appeared exactly when Ostel was cursed. Asilos is anxious to know the meaning of the deciphered text. However, Icelet evades the question by complaining about the cold. Who knew MT? Ya was this cold? My fur is heavily damaged. My thoughts are no longer clear. He wears a worried and earnest face, pleading, please, just a small hint. Icelet points to the ancient script to explain. The heart is the source of life. The heart is the source of life. What that girl needs is your life force. Give her your heart filled with magic, and the magic intolerance will melt away like snow. Asilos freezes. His mind is in turmoil. A heart for Avro. Icelet continues with amusement. No matter how precious she is, giving up one's life is. Asilos cannot believe his ears. He asks again to be certain. Does your excellency truly mean my mediocre heart can save Avro? Heaven be thanked. Icelet radiates exasperation and helplessness. He is speechless. Because I doubt your intelligence, I will ask just to be sure. You do know that humans cannot live without a heart. Asilos declares firmly, I know, but for her I am willing to sacrifice everything I have. If anything is more terrifying than death, it is his happiness. He has finally returned. He has not visited in a long time. This bed is still soft and comfortable. Asilos restrains himself as he brings Icelet back to this place. He quickly departs. Then I am leaving. He says goodbye coldly. HMPH, get out of my sight. Asilos gently closes the door. Icelet lies comfortably on the soft mattress, sleeping soundly. It is a peaceful and lovely scene. Hearing a sound at the door, he opens his eyes. Why are you still here? A servant politely offers. Forgive me, I came to help you make the bed. Icelet's eyes turn sharp with vigilance. He berates her mercilessly. Get out, I said get out. How dare a mere mortal enter this place? She apologizes timidly. Little rabbit, I am sorry. Icelet continues to shout. I told you to leave at once. He rises, his eyes glowing crimson. He summons a flow of eerie, ghostly purple energy that floats in the air. This power weaves through every corner of the room. Icelet stands in resentment. After being cared for by Avro for so long, I lowered my guard. Only now do I detect the stench of humans filling the room. Avro, that child is special. She is unlike other humans because her life force is depleted. There is no scent left. A magic circle activates. Pillars of brilliant golden light erupt, powerful enough to tear the surrounding space asunder. Heavy footsteps echo as Asilos' tall black boots slowly approach. His smile is gentle, his demeanor calm. He tells himself, initially I intended to stay by Avro's side, but it is fine now. Knowing Avro's illness can be cured brings relief, but why does the manor suddenly feel so chaotic? Asilos' intuition is confirmed when Sina screams. My lord, he turns in a panic. Sina, is something wrong with Avro? Her eyes well up with tears. It is not good. My lord, the young mistress has fainted again. His gentle smile vanishes, replaced by a face of utter shock and bewilderment. What? He rushes off without hesitation. Sina recounts piteously, I accidentally saw your bedroom door open. When I went to close it, the young mistress was inside. Asilos falls into a state of extreme panic. He reaches out his hand, shouting in despair to stop the tragedy before him. But it is too late. Avro is speechless. My lord! Avro is still deep in sleep. Avro remains submerged in a deep slumber. This causes his legs to tremble uncontrollably. She must have entered the room right after he left. Her constitution is so frail that even a tiny remnant of magic caused her to faint, just when he thought he had found a clue. A servant anxiously asks Rien, "How is she? Is Lady Avro any better?" Rien replies sorrowfully, "Fortunately, her breathing has stabilized, but she is still." Asilos is deeply grateful. "Rien, thank you for looking after her." The two of them turn around in fear. "My lord," Asilos volunteers to stay and care for her. "I will watch over her now. Go rest, it is late." They do not forget to advise him before leaving. "Yes, my lord, if anything happens, please call us immediately," amidst the freezing winter. The brilliant sunset dyes the sky gold. Avro hazily opens her eyes. "Ale." Avro wakes on the royal bed and calls out, "Ale." She steps off the bed in a state of confusion. She remembers entering Ale's room at dawn and fainting. "Did I sleep until now?" Asilos must have brought her back, but where is he? Avro walks outside. She is stunned to find Asilos waiting. "Ale, why are you standing here? Come inside." He forces a smile. "I just wanted some fresh air. I am sweating too much." She smiles brightly, waving him in. "Come in, Ale. I will have the servants prepare a bath for you." He leans away, avoiding her. "It is fine. I should only meet you here." This makes Avro ponder. Why does it feel like he is avoiding my touch?" She tries to pull Asilos in. "We can meet inside. Besides, your sweat must be dry by now." He retreats further. "My inner tunic is not dry yet. That is the issue." Avro's face contorts, her eyes shut tight, her mouth agape, a drop of sweat sliding down her temple. He clearly just rejected her. Asilos adds, "Furthermore, Avro, I have locked the connecting door between our rooms." On the outside, she smiles, but inside, she weeps at this sudden dilemma. "Didn't we agree to keep that door open? Why did you lock it again?" He explains awkwardly, "It is for your own good, Avro." Avro is irritable, feeling deceived. "Doing it for my own good without a proper explanation is even stranger. Truly, Ale, this makes me sad. I thought we were finally getting closer. Was I wrong?" Asilos bows his head gloomily. "Sina told me she saw you faint after entering my room. I locked it out of concern that you might faint again, if I suddenly leave like I did today. I apologize for locking it without telling you first." She asks curiously, "Where did you go?" He replies softly, "Mount Yoja. I went to see Islet." Avro freezes. "Islet? Why did you suddenly go see him? Weren't you upset about what happened before?" She remembers when he dropped her from the balcony. Asilos makes a gentle confession, revealing the reason for his sudden actions. "I was, but I thought you looked sad, so I brought him back for you. I placed him in the former head's quarters." She cannot believe this strange act was for her. He truly went out at dawn just for Islet, someone he dislikes all for her sake. Truly. It makes no sense. His gaze holds a sliver of regret as he gently touches Avro's face. "More importantly, I apologize for causing you to faint on my account. I promise to be more careful. I will ensure this never happens again. I am sorry, Avro." Inside the magnificent castle, Princess Andrea steps out softly. She wears a triumphant smile. "I am quite skilled at sneaking out. I gave my personal maid 1,000 gold coins. Money is irrelevant today." Princess Andrea fondly recalls her lovely appearance. "Your Highness, let us go shopping." This makes her even more determined. "I will buy many gifts for that spring breeze. Wait for me, my beloved." Avro, in truth, I could easily summon a merchant directly, but sending gifts openly to the Osel house would provoke the king. He should focus on governing the country. Princess Andrea feels disgusted imagining the emperor shouting. How could a princess be so shameless as to send such luxury gifts to the leader of the noble faction? "Do you have no royal dignity?" she thinks. Dismissively, I do not fear him. I avoid him out of sheer revulsion. HMPH. Through the magic permeating the palace, I hear a sound. The crown prince is discussing Western taxes. He even whines for his servants to handle it for him. They removed me from the line of succession just because I am a princess, only to let a complete fool be the crown prince. His judgment is terrible. Ignore this and head to town. Princess Andrea orders the carriage to stop. "Let me off here," she steps down gracefully. "It takes more time than I thought. I must give the gift to Avro another day. Today, the Merchant Guild shops are the most prominent. That shop established a firm position among famous merchants. Because it is so unique, I buy more than planned. The Marquis's reaction differs from the original plot, but no serious problems have arisen yet. Thanks to Avro magic. Develops, becoming Asilos's disciple helps me consolidate my status. But for Avro, living with magic intolerance must be agonizing. Although I found clues about magic intolerance in the royal library, even with Asilos's help, deciphering them remains difficult. We must find a solution before her physical strength collapses completely. I worry if her frail body can endure. I should return to my room and review the notes again. Shock colors her beautiful face as Princess Andrea is suddenly surrounded by nearby discussions. The voice of Prince Hun makes her freeze. We want to restructure the Lela market. This is the wish of His Majesty, Emperor Amela. Princess Andrea turns in shock. Why are people from Amela in the royal palace? He continues to explain that Amela will revive the Lela market, build factories, develop technology, and increase jobs. She discovers the meeting before her eyes. This magic vibration comes from the reception hall. Prince Hun stands tall and triumphant. They openly declare they will overwhelm the Lela market. Princess Andrea's mind struggles with fatigue. The king refuses, but they are overconfident. How does an ordinary merchant representative dare speak to a king like that? I should send more magic to the reception hall to hear more clearly. His threatening voice echoes through the mansion. This is the mercy of the emperor toward the pitiful Lela. We offer everything from factory ownership to taxation. The flashy beauty of power fills the room. A calculating and smug smirk appears on Prince Hun's face. Facing such a generous relationship, what else is His Majesty unsatisfied with? The Emperor's face turns pale. He grits his teeth. I did not recognize him before because of his disguise, but this man is Prince Hun. He then glances silently to the side. Hun thinks of his mask and sneers. Apologies for the intrusion. I did not think I could enter. If I did not pose as a merchant guard, I would have visited unofficially. You understand, do you not? Elsewhere, Princess Andrea asks in surprise, Prince Hun, what is happening in the reception hall? At the same time, the Emperor helplessly covers his face. Give me time to consider. Prince Hun's hollow laughter rings out. I await a positive response. Princess Andrea knits her brows. They are exchanging official documents, but it is too far to see. I must at least cast a tracking spell to compensate. In the original plot, Prince Hun brings the Continental Alliance to conquer Lela, but that was after hundreds of mages appeared. The timeline has accelerated. Significantly, right then Hun sees flashes of light in the air. He wonders about that. Invisible white light, his eyes narrow. Dangerously, Andrea's eyes widen. A realization creeps into her mind. Does Prince Hun know magic? He looks directly in this direction. I should temporarily withdraw my magic. Currently, Asilos and I are the only ones who can use magic in Lela. If Hun knows magic, he must have met Asilos. Asilos would not treat Prince Hun with respect, meaning Hun plans to eliminate him, and Asilos's only weakness is Avro. Avro might become Prince Hun's target. I must hurry to warn them. As she turns to leave, a pair of hands appears from behind to grab her. Found you. White magic energy. Andrea reacts instantly. She spins around and forcefully throws off Hun's hands. Insolent, you dare touch a princess? He sneers with a mocking smile. Oh, and the princess's hobby is eavesdropping like a rat? Andrea does not respond. She is filled with caution and begins to calculate. I intended to pretend I knew nothing. It seems he has discovered me. What should I do? However, Hun gives her no chance to think. He leans close to her face, his voice filled with excitement. Interesting, truly interesting. I thought the only mage in this tiny kingdom was Lord Hostile. Regaining her composure, Andrea curls her lips into a mocking smile. What empty boasting, you are quite foolish yourself. It seems you have never seen true magic. Allow me to show you what it looks like. Just as her words fall, an indistinguishable object streaks past Hun's face before he can even react. By the time he ducks and looks back, a window pane behind him shatters into pieces. Though surprised, Hun quickly stands tall. He arrogantly questions Andrea. Do you realize who I am to speak to me like that? Showing no fear, she calmly shrugs. Oh my, and yet you still laid hands on me despite knowing my identity, right? Try touching me again, and I will show you magic far worse than this. Hun narrows his cold eyes and smiles with interest. He thinks, I thought she was just a foolish princess caught in the king's nonsense scandal, but regarding magic, she seems truly useful. If I handle this well, she will have great value. Having reached a decision, Hun's tone softens. Forgive my previous rudeness. I shall take my leave now. Your Highness, I will be busy from now on, but soon. We shall meet again properly. Only then does Andrea relax slightly. She watches him go, filled with doubt. Busy? What does he plan to do? I must inform Lord Ostel immediately. While mid-sentence, she suddenly realizes something and her eyes widen. Wait! In another scene, Asilos sits alone. Deep in thought, he rests his hand on his chest. Alice said my heart could heal Avro. My sole purpose is to stay by her side forever, but if it is to save her, I am willing to sacrifice this life. This is the princess's message talisman, at this hour. The moment Asilos touches the talisman on the table, azure words manifest in midair. Urgent, dangerous carriage, auburn hair, merchant guards. The target, he realizes something and his expression turns pale. He gasps a name. Avro. Motes of light quickly weave through every corner. He must find her. Be calm, listen. Watch for any sign of Avro, even the slightest sound, please. Right then, Asilos hears a very soft sneeze from Avro. He snaps his eyes open and quickly locates the indoor garden on the first floor. In his mind, an image of a fountain in the small garden appears. Asilos waves his hand, skillfully manipulating the motes of light. I will carefully send a magic transmission to the princess. I must ensure none of it touches Avro. She must reach the manor immediately. Wait, they are. Asilos leaps up and roars, Avro! Amidst the dissipating smoke, the first-floor indoor garden is revealed. Asilos rushes out from the haze. Avro, can you hear me? Suddenly, an arrow streaks through the air, but he catches it with ease. The intruders have entered the manor. Simultaneously, a shrill scream erupts from the smoke. Run! The sound stuns him. Panicked cries of servants, intruders hiding in the mist, threatening from the shadows. They are sowing chaos to capture Avro. At this thought, Asilos' pupils constrict. Thick killing intent erupts from him. You are courting death! Before his furious growl fades, an enemy lunges from the smoke. The man's blade flashes toward Asilos' neck at lightning speed. However, he merely waves his hand calmly. Not just one, but the entire group of assassins hiding in the smoke is blown away, deep within his heart. Asilos curses their filthy plot against Avro. He clenches his fist and snaps the arrow. Veins bulge on his furious face. Do you think numbers will save you? Just then, Andrea rushes over from behind. Lord Ostel, seeing her, he regains his calm. You are here. Princess, Andrea raises her head and declares, leave this to me. Asilos turns back in surprise. You mean, she interrupts him, with the magic you taught me I can handle this. Avro's safety is the priority. Go to her quickly. Hearing this, Asilos chuckles. Even a mediocre student has her moments to shine, it seems. Andrea snaps back, annoyed by the teasing. I am not mediocre, you know. Despite his words, Asilos trusts her completely. I leave this to you then, princess. Seeing him depart, Andrea raises her hand to warm up. All right then. Facing her are several assassins who sneer with disdain. Andrea wears an excited smile. She begins to manipulate white motes of light. Time to review the magic lessons I have learned. Meanwhile, the commotion outside reaches Avro's ears. She glances over in confusion and asks Sina, what is that sound? Sina looks in that direction. I am not sure, my lady. I will check at once. Avro looks at the papers neatly arranged on the table, feeling disgruntled. I specifically requested silence while I organized documents for the masquerade ball. What happened? Still, she smiles gently. It is fine, Sina. I will go see for myself. Sina advises her hesitantly, but my lady, that is my duty. Ignoring her, Avro stands and walks toward the noise. No, it won't take long. But then she turns back, wondering, what did I just hear? Why is that person hiding their presence instead of showing themselves? Asilos would not play such tricks. Sina hasn't noticed yet. Thinking this, Avro calls out seriously, Sina. The maid replies, confused. Yes, my lady. Unable to hide her unease, Avro gives an order with a sharp glance. Bring me wine. And a pot of tea. Immediately. Understood. Sina is startled by her expression. Realizing the intent, she obeys. I understand. I shall return quickly. Avro instructs softly. Good. Be careful. Once Sina leaves, Avro breaks into a cold sweat. She tells herself nervously, that is the code Sina and I prepared for. Emergencies, I am glad we planned ahead. Waiting alone for Sina's return is worrying, but I will be fine. I still have the bracelet Asilos gave me. This bracelet even blocked Alice, so I trust it. Asilos will notice and come to me soon, while Avro is deep in thought. Several figures appear behind her. Avro is not surprised. She gnashes her teeth. As I suspected, intruders have entered. A man with a hood sneers. Hey, are you really okay all alone? The man beside him points a knife at her threateningly. Don't waste your effort. Come with us quietly. We don't want to hurt you. Avro bows her head in compliance, her mind racing. They must have broken the garden's barrier when they entered. Because of my constitution, Asilos created a thin barrier without using strong magic. But however weak it was, Asilos will surely notice. If the barrier is broken, I just need to wait calmly. For him, Sina will also return soon. I am so scared. What if something happens and I die Asilos, just as her mind is about to be consumed by fear? Sina returns and screams, take your hands off the young lady. The man with the knife jerks his hand back and turns around in surprise. What now? Avro quickly recovers her spirit and shouts an order. Quickly. Sina, obeying, Sina throws the wine bottle in her hand. Yes, young lady. Avro stands beside the knife wielder, watching the flying bottle tensely. As long as I have that, I can endure until Asilos arrives. The man does not stay still. He strikes her shoulder and yells, don't let her, do you think you can catch that? Pushed hard by him, Avro misses her chance to catch the wine bottle. It falls and shatters into pieces. The wine splashes everywhere. Everyone stares in shock at the crimson puddle spreading across the floor. The two assassins sneer triumphantly. What is this? Just ordinary wine? We don't know what you planned, but it's spilled now. What a pity. However, Avro's lips curl upward. The look in her eyes flashes with determination. No. She immediately covers her mouth and nose with a cloth. Beside her, Sina also covers her nose. A cloud of white smoke erupts. The knife wielder, still clueless, gnashes his teeth. Huh, what are you smirking at? His words are replaced by the shrill screams of both men. What is this hot smoke? What is this smell? Avro looks at the broken bottle, emitting smoke, and thinks, this wine is a simple potion that changes based on impact. Just smelling it causes terrible dizziness. It causes facial swelling like an allergic reaction, but it isn't life-threatening. His face is swelling. He will faint soon. Sina rushes forward to check on Avro. My lady, are you all right? Were you scared? Avro's eyes crinkle as she smiles reassuringly. I am fine because you arrived quickly. Sina, Asilos should be here soon as well. Before she can finish, a noise from the nearby bushes catches her attention. Avro and Sina immediately look that way in alarm. Wait, there is another intruder. The bushes rustle violently. A dark figure leaps out, startling Avro. Unexpectedly, it is Asilos, frantically calling her name. Seeing him, Avro removes her cloth and calls out, Asilos. Like someone who has found a lost treasure, he pulls her into a tight embrace. Avro, are you all right? Startled, she exclaims, Asilos, you finally arrived. Only then does Avro's mind relax and fear instantly floods in. I knew he would come for me, but I was so scared. Perhaps the relief of seeing him has made me go limp. Now I can't hold on anymore. Her hand gripping Asilos's suddenly goes limp, leaving him confused. Avro! She closes her eyes and falls backward, having reached her limit. Immediately, the worried and panicked cries of Asilos and Sina ring out together. Avro, my lady! Much later, in a quiet pink room, Avro lies unconscious and frail on the bed. Asilos watches her, his heart aching. Avro has become much weaker. She wouldn't have fainted so easily before. She even insisted on helping restore the manor. At this thought, he lowers his gaze and asks in a low voice, was it him behind this? Andrea replies, possibly. Before coming here, I saw the king speaking privately with Crown Prince Hun. The one claiming to be a merchant guard was none other than Crown Prince Hun. Asilos immediately recalls Avro's warning. Prince Hun is likely behind this. He cannot help but frown, just as Avro suspected. He then asks, "What do you think Emperor is targeting?" Andrea muses. "Probably war." Asilos looks at Avro on the bed and mutters, "Avro said the same." Just then, Sina's voice announces, "My lord, the royal guards have arrived." Asilos turns to leave. "I will be right there. Your Highness, please remain here. It wouldn't be good for the kingdom to know of your presence." Andrea replies with gratitude, "Thank you for your consideration." The room falls into silence once more. Andrea gently strokes Avro's hair. "Avro, I am truly sorry." Meanwhile, Asilos quickly steps. Outside, two waiting guards speak up as soon as they see him. "My lord, we have captured all the intruders, but why is there a smell of wine here?" Asilos replies with a stern face, "It is nothing important," despite his words. He feels a bit sheepish thinking of Avro and Sina's tactic. "I never thought wine could be used this way. A potion brewed from garden flowers when combined with unfiltered wine creates a thick smoke with sedative effects. I am surprised that Avro thought of using it while I was away. As a precaution, I should give Avro more ways to defend herself." Not long after, Avro wakes up. She is somewhat speechless at her own condition as she slowly sits up. "I fainted again. Based on this feeling, I must have slept all day. Fortunately, night came quickly. I thought he would come early, but he arrived even faster than I expected. Should I thank Asilos properly?" Asilos pokes his head in from nowhere, looking at her shyly. "Avro, you are awake." Upon seeing him, Avro beams and calls out, "Asilos!" Before she can say anything, she finds herself dazed in his warm embrace. As soon as she regains her senses, Avro laughs reassuringly. "Asilos, I am fine now." "You look like you haven't slept at all." Asilos' face flushes as he looks at her with concern. "Are you truly all right?" "You were out all day. I was so worried." Avro continues to smile brightly. "I guess I was just tired. Normally, this wouldn't make me faint." He feels a wave of relief. "That is good then, and I apologize for hugging you so suddenly." Seeing him quickly step back, Avro asks in confusion, "Why must you apologize for that?" Her words leave him. Startled, Avro stammers, I mean, if you want to hug me, just hug me. If you want to touch me, it is also fine. I mean, I don't hate your touch." Asilos is instantly struck by this cuteness, and his face turns crimson. After speaking, Avro is too embarrassed to even look at him. She looks directly at him. Avro lowers her gaze. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears of shame. Asilos stands in a daze. He fails to react in time as he stares at her. This rosy atmosphere suddenly plunges Avro into deep thought. "I was once certain these emotions belonged to the original Avro. My heart flutters whenever I see Ale. It feels warm. It feels like anticipation." However, even as Avro's obsessive symptoms fade due to her weakened body, these fluttering feelings remain unchanged. "They are my own emotions. They belong entirely to me." Having confirmed her feelings, she takes a courageous step forward. "Ale, if I die, do not be too sad." Hearing this, Asilos shudders. He asks her, "Why do you suddenly speak of such things?" "Avro, I have told you before, I do not know what I would become without you. How can you say such a thing?" Avro remains deeply uneasy. Before she can speak further, he hurriedly interrupts her. "No, I do not want to hear it." Avro sees him avoiding the topic. She can only close her eyes in resignation. She understands perfectly. He is clearly upset. This only makes it harder to leave him. But if she stays by his side— At this thought, Avro gently rubs her hands. She speaks tentatively. "Ale, before we leave Letola, I wish to visit the holy temple." Asilos still looks away petulantly. He replies, "Only if you promise never to speak of dying again." Avro offers a gentle smile to soothe him. "I will not, I promise." Only then does Asilos heave a sigh. He inquires, "Very well, Avro. Besides the holy temple, is there anything else you desire?" She avoids his gaze. "There is much." In her heart, Avro adds that her physical condition might not allow for much. Looking back, she has rarely been apart from Asilos since arriving here. "Unlike before, when I was always alone, I am now surrounded by Asilos and everyone in this manner. Will they be sad if I perish, after I fainted?" I vaguely remember hearing the princess's voice. The thought of her meeting Ale makes me feel envious. Perhaps something happened. Heavens, I once hoped Asilos and the princess would end up together. Now I am jealous. While she is lost in thought, Asilos speaks gently. "Are you hungry? I shall bring you food." Suddenly, Avro reaches out. She hooks her pinky finger around his. Ale. Asilos immediately grips her hand. He asks with deep affection, "What is it?" Avro parts her lips slightly. "Is it possible? Do you love me?" These words cause Asilos to freeze for 5 seconds. Avro watches his reaction. Her heart tightens. "I had hoped you did not love me." Their hands are still tightly intertwined. Then Asilos suddenly loosens his grip. He guiltily avoids her gaze, not daring to look at her. Her voice rings out, sounding somewhat relieved. "That is a blessing." Asilos starts wanting to explain. Avro does not let him speak. She cuts him off indifferently. "I was worried you might love me. I only—" At this point, her heart is a tangled mess. Why is Ale so good to me? Is it guilt, responsibility, or something else? Regardless, what I have realized is— Avro takes a step forward. She calls his name softly. Her heart stirs, like a drop of water falling into a still lake. Even if it is not love, one can still deeply desire another. Avro smiles brilliantly. Her eyes crinkle with a shimmering light. She looks at Asilos and suggests, "Kiss me." He stands stunned, filled with disbelief. Asilos' cheeks instantly turn crimson. He asks hesitantly, "Are you serious?" Avro only smiles at him. Her eyes are filled with determination. "Perhaps my personality is worse than I thought. Even a small emotion affects this extraordinary man so much." She reaches out to touch Asilos' face. Then they share a tender kiss. The passionate kiss makes Avro's heart bloom like a flower. She feels truly happy. After a moment, they shyly separate with blushing faces. In another corner, Sina sits on the ground and let out a soft groan. "Oh, if we are caught, we are finished." Beside her stands Andrea, smiling and blushing. "Good heavens, it's not like we committed a crime or anything." On the contrary, Sina is in a panic. She pounds on Andrea's back. "This is improper. If his lordship finds out, we are in trouble." Andrea, like a cat that just stole a fish, continues to tease her. "As long as we aren't caught, it's fine. If you keep shouting, we'll be exposed." Sina pokes her head out again. With his keen hearing, he surely already knows. "Oh no, we're caught for real. His lordship is looking this way." Sina's face turns pale with fright. "Run quickly." Night gradually falls. A maid sees Avro and greets her with a smile. "Welcome back. Little C, you've been on a long walk." Avro's face is still flushed. She smiles awkwardly and waves. "Ah, yes, the weather was so beautiful, so I walked a bit longer. I'm going inside now." The maid watches Avro run away as if for her life. The maid's head is full of questions. "Ah, yes, but since you've just recovered, please do not overexert yourself." Soon, Avro returns to her room. Shame overwhelms her sanity. "What have I done? What have I done? How can I face him tomorrow? Stop thinking about it, stop." Truly, I cannot be the only one obsessing over that moment, right? Meanwhile, in another room, a man paces back and forth. Asilos is no different from Avro. He holds his head and runs in circles, screaming silently. He even wants to roar so the entire palace knows, even in the middle of the night. The next day, Asilos is still in high spirits. He sits alone, muttering that it is almost time to leave. He looks at the empty room and thinks, "I have an appointment with the priest to review the holy temple's records. But why does Avro suddenly want to visit the temple? Does her constitution not reject divine power? During our last visit, she fainted from a high fever. To put it simply, the holy temple is no longer important today. Its power has waned over time. Priests now mostly perform commemorative rituals. Even if divine power does not recover suddenly, even a tiny bit would affect Avro greatly. Why does she, who is so frail, want to go there? I am mad. How can I doubt her before she explains anything? Even if I doubt her, Avro is always right in the end. I must not doubt her, not even in my thoughts, until she tells me herself. But it is painful to remain silent about her health. It is truly saddening. A moment later, he arrives at the main road before the holy temple. Asilos steps forward and speaks coldly. "I have come to see the records." The priest bows respectfully. "Please enter, my lord. Shall I show you the records regarding the Osel family?" He replies politely, "Yes, please. Nobles register their births at the temple. Avro's records should be there." Asilos reviews the ledger and thinks. It shows how much the Rai family donated and that Avro has visited the temple since she was 5. Did she simply forget about fainting here? She was young, after all. Perhaps she was just following her family's tradition of supporting the temple. I cannot believe I doubted her over this. I must suggest a different sightseeing spot when I return. If I show her these records, she will understand. As Asilos leaves the temple, his voice suddenly drops, sounding dangerously low. Earlier, inside the dark dungeon, two men who had attempted to assassinate Avro hear a noise. Is it time for the guard shift? Wait, isn't that Lord Ostel? How did he enter the guard prison? After dealing with the two men, Asilos feels a sense of relief. I must punish those who frightened Avro. Back in the study, R speaks up. My lord, it is time for dinner. Asilos replies in a low voice. I will be there shortly. R ignores the tone and changes the subject. Also, a response has arrived from Duchess Rai. Hearing this, he picks up the letter and examines it seriously. Asilos looks at the crowded lines of text. I invited Duchess Rai to the banquet to ask more about Avro. She says she cannot attend due to the travel and asks if she and Avro can visit the holy temple. His eyes darken with displeasure. He rereads a sentence from the letter. Have you forgotten how much I loathe the holy temple? Avro, what exactly are you planning? Meanwhile, a pair of beautiful shoes walks down the hallway. Avro closes her eyes wearily. She tells herself she focused too much on organizing her diary. Now she is late for dinner. Reading old entries from when she first arrived made her lose track of time. At this thought, her eyes widen as she looks at a piece of paper. Shortly after, Avro enters a room with a bright smile, followed by Sina. Ale, forgive my tardiness, I was bathing. Asilos' voice comes from within. It is fine, Avro, come sit. However, as soon as Avro sees his preoccupied expression, she realizes he is unusually silent today. She sits down quickly and tilts her head. Ale, did something happen? You went out early today. Was it because of the crown prince? If you are worried, I will skip the banquet. Asilos remains stoic and speaks flatly. It is nothing, I am just a bit tired. Avro's eyes flicker. She thinks uneasily he does not look well at all. While I was tossing and turning because of the kiss, is Asilos unaffected? Avro's hands tighten on her dress. She asks hesitantly. Can I ask what is wrong? Asilos does not hide it and recounts the events. I visited the holy temple. Avro looks at the paper he hands her with some surprise. Was it to confirm the appointment? Asilos does not answer but reminds her, read the bottom part. Avro still does not understand. She takes the paper. Is it not the appointment? Let me see. Avro Larache, subject forbidden from rituals, suffered a high fever upon visiting the holy temple. Reading this, Avro places the paper on the table and laughs awkwardly. I completely forgot. She feels a pang of guilt. Oh no, this was not mentioned in the original work. The holy temple later provides crucial support for the princess's power. I had no idea Avro was incompatible with divine power. What now? There is nowhere else to gather information about transmigration. To learn about my original world, the holy temple is vital. If this continues, leaving the country might be my only choice. I do not want us to be separated like this. While she is lost in thought, Asilos speaks. Avro, we can find a better place. Shall I invite the priest here? Avro asks with concern. Huh, can you do that? Asilos chuckles. Of course, Avro, there is nothing in this world I cannot do for you. She replies shyly, then very well, thank you. Seeing her reaction, Asilos is secretly confused. Strange. She asked so many questions before. Why is she suddenly silent? Avro wanders blankly through the palace grounds. If I wait in the garden, the priest should arrive soon, right? I said I wanted to meet them, but I didn't expect them to arrive so fast. Perhaps I underestimated the kingdom's hero. She turns around when she hears Asilos' call. Avro, you are already out here. These priests have kindly granted your request. Avro responds happily. Really, I truly do not know how to thank. Grace shyly offers a greeting. Avro, it has been a while, hasn't it? I heard you fainted recently. Forgive me for not visiting sooner. I have been far too busy. She runs over to check on me. It is fine. It was nothing serious. But why are you here? He explains awkwardly. Ah, because you requested a priest, I came as the representative of the priesthood. I have that authority. Avro's head is full of questions. What, you mean Grace is the high priest? Grace shyly rubs his ears together. You seem surprised. Officially, it is still a secret. By the way, your husband over there looks quite uncomfortable with my presence. She apologizes on his behalf. Forgive him, he is only worried I might faint again. He offers a strained, awkward smile. I see. Then let us discuss the matter here. Avro agrees immediately. Very well, thank you for being so thoughtful. Grace sits down and gets to the point. First, Avro, please explain why you summoned us. She sits down and slowly recounts her story. Actually, I have prophetic dreams. Recently, they have all come true. These prophetic dreams are related to the gods, correct? He is stunned. Prophetic dreams? Can you tell me specifically what you saw? Avro answers calmly. For example, I knew beforehand that Asilos would become a mage. I even found a mentor for him. Grace taps the table, intrigued. What else? She calmly remembers and continues. Father, I dreamed of the day Princess Andrea visits the Holy Temple. An aurora appeared in the sky. Flowers bloomed everywhere in Lee. Even in the coming winter, flowers will burst into bloom. Avro secretly guesses that this is what was described in the book. She continues her narration. And on that day I saw a prophecy from the goddess. I believe it was the ancient goddess. He starts in shock. All of those things appeared in your dreams? Avro knows they will be astonished. The goddess is only known through ancient legends. I only know of the goddess and the three sages from reading the original work. But Grace and the priests will not doubt me after hearing this. This matter, how could they possibly doubt the visions I witnessed in my dreams? She continues to speak cheerfully. Thus, Grace cuts her off with a proposal. Wait, Avro, I apologize, but may we speak in private? The smile on Avro's lips suddenly vanishes. Her expression shifts upon hearing his request. She turns to look at Acelis. Acelis, may I speak with Grace alone? Just for a moment. It likely concerns the secrets of the sanctuary. He is tense and restless. The two of them watch Acelis's retreating figure. He speaks, very well, Avro. Avro turns back to smile at Grace. So, Grace, what do you wish to discuss? Grace's demeanor shifts instantly. Thank you for cooperating, Avro, but you lied about that prophetic dream, didn't you? She freezes with a forced smile. Grace gets straight to the point. I apologize for saying this, but you possess no divine power. Only those chosen by the gods receive prophetic dreams. Avro maintains her calm smile. Is that so? Then what did I see? Inwardly, she is in turmoil. What is this sudden change? He speaks without hesitation. However, Avro, what I see is entirely different from your dream. Avro is terrified. She dares not look into Grace's eyes. Grace's eyes turn purple. Is that divine power? What should I say? How do I respond? He continues, do not worry, Avro. Your secret is safe with me. She offers a calm smile. A secret? What secret? Grace leans forward, pressing close to Avro. There is no need to lie to me. I will help you. But there is one thing I cannot assist with. That is beyond my authority. Her eyes widen in confusion. What do you mean? His face flushes red. Avro is nervous, and her heart pounds as she hears Grace's next words. Avro, if you stay by Acelis's side, you will die. Panic surges in her heart. How could he know? How could he possibly know? She is tense at his confession. Avro, you have loved Acelis since you were young. From the first moment you met, I cannot interfere. Grace releases Avro's hand. That voice continues to ring out. That is why I am telling you this. After you die, he will also die. She is stunned and horrified by these words. Acelis's angry voice suddenly erupts. Grace, enough. Acelis's heavy footsteps approach Avro and Grace. His face is full of killing intent and jealousy. Acelis gnashes his teeth and growls. I think your conversation has lasted long enough. You speak nothing but nonsense. Leave my manor at once. She is flustered, her voice trembling. Wait, Acelis, Grace, is that true? If so, you might die after I die. He speaks with fury. No, Avro, he is only trying to manipulate us. Neither I nor you shall die. Avro's heart is weighed down by worry. Could it be true? A future where Acelis dies is impossible. But why do I feel so uneasy, as if Avro survived while she was meant to die? Acelis is tense and anxious. Avro's mind is a blur of worry. Perhaps Acelis is the one who was meant to live but will die instead. The scene shifts to a magnificent and grand castle. Hun gnashes his teeth and interrogates. You failed to kidnap Marcianus Ostel. The subordinate bows respectfully. Yes, your highness, it is worse than that. All of our mercenaries in the dungeon were brutally slaughtered. He scowls in annoyance. This is more troublesome than I imagined. We must accelerate the plan. The man asks nervously, where should we go now? Hun decides to meet the king. The emperor is surprised by his appearance. We have no scheduled meeting at this time. Hun laughs as he offers his greetings. Pardon my sudden intrusion. Your Majesty seems quite free. The emperor questions him. What nonsense is this? Hun bows and speaks words that pierce the emperor's heart. No need to play the fool. A shaky throne is not a common sight, is it? I know you worry about Lord Ostel and plan to use the princess as a trap. But here is the surprise. The princess has already joined forces with Lord Ostel. She purchased luxury goods worth 1,000 gold coins from my merchant guild and sent them to the Ostel manor. She also happened to disappear right when the attack occurred. This could only happen if they are colluding. If you need proof, interrogate her maid. Even I was shocked to hear it. I find you truly pathetic. The emperor's eyes widen as his voice trembles. Impossible. Hun hands the emperor a vial of poison. Take this. The antidote is only made from tra leaves found in the empire's desert. Anyone who drinks this will not survive for an hour. The emperor is stunned. What do you mean? Hun leans close to the emperor's face. You cannot just stand still and take the blow. At the upcoming masquerade ball, give this drink to Lord Ostel. It is colorless and odorless, easy to use. His eyes bulge as he breaks into a cold sweat of fear. The emperor tremblingly accepts the vial of poison. Hun smirks with satisfaction. I shall await the news. He closes the door and leaves the room. As Hun walks out, he barks an order. Very good. Investigate Andrea thoroughly and find every hidden mage in Leela. His subordinate bows in obedience. As you command, Hun secretly speculates. There cannot be only 2 mages. I am certain the others are hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, Avro is walking leisurely through the palace grounds. She stops when she hears Acellus's voice. Avro, why did you not tell me about the prophetic dream? Avro laughs gently. I apologize. It only happened recently, and I had no time to tell you. His voice suddenly turns shy. We have been together constantly lately. She responds with a soft tone. If I intended to hide it, I would not have discussed it openly before you. Do you truly think I am deliberately hiding things from you? Acellus's hands instinctively tighten. Avro is lost and panicked when he does not respond. Huh, why isn't he answering? I thought we had grown closer after that night. Was I wrong? I would never hide anything from you. Acellus lifts her hand. It is not that. Just rest for a while, Avro. Avro's heart pounds. Her soul flutters. It is clearly a gentle kiss. Why am I so anxious? Please, I want him to stay by my side. When Avro tries to respond, he withdraws his hand. His expression is grim. She stares blankly at Acellus's back as he departs with an instruction. I will return soon, Avro. Today is a peaceful day with not a breath of wind. Acellus walks alone through the grounds. He mutters sadly. I acted like a fool. Acellus is distressed by his thoughts. When Grace knows something about Avro that I do not, it makes her feel like a stranger. Why didn't she tell me first? Unlike the Avro of his childhood, the current Avro is a total mystery. What she likes, what she dislikes, and most importantly, how does she truly feel about me? I thought we were closer, but now we seem a step further apart. Still, when I look back, she seems so sad. He turns back in a panic. I must go back, I was too hasty. The place where she waits has an incredibly warm atmosphere. Acellus opens the door and enters. Avro, he stops dead at the sight inside. She has already collapsed at the table. Acellus is flustered and confused. Avro, why are you crying? Is it because of me? He slowly approaches Avro's side. Acellus sits and calls her name softly. Avro, she tells him to leave. Go away. He remains patient and soothing. I apologize, Avro. I should not have left so abruptly. Avro raises her head, her eyes wet with tears. Acellus consoles her gently. I want to know everything about you first. I am truly sorry for my selfish behavior. Avro, he pulls her into his embrace to soothe her fragile soul. Acellus repeats it once more. I'm sorry. Then he carries Avro in a princess carry. The atmosphere between them is incredibly awkward. She bashfully suggests, you can put me down now, we have reached your room. I am serious, no need to carry me all the way inside. Acellus obeys and sets Avro on the bed. He kneels and makes a request. May I stay by your side until you fall asleep? She whispers with tears in her eyes. I hate you, Acellus laughs dotingly. I understand I was too rough earlier. Avro shakes her head and clarifies. No, I don't really hate you, it is just. The more I am with you, the more confused I become. He teases her. Does that mean you dislike being near me? She blushes as she confides. If I disliked it, I would not be confused. Acellus chuckles in response. Fair point. He reaches out to stroke Avro's soft hair. Acellus gently pulls her into his arms. But in his heart, he is worried. Now, even these intense emotions leave him completely exhausted. Acellus sees that Avro has fallen into a deep sleep. He whispers softly in her ear, Good night, Avro. Acellus prepares to leave. He should depart quietly without waking her. He suddenly freezes in surprise. Acellus is flustered because she is clutching the hem of his robe. Avro, should I stay? Avro mumbles in her sleep. He lies down beside her. Very well, if that is what you wish, I shall never leave you. Avro seems to hear him and responds. Acellus, thank you all for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead. Do not forget to like and subscribe to support us and never miss the latest chapters. I wish you all moments of relaxation and joy. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.